had your back to the wall. Never had the odds against you stacked tall. Ever felt like you were about to fall? One wrong move and you lose it all. Have you ever needed help from a friend? Made a comeback when you're close to the end? Come on, take my hand, cause it's time to ascend. We can win the day if we unite.
0-0 nation, getting it done for Brazil.
Can they out-secure Kavi Chance?
Yes, they can! The favorites have just been knocked out of the tournament.
Game, set, match!
The best team in the world, 2 years in a row. Luminosity, let's go!
Oh my goodness!
The number one team in Pokemon, we can crown our champions!
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
Well, our normal hosts are away on business in Japan for the ACL, but they gave us $20 for pizza, the keys to the shiny convertible that is the North America broadcast. Hello and welcome in, Pokemon trainers, to the UNITE Championship Series. We have the March Cup Finals of North America. I am Seal Agent Kyle, and with me, three wonderful casters I have the pleasure of sharing the desk with. Husky Star, zero in on Alex, and a familiar face from some seasons past, Sierra Dawn. Let's go ahead and give everybody a nice little welcome in. We'll start with Sierra. Sierra, for those that might not be familiar with you, Sierra did commentate the UCS a few seasons ago and is heavily involved in some other grassroots tournaments, Pokemon VGC, and some other titles. Been a little bit of time away from the UCS, but we are so thrilled to have you back. Sierra, what has you most jazzed for today's show?
First off, I am so happy to be here. It was 2 years ago. It actually seems like forever ago. It was such a different game. We have so many more Pokemon now, and I got to sit in an EUIC and really be able to watch all the great Unite action there, and I was so excited to get asked for this. I think for today, one of the most excited things I am is just excited to see we have a new Pokemon in, being able to see how it fares off against all these Pokemon that have been recently buffed, and just, I don't know, really enjoyed the Unite action. It's always just such a thrill. The Unite crowds are always amazing. The players, the casters, the passion. So I'm just excited to be involved with all of it.
Really excited to have you. It was fun sharing the desk with you yesterday for the open qualifiers. Huskyle, we are so back. It's always lovely sharing the desk with you, my partner. We have lots of storylines today. Let's talk about it. What is your favorite storyline to look out for going into today's top 8?
Firstly, hi, Huskyle, so back. I'm excited to be here, and I want everyone to pay attention to UNITE coaching. When we saw them yesterday, this is a team made up of some members of previously Kiss Kiss. Lutano is back on this team, known from being a UNITE streamer, and also back in the day playing in the UNITE Championship Series. And this team just kind of came together and kept winning. I feel like that's a really fun story to keep watching. They're going to be coming from our lower side bracket today, and I am interested to see how they do.
I am too. We've got to see them in some grassroots. We saw them a little bit yesterday, so I'm very excited to see how this story develops. And last but not least, zero in on Alex, the host of some kind of convention. I don't know. Twitter kept telling me about it. I don't quite understand it. But zero in on Alex. We normally get to cast together at some wild times for the OS finals, so it's odd getting to see you so early in the morning. Well, I guess for me it's afternoon. You it's morning.
It's still
for
morning.
those just tuning in, let's us through some of Championship Sunday's results so far for the March Cup.
Absolutely. I mean, March has been already filled with a lot, but we got to see, if you're talking about ACL, we got to see Insomnia be the team that just kind of ran through Championship Sunday, winning it on top. If you look over at OC, which you and I tend to cast, but this time we didn't get to cover, but we still got to see Antic Exodium coming out on top. And of course, the broadcast before us, which was EU, Nouns is back on top.
Yeah.
They reformed after a partial mishap, but they got back together, locked it in, and they are once again on top of the world. Nouns looking just as good, if not better than before.
I think that means that Nouns has won every cup besides one this season, so
That's one.
very exciting stuff for them. They're kind of taking EU by storm, but we have stuff to talk about today. Today, March Cup Finals, top 8. Sierra, let's walk us through. What are these teams playing for? What are they competing for today?
First off, to just be the best. You know, a little bragging rights is always nice. You can always appreciate that. But in all seriousness, we have a $3,500 prize pool, $1,500 to the first place. And as well, when you're eyeing up being the very best, it all goes down to World Championships. How do you get there? First step, you need championship points. 300 the first place team. So getting that first place spot, definitely a lot of great stuff.
Definitely want to be a winner, and then just to be crowned a winner. That would be nice, right? Husky, just a few short weeks ago, we had a separate tournament, so the final stretch play-ins. Sorry, Spriggles, Dubes, and Zoinks and Chef. We're going to go with play-ins. Production told us we had to. I don't know. So let's rewind the clock and look at last month's tournament. Remind the folks at home, what we just saw a few short weeks ago.
The final stretch play-ons. They were a great tournament to watch. We saw Luminosity coming out on top above Kiss Kiss, which has now reformed into various different teams. So we're not seeing either of these teams today. Luminosity is still out in Japan. And we are seeing a lot of similar teams coming into today's bracket. We're seeing Orange Juicers. They made it into top 8. Team YT as well. Nemesis also making it in today. So a lot of fun teams to watch out for. But I feel like with this new bracket and looking back on the final stretch play-ins, teams don't have to worry about Luminosity because they're gone. So there's a lot of opportunities for these other teams to come in, really get their last chance at some of these championship points, prepare for the upcoming regionals, prepare for the upcoming NAIC, and of course, Worlds. So really exciting stuff.
Very exciting. Last month's tournament, or I guess, well, like I said earlier, like 3 weeks ago. I mean, we're like just rapid fire events at this point. Zero in on Alex. 8 teams remain that are looking to be your March Cup champion. So why don't you go ahead, walk us through where we're at, how we got here, maybe any surprises.
I mean, when you talk about surprises, it does not get any better than this. When you look at the bracket just right off the get-go, when you're looking at a team like Orange Juicers, Nemesis, household names in North America, and they are in the losers bracket, it makes your jaw drop. You need coaching also down there, like we've mentioned before, prior team like Kiss Kiss. A lot of these players that we're normally seeing in the winner's circle are now ending up on a loser side of things, so they're gonna have to claw their way out. I think the biggest surprise, and maybe not surprise, more so joy, is seeing a team like T3 make it not only into the top 8, but also be doing it from the winner's side. So we are seeing some regular teams, but we're also seeing some new teams. Maybe it is by enlargement because they didn't need to face a team like Luminosity, but this gives other teams a great opportunity to enter the scene, to come on the winner's side and prove why they belong here and why maybe sometimes their hand wasn't always handed to them the best.
Like you said, the top 8 is set. The big bad wolves of Luminosity Gaming, they're not anywhere to be found. Well, maybe in ACL, but they have won 4 straight tournaments here in the West. They won multiple cups here in North America. They won EUIC, and then they won the final stretch play-in. So they're away competing in the ACL. They finished pretty well, 3rd place if I'm not mistaken. But that means we will have a new champion of North America for the first time since December. That's a long time. So let's go around the room. We know what the top 8 is. Maybe talk about what our thoughts are, maybe some predictions. So Sierra, let's go ahead. Let's start with you. What is your biggest team to watch today?
Husky said it right at top of show, so now I just feel like I'm stealing homework. But I was excited about watching UNITE coaching. I mean, being able to see Lutano back competing, first tournament since last season and stuff, and Lutano's been around, I feel like, just forever. So I think that for myself, having followed for a bit, that's really exciting. I also think that the amount of different looks this team can have, all these different Pokemon pools, I think is just super exciting. That to follow along on an analysis aspect is really, really exciting. So my bracket's a little scary, you know, but for any new great team, all these great players coming together, it's necessary, and I'm excited to hopefully get to follow their journey today.
There's a little bit of madness here in this bracket. Husky, we got to see a lot of these teams compete in yesterday's open qualifiers. Who is your favorite to take home the trophy?
Well, my favorite is always Schmeedy. I mean, T3. That's my favorite team to watch. I've been saying it since the beginning. But I also want to draw attention to Team YT. Yesterday, we saw them bring out some really interesting picks. And I'm not going to spoil anything just in case they want to bring it back in today's bracket. But it was really fun to watch them. I feel like they've just found their groove throughout this tournament, especially yesterday. So if they can stay locked in, I'm excited to see what they have to do.
I'm really excited too. That team coming through the winner side bracket is very scary. That means they have 2 shots at this, right? All right, Alex. Husky and Sierra gave some of their favorites to be the champion, but what I want to hear from you is I want to hear your dark horse team. Which surprise do you think the team might shock the bracket?
I mean, the team that I think that would shock any bracket. It's the team that is always there, maybe not always the most memorable, but they're there. It's Team Ignorance. Ignorance is the type of team who will always find their way into the top 8, top 16. They are always there looming, and it always feels like they're on almost the cusp of being able to do great. And this could be the opportunity because we're seeing different teams, so they might have an advantage. If that's a dark horse, it's got to be Team Ignorance, and I'm rooting for them.
All right, I guess I'll give my prediction, or I guess my favorites. I'm going to go with 2 because I am indecisive. So out of the winner side, I really think T3 is that team to watch. When they are on, they are unstoppable. But you look at previous months' results, they've had a little bit of inconsistent results. They've missed top 8 a couple times. They've gotten to a top 4 once or twice. So it depends if they are on today. If they're on, I fully think that they can compete. They could win grand finals. Out of the lower bracket, I'm with Husky and Sierra on this one. UNITE coaching was really exciting to watch yesterday. However, T3 did take them down. They're kind of an unsolved team at this point. They're very raw, but the upside is infinite. I'm really excited to see what they have to offer here in that lower side bracket. So time is of the essence for them. They only have one shot to take it, one opportunity. Well, we are running up against the wire. Let's talk about regionals, right? Just over a month away at this point. We have this tournament and then April finals. After this one, we really should have a great idea on who is going to be qualified for those regional finals and who will have to battle through those open qualifiers of the regional finals. So, Sierra, if you don't mind, for those that may be unfamiliar with the UCS format, championship points, regional finals, all of that, walk us what's on the line here in just a few short weeks.
I mean, we talked about those championship points, right? And there's so much thanks for these championship points. One of it is top 12 gets to move on into the group stage there. And when you're looking at a lot of these tough teams to battle out, it's just so much easier to secure a spot. You're all good. Then we're going to look at the top 4 from the open qualifiers to be then competing in that regional. So be a lot of great action there, but really important then today for teams to get championship points where they can.
And what a last opportunity to do so. The Husky, top 12 teams get that automatic berth into the group stage. There's a few teams kind of hovering that point total right on the threshold, right above or below. Any teams that you think that we need to look out for either today or next month in April for the Final Cup?
There's so many. I feel like we've seen so many teams just right there, and I know that we're all thinking it. Yesterday, heartbreaking seeing V1 lose and not make it to top 8. They're a team that has been like top 9 for the past couple months. They're always right there, almost in top 8. I really feel like this is a team that can just really surprise people if they can make it into that top 12. We also have like Goofy Goobers, another really fun team to watch. Team Growth, Tempo Tantrum, really solid teams that are always just right there and have some really fun and interesting play styles that I would absolutely love to see make it in.
Got to talk with Rustic a little bit yesterday after the Heartbreaker. V1 was an iframe away from a Slowbro Unite 0, or I think it was Relics that dodged it away from most likely qualifying for today, and we might be talking about a different story here for that Nemesis squad. However, they made it. We're going to be talking about them. They're going to be fighting through that lower side bracket. Alex, North America, you get 3 world spot, not including Luminosity, who's already qualified through the AOS Cup at EUIC. I want to hear some of your early predictions for who you think might be representing North America in August and your home state in a few months.
That is true.
Yeah.
That's actually awesome. But no, I think the teams for me, if I could just, wave my magic wand, I got to imagine Orange Juicers, they're going to be in the mix, okay? Yes, they have not been necessarily the powerhouse we've seen in the past, but they are still a very dominant team. Nemesis, even though they are a team that have swapped out players, Nemesis still remains consistent. And above all else, another team that I really want to see represent North America is T3. Sobi, Pure, those two as a wombo combo, it is immaculate. They just need to lock in and they can make that push and represent North America.
I agree. T3 is definitely kind of my dark horse. They're like kind of just on the outside a lot of months, so they're able to kind of squeak through, win a few sets at regionals. I really think this team could really fly high. I'm with Husky too on kind of the teams to watch out for regional top 12, V1, fan favorite, my favorite team to watch. Just watch them in so many grassroots tournaments over the years. So excited. Hopefully they can squeak it out. Team Growth, Goofy Goobers. Revelation is a squad that surprised a lot of people last month. Unfortunately, fell up just a bit short here this month. And then that's about it. Banana Baller's potential. Let's go ahead and talk about metagame and discussion while the last little bit of, I think, squads are starting to get ready. So we've had a couple of patches since the last UCS broadcast. So I do want to talk about our Pokemon to watch today. Sierra, I know you have a Pokemon you want to talk about. I think it's going to be Suicune. So why don't you go ahead and tell us why this is the Pokemon to watch?
I mean, whenever a new Pokemon enters the fray, I feel like there has to be a conversation there, right? And sometimes a Pokemon doesn't necessarily show up and make that splash, but I think Suicune has done a great job at making waves. Some of this crowd control this Pokemon has, just this damage tempo, the freeze, like you're looking at Unite moves and being able to fully change the tides of battle with these freezes, I think is just so strong. And being an all-rounder too, this is going to be having something a little bit more sustained, which I think is a little bit more important when we're looking at all of those buffs that you're talking about earlier. So I think that this is a Pokemon that should be showing up a lot. And I say I think, like we didn't just get to watch EU where it showed up a lot, right? It was either banned out or we got to see it picked, and we got to see a lot of great things with it. So I'm excited to see a little bit more Suicune today. I think it's just such a pretty Pokemon, and to see it be a powerhouse as well, I think is a lot of fun.
Yeah, Suicune, I think it was represented in like 96% of matches, whether picked or banned. I believe we're talking about that encounter rate. Husky, I know you have a Pokemon that you have high on your list as well that you think will absolutely flourish in this speedster meta. I'm sure the viewers will be quite surprised. Why don't you go ahead and tell us about your Pokemon to watch?
Yeah, I'll give everyone 2 seconds to guess which Pokemon I have on my list today. It is Meowscarada. And it's not just because that's my favorite Pokemon and that's the Pokemon that I tend to play, but this Pokemon has seen quite a lot of play, especially because it's a speedster that tends to do well against other speedsters. Usually we see Flower Trick and Double Team for that extra little bit of burst damage and secure, a little bit of CC as well, but we have seen some Night Slash coming in with that Trailblaze build for a lot of RIP potential. Obviously, no one can play this Pokemon as good as me, but that's okay. Some of the pros are also pretty good at it, I guess. Meowscarada is also a Pokemon that doesn't often get banned because even though it's really strong, there's some other speedsters that tend to be higher up on that priority ban list. Things like Absol, Talonflame, even Gengar are banned out pretty often. So watch out for Meowscarada, not just because it's my favorite and I'm the best at it, but also because we might be seeing it quite a bit.
I'm excited to see it. It's got a decent amount of representation. Zero and Alex, let's wrap this one up. I know you have a Pokemon that you want to talk about. It's quite the powerhouse Pokemon with earth-shattering damage and sustainability. Why don't you go ahead and give us the Pokemon to watch?
Absolutely. One of the Pokemon that I've also recently picked up, you gotta show out for the Garchomp. I mean, Garchomp is one of those Pokemon that is just a threat, even in the early game as a little land shark gibble. The game is so strong, especially when you get those boosted autos. You're attacking really, really quickly, doing tons of damage, and you can actually get some good knockouts in the early game. On top of that, Garchomp can engage, and it could also pull a Pokemon out of the group. We've seen other Pokemon do that, but man, Garchomp can shred, can do lots of damage, and can engage.
Alrighty, well, thank you, Alex. Well, let's not push this back any further. We have our first matchup set up, and it's a good one. They're locked and loaded. We are going to be bringing you T3, which we just talked about, versus T-Gang. Zero and Alex and Sierra are going to take you away for this first set. It is the winners semifinal matchup. Let's get this show started, Alex.
Oh, I could not be more excited. Thank you so much, Kyle, Husky, Sierra. We saw both of these teams yesterday in the open quals. We know how powerful T-Gang can be, but T3, when they are locked and loaded, and Schmiedy's telling Pure to lock in, there is no other team that can do it the way this team does. Schmiedy dropped their one. But what do you think of today, Sierra?
First, I just cannot wait to get started. To be able to see these two teams to start off, especially after that impressive performance from both of them in the open qualifiers yesterday, I think is just super exciting. I mean, you're talking about Pure and the lock-in. We got to see the lock-in coming out from both these teams, and I think the stories are really interesting as well. I mean, T3 was a team that one of you guys, maybe even was it? I don't remember who it was. I was too busy being engaged in the conversation, listening, but talking about inconsistent finishes and stuff, and especially coming out from T3. So when we're looking at a team that was so strong yesterday, well, then I think that gives a lot of hope for them today.
Absolutely. I mean, we've talked about this time and time again. T3 is a team that has always been either on the cusp, make it into loser side, but this time they get to enjoy the glory of the winner side. That doesn't mean, though, that it's going to come easily, especially when you have a team like T-Gang, who yesterday was showing a very, very dominant performance in their bracket run. So when it comes to these teams, what is a Pokemon other than Suicune that you are expected to see that you think is going to maybe shift the meta of this game?
Ooh, all right. Gonna put me on the spot right away. Let's test Sierra out to see how much she's learned. I mean, I'm looking at both of these teams and kind of a couple of the Pokemon that they'll lean towards. Specifically, when you're looking at T-Gang, someone that was called out was Ducky. We're looking at Pokemon like Mamoswine, looking at Evident, and that kind of can overlap a little bit with what Pure has. And I think, too, that could be really interesting to see those Pokemon. I'm not the biggest Evident person, but Mamoswine, I think, is a Pokemon that is a lot of fun and really interesting to watch. So I'm kind of keeping an eye out there, because I don't want to say, like, one of the normal, like, oh, let's look out for a Zeraora, and let's look out for all these, like, super, like, other powerful speedsters that got buffed. Like, those... We know those answers. Those are always exciting to watch.
Absolutely. And I love that comparison that you brought up, Ducky and Pure, because both of these players are very much the kind of like the cornerstone, if you think about it. Like, maybe they don't get the biggest praise, they don't get the biggest damage, but we saw it yesterday how Ducky was able to kind of pull, being able to defend. And this was a big conversation between both of these teams in terms of similarities. Their attackers were always receiving little damage because their defenders did what they do best. They defended, and it's time for us to spin the wheel and defend over here as we're getting right into the draft. T-Gang versus T3. Blissey, Leafeon are the first bans we're seeing, which, to be fair, I think is pretty common.
Yes, I'm sad because Leafeon's also on that list of Pokemon that I want to see, but Leafeon was doing absolute damage to some of these teams yesterday, so I'm not necessarily the most surprised by that. Getting rid of the Zeraora as well, I think is really nice, especially too when you're having this first pick. You can get like very, very powerful options, and it'll be Suicune, the first to go, the first Pokemon that we highlighted on our ones to watch.
Absolutely. And of course, we talked about it. If Suicune is available, they're going to take it. But just as equally, Talonflame and the Little Duck Psyduck are still available. Finishing up the bans with Zeraora and Absol really eliminates kind of like the big three speedsters. But Talonflame is still a very powerhouse type Pokemon. And I like what T3 is doing, bringing in the Zeraora, or yes, the Zeraora not being available. Zeraora. We're gonna need a counter because I do this a lot where I mix up the two Pokemon, but Zoroark Comfey for the side of T3.
It's the Z Pokemon that are both so powerful. On the other side, Mamoswine was highlighted. Ducky will go ahead and claim that for himself. We're just ripping through this draft stage. We're so ready. We're so locked and loaded. Just one final pick here, but the Mamoswine and the Mimikyu are for the side of T-Gang, but also Cinderace. Okay.
Definitely not on my bingo card because the only other person that I know that plays this Pokemon is Overlord. So to see Cinderace, there's actually a little bit here to this. I love that Ducky picked up the Mamoswine. Mimikyu, still a stellar Pokemon. It has not been banned. So to be able to still see it makes my heart just sing. We see Zealot. We've seen what Zealot can do with the Garchomp, but we've also been able to see what they do with the Zacian. Just so powerful and pure. I mean, Pure and Snorlax go together like peanut butter and jelly. These two belong together. But more importantly, the Cinderace, it is one of those Pokemon that in the recent patch did receive some scaling defense penetration. So the damage it's going to be able to output is actually going to be really, really good. And I cannot wait to see how Cinderace plays right into the action here on the beautiful skies of Thea's Sky Ruins. Sarah, I don't know about you, of how you like to start your day, but for me, a nice tall cup of Pokemon Unite on the beautiful Thea's Sky Ruins is where I want to be.
Yeah, that and a bowl of cereal, and you're set to go. I think that's the perfect morning. As I say that, as it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon for me already, but it's fine. I like a big heaping of winner semifinals for lunch, you know, but I think this one should be really exciting. To touch back a little bit on the draft before we fully hop into this, obviously some great options coming up from both of these teams as we head into it here. But sometimes we can see teams that truly just win this draft stage. Is there a team in particular that kind of stands out, or do you think we have kind of an even footing ahead?
I think we have a kind of even footing ahead, especially when it comes to both of these teams. But I feel like a Cowboy presence because T3's on your purple side, TI Gang on your orange side, and Pure is already causing pure chaos as they were trying to invade the central area, and successful no less.
I can't believe that Spraggles flew all the way back just to be here to introduce this game. That is crazy. A little bit of aggression towards that central area and towards the top side as well. Zacian gets away more than safe, but already T-Gang putting a lot of pressure on this upper path.
I love seeing the Cinderace pressure. That's the key to Cinderace, being able to create that space where the best way to play Cinderace is that outer circle when you're doing your auto attacks. You don't want to be in the middle of engaging, and that's what they're going to try to do. Meanwhile, Anon is already setting themselves up because, as we know, Zorik has such a powerful fight. They already moved up Sobi, though, who's also going to be part of this mix, though Slow Smoke does go down. No KOs are exchanged, but meanwhile, Pure has been holding down the fort the best they can on the bottom path.
I might see a KO sooner rather than... Okay, Zork's going to be joining. A lot of damage is being taken, though, from Pure. You're talking about... Oh, Pure will actually be the first one. Get that KO. I was a little bit worried about the health. You know Snorlax is so tanky, but that'll be the first one of the match here, as I was waiting for this aggression to finally go a little wayside. We've gotten to see so much little pokes and prods, but no KOs as of yet. But great little engage there along the bottom path.
Absolutely, especially when Anon is a part of this, especially once they're able to get it going. They're going to be doing lots of damage, as we do see Blueberry able to get a big KO. The Whirlpool from Sobi just barely doesn't hit Blueberry. Going to be able to get a good stack, good damage. Unfortunately, Sobi is trying to just kind of hold the fort down. Suicune, especially once it's level 7, is going to have a lot more power, and it's going to be able to kind of slow the pace down, stun the enemy team. But right now, TI Gang and T3 both looking very similar, not only in levels, but also just pace of game.
Yeah, T-Gang the only one to really get some points up until this point. But, you know, only a measly 45, 3 minutes in the match. I think it's fine. A little engage, though. A push on forward. This Zork non is getting aggressive. But it's T-Gang, again, finding the upper hand into this fight and pushing on forward as T3 forced to retreat just a little bit. We'll go back for the birds, but there's another KO along that bog path we didn't get to see. You talked about the Suicune, and, well, the fact he'll do a lot more at level 7, but kind of getting picked on a little bit at that level 6 mark.
Talonflame has been able to pick away and get the KOs that they need. Meanwhile, Anon is looking for another objective. Great split push here by TI Gang, though, or that they have Reggie still available to them, but Anon able to swoop in like a bird and a hawk of themselves, be able to get the secure. Good capture on their part, and now they're trying to converge onto the bottom path, tier 1.
Takes a little bit, but sure enough, we'll get the objective. We'll get to push forward and finally get our first points of the match. Not only that, just break the T1 goal. So great response from T3. It was kind of back and forth between these two, but TI Gang always kind of finding that upper hand, always being able to finish off these KOs, but T3 putting themselves right back into it with that. Top objective is still up. Regieleki, there's a lot of Pokemon in the vicinity circling. T-Gang especially, quite a few for them stacked up along this goal, but it's going to be T3 to make the first move.
Does T3 have their Unite moves? We do see a Sacred Sword coming out. A Shadow Sneak does land, and they try to go back in. The Flame with Me does land on Zacian. Anon tries to pivot, looking at the Regieleki, but the Psyduck has the side kick move, and poor Anon was unable to move. Pyroballs are flying out of the Cinderace. What an engagement. Anon was unable to move. T-Gang just said reverse Uno card, slapped it on the table, and now Regieleki is making its way downtown, uptown, to funk you up into the tier 1 of T3.
And T3 the first to make the move on the Regieleki, T the first to really make a move onto this other team. And I feel a little cheeky. It's looking a little bit at that central area. Just, you know, you gotta give respect. T3 forced to just kind of back up. And now we're gonna get a moment to kind of breathe a little bit as we head this 5-minute mark and both teams kind of just go back to normal things. It's Regieleki slowly but surely getting burst down. Tiang not really looking to follow up. The KOs that they took in that engagement, those levels, was quite enough.
I think T-Gang has something up their sleeve that we're unaware about. Though, as we do see the viral bicycle kick, the flaming bicycle kick come out of Cinderace. But I wanted to talk about that, just the way Clash was able to use the Psychic to grab onto Anon, to pull them in, and then you had Ducky with the Ice Fang, and the damage that comes out of Pyro Ball from this is outstanding as Sora goes in using its Unite move, followed up by Pure and just an engagement. You know, T-Gang put up the call and T3 answered that call saying, "What's up, Danger? Don't be a stranger," as they have just locked and loaded. And all of a sudden, 220, 174, T3, T-Gang, both of these teams, it feels like one takes a left hook and the other takes a right. A left hook, right hook, and Zealot trying to get out of danger.
One Pokemon, their middle name is Danger. The other trying to escape it. Moving along to this bottom side path. Zealot gonna go ahead and start hitting down this Regirock. But of course, T-Gang, they are circling. Circling's not gonna be enough though. This Zoroark Anon has just been electric in this point of the match. Those KOs before, a shutdown is absolutely huge though at that point, and no electricity is really being able to counter this T-Gang once this full team is together and really truly able to push back.
Right now, Clash and this Mimikyu have been kind of working together, and now a big dunk is going to come into the top goal tier 1, and this Regieleki might be taken for the low price of $3.99 as nobody was able to be there. 1 minute remains, so you got to imagine that this could be a big moment for T-Gang if they decide to try to walk this Regieleki in, but it looks like they're going to back off and save the resources for another battle.
I mean, that battle 50 seconds away from it, of course, the Rayquaza, that's going to be a big one, especially when these score lines are absolutely so close. Even without a secure, if you can get the upper hand in the fight and be able to score just a little bit, that could be your way to winning such a close game. But once we looked at these battles, when we have seen these teams fight full force, it's T-Gang that's been on the upper hand a majority of them. This Talonflame, level 14, this Cinderace that I wasn't really expecting at this 13. 2 Pokemon that can make big waves, big potential here in about 17, 16, 15 seconds.
15 seconds before the first objective, the most major objective known as Rayquaza. But if they are able to, Clash and Ducky can make a lot happen for the team. We saw before, if they capture Anon, it is all over. Pure did use the Heavy Slam to try to fish out and see who's where, get vision for your team, as Cinderace is looking to try to get on the bottom side of the bottom path.
I love the call out on Anon here. Of course, when we do see the comp view, we get to see that Tie-Dye is helping Anon out as best as he can, but I think that's going to be a big thing for T-Gang. If they can catch this Zoroark out, it can be absolutely huge. It's going to be Snorlax the first to push on forward. Of course, Pure, that's going to be the first Unite popped, and that's going to be the sustain, as T-Gang can't break through that at all, and they cannot get past that Snorlax wall. So the rest of T3 on the other side, stay safe, push forward from Talonflame. That's going to be the freeze. Talonflame barely gets out, but the slimmest of margins for this team. I think those first to get the KO is going to be first to get this full upper hand as a minute remains.
1 minute remains, but we saw Anon go in for a big KO on Cinderace, so they don't have that. There goes the Mamoswine. Right now, Zoroark is on a tear with Solby. The Little Duck Clash is still there. Mimikyu is still available on the back lines, but it does look like they might be going for it. They found Clash. They froze Mimikyu. Mimikyu unleashes the play with me. Mimikyu trying to stay alive. It's just a little duck and a dream right now, and that little duck's dream was just popped into an infinity and beyond as T3 Zealot able to get the secure. You know what time it is. It is come on and slam. Welcome to the AOS Jam, because those points are going into the goal.
The secured Zealot, but MVP, especially for the beginning of the fight, has to go to Anon. I mean, it was so close from these two teams. These health bars are so marginal. But in the end, Anon paving a huge way. These goals all taken down. You're in the other team's goal. The timer ticks. I feel like this one is quite clear. But what an electric battle, all coming down to that final minute, that final fight.
That Rayquaza fight, it felt like there was like two fights, right? Like there was like the opening engagement. We saw Pure proc their Unite move as they took a big old power nap in the center. And then we saw that they kind of had to rearrange themselves. But the big point of engagement was when Talonflame swooped on in. Sobi was able to catch them in a freeze, and then Anon completely popped off. But looking at this, we saw no big number of KOs from one Pokemon to another. But I definitely have to give props to Sobi to have that reaction time to catch Blueberry in a freeze, and then that allowed Anon to just kind of pop off from there. They were able to get good KOs. Tie-Dye, though, the underrated hero, able to provide shields for the team. And as we're looking at it, it was a pretty close match up until the end.
It was so close in terms of the points, but when you're looking at the KOs, I mean, T-Gang was one that was finding the upper hand in so many of those early engagements, but T3, they didn't let that dissuade them at all going on forward, and then being able to really scale up to take the final fight, the most important one of all, was just absolutely huge. And I called out that Anon getting those first couple of picks in that final fight was so close, but even across the board, there was a lot of just great teamwork here. I mean, Sobi as well. I mean, the Suicune is something we highlighted and going to be leading the charge with that damage. And I think things like those freezes, especially finding that Talonflame, was so key in that final fight.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it in the pre-show. Suicune? It's pretty sweet, if you ask me, the way it's been able to kind of provide for a team. But let's look back at like these early engagements, and this was a big one that I talked about. The Surf into the Psychic, into the Surf, into the Ice Fang. Anon had nothing available to them. But lucky for them, they were able to prevail on top as they tried as hard as they could. But T-Gang, very smart, and I feel like that's what T-Gang was trying to do when it came to that Rayquaza fight. The problem is, mission did not go as planned.
Nah, just a little difficult. I think, again, some of those health bars were just so low, and not being able to finally secure those KOs, and T3 doing a really good job at backing up and then re-engaging, being able to pick out those members of T-Gang was just really, really done. And some of those scuffles, especially along the top side, maybe a little bit more in T-Gangs, but like T3, these objectives they pick up along the way, etc., like they did a good job, even though it looked as like a smidge down at some points. They were never out, just kind of biding their time a little.
Biding their time, they did. And look at that. Did you see that last part of Zoroark? How it flew over the wall to do massive amounts of damage to that Talonflame, just to kind of send it to the Pokemon Center saying, okay, let's wrap this up. Show's over. And show was indeed over when the little duck had a dream, unable to succeed, but a great job by T3 showing up, and that is why they belong here in the winners finals. And just like that, they are going back for more. And I mean, Sarah, are you even surprised at this point? Suicune is not allowed to this birthday party, along with 3 major speedsters. Talonflame is still available.
Yeah, I just want to watch some fun Suicune gameplay on my Sunday afternoon. What is this? No, for real, those freezes, how much impact it had in those fights was absolutely huge. The rest of the bands make a lot of sense. First pick, though, for T-Gang, that's going to be the Blissey.
Blissey is a very powerful support, and they might have a plan. One of the best Unite moves still in the game, Bliss Assistance, being able to not only help your team absorb a lot of the damage that you would have taken. Blissey all around is still good, especially in this very crowd control heavy meta. You know, Safeguard just quite literally makes anybody safe. It does look, though, like T3, they're going to go with something similar, as they already have picked up the Snorlax. and they have a Nun once again on the Zoroark. Umbreon is a good counter, though, to any speedster.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this Umbreon, this is one that when you're looking at the speedster meta, you can just put in so much work. Pikachu coming out for Sobi, though. I love these Pokemon where I get those flashbacks at it. Pikachu is definitely one of them.
I mean, it's funny that Sobi went with Pikachu. It is very annoying to deal with right now, and I do enjoy it personally, but I also understand that there are Pokemon still available, like Miraidon, but Pikachu recently gaining those buffs to the Volt Tackle makes it so it gets a little bit, kind of like a mini version of an X-Speed after it uses it, to have a little bit more safety. Bit's gonna be taking away the Garchomp, which we do know Zealot is a masterclass at. Meanwhile, Urshifu is gonna be the last pick, and Zealot picking up another speedster. So we have double speedster. Shout out to Husky. She might not be the biggest fan, but she is the biggest fan of the cat. She's also the best cat. I mean, I'm legally obliged to say she is the best one because it's only facts. And if you think you're better, you're wrong. I'm sorry to tell you that. I'm sorry to break the news. I should have held your hand before I broke that news.
It's actually written in our contracts that every single time we see a Meowscarada, that has to be mentioned.
Yeah.
So,
Husky is the best. Meowscarada. Yeah, it's the first line, actually, of our contract.
Line.
Yeah.
They make you double check. You have to sign next to it.
Oh, it's at the
They're
bottom,
really
too.
making yeah, it's absolutely everywhere. But bringing it back to this match, I think what's so interesting for me is T3, when you look at this comp, you look at the Zoroark, it was something that we got to see a lot of work from, especially in those later parts of the fight. And even if we didn't get to see the most impact early on from it, since it was, you know, other side like T-Gang that really got to get more advantages in those fights, it can definitely off it a lot of pressure early. So I'm interested to see if we can see a little bit more chaos from that earlier on.
I mean, the Meowscarada is chaos. It is Evil Kitty if it needs to be. But let's get into this. Yeehaw! Whoa, where did that come from? That sounded familiar. But we have T-Gang and T3. T3 on your orange side and T-Gang on your purple side. Man, I really need to get that cough check. Something's up in my chest there. Don't know what it is, though.
You know what? I love and respect the sides being called out. As someone who mixed up the sides yesterday, makes me feel great about what we're about to see in this. I'm still so excited for the Pikachu. It's getting aggressive there as your little Landshark just kind of milling about here. Gonna be joined by the Urshifu as well. So really make sure as we're going for this experience that T-Gang can be a little bit more aggressive here, and poor Pikachu, goodbye.
Wow, they sent the whole squad down here to make that push, and as we might have noticed, that is a rapid strike Urshifu. Very interesting play by T-Gang to send all 5 members down here to make a big expansive push. And look at the way this water bear rapid strike Urshifu has been able to just dominate and tear through health bars.
Absolutely terrifying. It does that in Pokemon video game as well. This is true to lore. There's a health bar and it's about to be depleted when you get to see this Urshifu. And this is a lot different of a pace than we got to see in the first game. We didn't get to see the most scoring for quite a bit, but now both teams really just being able to dunk as much as possible.
I mean, T-Gang has been just scoring, getting those goals, getting those stacks. Bits, though, being able to push that away as a goodbye, as these central birds are going to be coming up in a little bit. Looking at how things have gone right now, T-Gang has come out a lot more aggressive, but T3 needs to be able to answer that with a response of their own.
100%. So I'm excited to see where that response comes from. Just these little scorings consistently. The T-Gang kind of just roaming the central area, see if anyone can get caught out, and a Zoroark along the top path kind of looked like a good option for half a second, but of course, Comfey gonna help keep the non-safe here, and we do have the rest of the squad around as well, as we get to see that Meowscarada now a little push forward, but just a little bit too late. Talonflame will finally find its mark and knock goes down.
That was a beautiful combination, and this is what T-Gang's able to do. Did you see how Dougie was able to use the Snarl as a non-creeped in, then used the foul play to reposition them, which then allowed Blueberry to dive on in, and this is what they did in game 1. Even though it's a different composition, as a big old Brave Bird lands on the Stolby, they were able to use these Pokemon in combination, kind of like in tandem with each other, and create combos out of their own to kind of keep Zoroark contained and be able to take down the biggest threat.
And that contain is so important, especially when the Zoroark is the 2-in-1 Pokemon. Objective spawning, the Regis along each path. We're just gonna split them up. Not gonna be any major fights kind of going around there. So we'll take the objectives, we'll get out, and we'll continue the fight another day as we're kind of finally getting a little bit of a moment of calm as Pure, oh, he wants to go test his luck.
Pure is testing his luck indeed, and Anon is there to answer the backup call as they were able to zip, zap, swipe. Zoroark, a very good job of doing this. Tie-Dye, though, dropping the slow smoke, and Anon might be looking for more. And look at this combination. Pure, when they are locked in, this is what they're able to do. The way they used the combo of block. So Anon was able to dash in, get behind Pure, go back in. They were always safe. And if you needed some extra insurance, you added some tie-dye, added 2 around them with confetti.
You know what's more annoying than Zoroark? Zoroark that you absolutely cannot touch. That was so good of a job with that shield. But now, Snorlax no longer has that for the moment. And this is where T-Gang can really just press on the go button. Gotta make sure that Snorlax gets punished for all of its crimes. And Talonflame doing the absolute most. Of course, Zoroark, once it does get along here, it's a little late to the fight, but at least it can claim final 2-0s, and that's the chase on. Talonflame tries to escape, but an absolutely no-go. Can we get the 4 for 4? Yes, we can. So that's a big, hey, you want to try and bully along this bottom lane, you're going to live to regret it. Great response here coming out from Anon.
Anon did not only defend that goal, they then went out and said, I'm sorry, did you think I was just going to defend it? No, 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 no. I was going to get a 4 for 4, a 4-piece nugget meal for myself, because I'm not the boy who cried wolf. I am the wolf. I'm the one who knocks. I am the danger. The question is, will T-Gang be able to answer that call in response?
Oh, back with the block and a little push forward. That's a Talonflame that is completely isolated, and a huge damage dealer in this fight is gone. And this is where T3 can really start to push on forward even more. The bounce in. The Zoroark, sure, the health bars are low on the other side, and that is going to secure after secured. No chance for T-Gang in that. And I love how T3 have been playing together for this. They keep pushing on forward. It's not good enough. Just these KOs. There's a goal ahead. This just looks so clean.
There was a hidden MVP and all of that, and her name is Sobi. I don't know if y'all saw that, but the way she threw the Electro Ball to get the secure on the Reggie, then Volt tackled immediately as the ball is still flying to be able to keep Urshifu from moving, and then that little stun of Volt tackle to the Talonflame. Sobi out here just out showing why they deserve to be on this team and why they are such a good player. As Bits is going to take this time to get the Regieleki. The question is, will T-Gang try to push this in? We've seen the defense that T3's been able to put up. So I am hoping nothing but the best right now for T3 to show up that defense.
This is going to be a fight that pushing on forward, they're going to have to win. They did so good in these fights in that first game, but it's been a T3 that's been so good at this response in this one. And Meowscarada, the first one to open up this fight is T-Gang. That aggression, it's not going to go anywhere. KO's on the side of T3. It's a T-Gang that have to retreat. And even if the score line for this is really close, only 2 points apart, T3, all of these fights has just looked so strong. And when we have this Rayquaza coming up in about 50 seconds, I think that's going to be dangerous, especially too if you can be catching individuals out now. The bottom path isn't safe either. T-Gang, another KO taken on their side. And Non is just farming out here.
Anon is farming, making the Pokemon Center very busy today. Lots of patients coming in. But the way Anon is almost to level 15, it almost feels like T3 gained like an extra boost of power. They got a buff when they won game 1. This bottom objective was not a Registeel, which would have been the most optimal one. It is still going to add a little bit more EXP, but Zealot also right behind them. I mean, you have Pure. The defender of the squad is level 13. I wanted to point that out as the engagement's already starting, Tara.
I mean, at this point, you have Pure, who has always been there to back you up. You can go ahead, get a little aggression, and this Snorlax is going to have your back. And I love that buy for the territory. Garchomp tries to come in, get a little bit of this ground back, and instantly eliminated. T3 was nowhere near the central area as the timer was ticking down, but once they entered, they really made their presence known. And it's just a chase down from there. T-Gang has been split up, and they're being torn apart. We don't even have to fully go for the raid at this point. We can just wipe this team, get this done safely. But oh my goodness, these Pokemon isolated one by one. There's another one falling. Now, all that's left, well, Bits and then the Rayquaza.
Wow, just a great job by T3. Look at Pure. All that's left, Anon is going to go in. They're going to leave the rest of Zealot and Sobi. They want to take Anon down. Bliss Assistance finally does land, but it might not even matter at this point as the Zealot able to get the secure. It is Duncan time. Anon went in with the insurance, and the way they're juking Blueberry, they made it personal now. Try to get a big KO. Scores are going in. There is 1 minute remaining. We do see Bits gonna try to unleash their Unite move, and Pure decides to take a big old power nap. 2 members are already down. This bird is in danger, but right now T3 is looking on top as they might need to bust out the brooms because they're going for a 2-0 sweep.
And this is the point where you sit down, you have your bucket of popcorn, you sit back and enjoy the masterclass that is T3, and them just getting all their rightfully deserved KOs at the end of this. Pat a little stats. Hey, you know, that's bound to happen as well once you're in, you know, the other area's goal. But yeah, this was just so amazing. That was early command from a T3 that in that first game was kind of losing the fights. And then the second one, really having an upper hand on those. Anon that was an active so earlier on. I mean, at T-Gang, when I look at where this started to go wrong, well, Anon with the coffee, that's the first place. It's just absolutely brutal.
Zora Comfey is dangerous, but I think a big moment there was Bits engaged a little too early. Like there was that point where Zorak went in, Anon went in, but then quickly escaped behind Pure. And then there was a moment where Bits just decided, I'm gonna engage. Nobody else was there, and from there on out it felt like almost like, have you ever seen like a line of ants going to an anthill and maybe it starts raining or something falls on them and they kind of disperse? And that's unfortunately what happened with T-Gang. They kind of got disoriented of their positioning, and T3 took full advantage of that. On top of that, you had Pure, and then you had the Zora go in, not as a rip to Ray to try to capture it, but as a distraction, because they knew that I am the biggest threat. They have been trying to take me down. I'm gonna be in the central area. Meanwhile, Zealot has my back along with Sobi, and they're gonna take this Ray.
Another really big part of this match, and why Anon was able to get away with, well, just robbery at some point, was Pure and this Snorlax. At any point, Anon was just so safe to go for engages that could be considered a little greedy at some points, right? But you have the support of the Comfey. Tie-Dye did such a great job. And then you have Pure that instantly had your back. The second you push, Pure is there. You either block or you're just there to really put on the pressure. And Anon could always get away safely. And if there was the opening for a KO, well, then Anon could take it. If there wasn't, well, then we get away. And it's just a cautionary tale of what can happen next time. And I absolutely love this. The fact that you're able to isolate these Pokemon time and time again. The caster cliche, the time and time again. But it's so true for this one. T3 did such a good job at really being able to isolate and then pick apart. And you can see T-Gang, they're running into the block, they're ready to shield. There's nothing there for them. And that even just goes to that final big fight, the dispersing. They were always just put out of position by this pressure that T3 had. It was just beautiful.
It was just like a snowball, and it was just it was everlasting. And this was a big moment that we talked about. The wolf was unleashed. Anon was not going to take that. They took that defense personally and said, I'm sorry. Did I stutter? No, because you went into my goal zone. I'm not going to let that happen. Not for the low price of free 99. Absolutely not. And right here, this was the moment. Sobi captures it, then use the Volt Tackle immediately. So Sobi is just so good at the placement of all of the attackers that they play. And look, they captured the Talonflame. Those were the two big moments that I was talking about that Sobi did.
I'm glad that we got that in the replay package, because when there's a Zoroark that's just taking these KOs, I think it's a little easy for the other members of the team and those little moments to really just be overshadowed. But everyone really just had such a great step up, and those lightning decisions coming up from Sobi to really have those big impact moments, even if they can kind of be missed at first, I think is just really, really good. So the 2-0, I think it was just so deserved from the side of T3. Like, they just played amazing, and if that's how they're going to be playing, I mean, oh, just the sky's the limit. Like, genuinely, that was amazing to watch.
Absolutely. It was a great show, and this also does mean that T3 have punched their way into winners finals, one step closer to grand finals. One set might be done, but don't go anywhere. Go refill up your popcorn, grab another drink, because we have some more amazing Pokemon Unite action after this little break. And welcome back to the UNITE Championship Series March Cup Finals. I be one of your casters today, Zero In on Alex, but I am not alone. I am here with the lovely and admirable Sierra Dawn. Sierra, we have already gone through one set. One team, T3, has punched their way to winners. Now we get to see Standing on Business versus Team YT. What are you expecting to see from either of these teams?
Going into this, I just hope we get a 3-game set. I mean, it's definitely exhilarating when you get those 2-0s and you get to see a team just like, oh wow, this is so deserved. But I'm really hoping, especially going to lowers, that we really get to see these teams fight with every little ounce that they have. So I don't know, expectations is more so is I am buckled in and ready for a great fight ahead.
I mean, when it comes to Team YT, we got to see them quite a bit in the open quals, and we saw how good they were. They had a pretty good and interesting team composition, which I'm hoping they bring today, but they've also are known to kind of play things that we normally don't see in competitive play as often. That being said, you've seen some of the Pokemon that have been banned. Are we expected to see very much similar bans? Maybe something different? Maybe a little extraordinary?
No, I feel like it's kind of just par for the course, right? There's a list of like the Pokemon that are like the most likely to be banned, and it's what you're most scared of or what you think you'd be going up against. I mean, like Pokemon like the Suicune, it's like you either are ready to go up against it, you're planning to pick it, or just ban it out. Psyduck is something we got to see in the last series, but that's actually going to be the first ban, and followed up, well, there's a Suicune ban. That's, yeah, sounds about right.
Sounds about right. Also, I want to correct myself because I said Standing on Business. No, it is OJ, the Orange Juicers, who are going to be going up against Team YT.
Who let you have the keys to the convertible? What's going on, man?
Well, they gave the keys to Kyle, and then Kyle threw them at me, and I dropped them. So clearly, I'm dropping the keys, the ball, everything going up.
You're doing wonderfully.
You know what? You're doing wonderfully. You're breathtaking, as Inteleon is also banned. That 100% is a targeted ban because Inteleon, while it does a lot of damage, is an absolute stun to Flareons, because Flareons, if not the best, easily in the top 3 best Inteleons in North America. So that is a targeted ban. Kratos very comfortable on the Leafeon. Fui very comfortable on Speedsters, taking up the Zeraora. Got that one right. Said it right this time. While Russ is going to be picking up the Umbreon and OG on a very comfy pick on the Zacian.
I love the Leafeon pick. I love the pressure you can output with this Pokemon, and you're talking about Pokemon that get these KO streaks. That is top of the list for me. And this amount of impact that Snorlax had in that last match, it's one of those Pokemon that's been able to have a lot more just impact recently too. I mean, it's a Pokemon that been kind of up and down when you look at the past, but it's block. Like, there's so much great utility to this Pokemon. Double Ice type from TYT. I will say, on the list of Pokemon that I didn't fully expect today, and by fully expect I mean not at all, it was kind of the Alolan Ninetales. I figured we were just kind of in a point where there's a lot of stronger Pokemon or things that could kind of just do its job better, but going for that Ninetales with the Mamoswine.
I like it. That double ice path is something that gets used very frequently, at least on Rank Ladder. And so said Sam. This is the thing I was looking forward to the most. Gardevoir is one of those Pokemon that is hit or miss when it comes to competitive play. And so far, it has done really well in the hands of So Sad Sam. This is one of their ace up their sleeves. But Roland and Flareon's both Pokemon on Sableye and Miraidon. Sableye, once again, a Pokemon that in the hands of Roland is really, really powerful. They're going to invade, they're going to slow the game down, and more importantly, Zugrug and Flareons are going to be working in tandem together. That way Flareons is able to get the damage out. If Flareons has 1 or 2 Pokemon that are absolutely dominant, it's Miraidon and Inteleon, and YT took one of those away.
Looking at these 2 drafts in total, specifically looking at the Gardevoir. Gardevoir was a Pokemon that you had talked about yesterday getting picked up, and it was kind of a signature pick of someone in that once you have a skilled Gardevoir trainer, well, only just the sky's the limit. So I'm excited to see that come out. But yeah, getting into those lower quarters, this is going to be intense. You're talking about no mistakes made at this point forward. This is where the pressure truly is on. You don't get a second chance.
Nope, not at all. If you are in the losers quarters, one of these teams is going to be going home. Orange Juicers did make their way to the losers bracket, but they want to crawl themselves out of here. So let's get into it. Orange Juicers versus Team YT. Kratos on the Leafeon going to be heading to the central area, going to become a Leafeon. Meanwhile, for the side of Team YT, it seems like they're going to be sending Sam over there, as we do see a little bit of engagement here in this ice path, which is going to allow them to kind of slow the game down to a freeze.
Talking about the pressure over there, I am looking at Orlin already. You have no business over there. What are you trying to do? Talking about the invade, you're talking about the pressure being on, and that's definitely where you get to see a little bit of one, as fully when you're looking at this mini-map, Orange Juicers, maybe in lane they're being a little respectful, but in that central area, not at all. But at least Team YT can kind of free up a little bit of that pressure more so along this top path.
Doing a great job, OG staying on the Gaussian, trying to take down Fleet. Fleet's trying to get out, but they might be able to get a good quick KO, big KO, and Kratos comes out of nowhere with rolling it to boot. OG's very low. Akilo is looking for that knockout. Meanwhile, look at the way OJ have kept OG surviving. What the dog doing? I will tell you what they're doing. They are thriving and vibing.
Oh, what a little pinch coming out along that top path. We got to see so much pressure throughout that central area, still some experience, and just a little loop-de-loop, a little bit of a collapse there. So great way to be starting off this lower quarters, really just show what these teams are about. This poor little Swinub will be able to get away, but the Snorlax and Miraidon putting a lot of pressure onto that little Pokemon. At least you have the Ninetales to try and help keep it a little bit safe as we're on the adventure for the big bad mammal swine. But yeah, with another Pokemon joining along that bot path, that's where things could get a little bit more aggressive. As along the top, well, Leafeon. Whew, all right, let's get it started.
Kratos said it's party time. It is go time, and they were locked in. They might be going after Sam themselves, and Kratos is gonna have an opportunity to get those stacks, and they don't want to be careful though. They do have their Unite move though. They already are level 8, meaning they're putting on their little cowboy boots here. They're gonna take a 2-step to the left, 2-step to the right, and that Emerald 2-step is gonna do one massive amount of damage to one Pokemon.
Another way that this Orange Juicers that has just been so aggressive can apply even more pressure onto Team YT. You catch one Pokemon out, oh, it's going to be absolutely cooked. You don't even, I was going to say you don't even need the Leafeon to do that, but Leafeon will still get the secure there. Kratos will get that secure, but a team affair over along that bot path. At least while the bot path isn't been going as well, you can see along the top, we are getting some scoring opportunities for Team YT, but it's still just not nearly the same as what Orange Juicers has been able to accomplish. And now Kratos along this bot path, Regice is up, and nobody's even in the vicinity. It's all about this top path right now.
For Team YT, they need to get this, because the thing about Orange Juicers is they love to get ahead in scoring. That has been their strategy. We have a big engagement though. Team YT able to completely decimate the OG. OG was the only really member up here trying to make things happen. Snorlax on Zugra as well. Fui though, the Unite move coming out from Flareon's, able to get a big KO, and Akilo is also going to need to back away. Rolling it, throws out their Unite move. Lewis might be living on a sliver, able to escape, and Roland just being a little gremlin trying to finish this off. Lewis has been surviving and thriving. We saw the Emerald 2-step come out, and now the points are going in as OJ continues to bring the scores.
I love this fight. Backup arrives. Well, it's not going to go well at all. Kratos, more KOs on the board before finally being shut down, but a lot of damage done. In this fight, though, ooh, that Umbreon, Akilio is going to put in absolute work there. It's not enough to help the other members of the team, but now we got a dash and run away. This ain't your home, little buddy. What are you doing all the way over there?
Roland was hit with a plasma gale at face because they said, this is not your house. Get out my house. And they were kicked out with a plasma gale. I don't know if you would use a Unite move for that, but I think
Why
Flea
not?
was trying to send a message to Orange Juicers.
Loud and clear. You're not welcome here. That's about it. But still, we're just in the business of fighting over here. Snorlax, I mean, you can be as low as you want, and Team YT get caught up on that. It's not going to go well, and they're going to be ditching that. Instead, there is a Leafeon on the prowl. Not going to be enough to try and secure that, but at least we'll get rid of that Sableye. And another message then.
Another message sent, and Flareon's is going to be poking away at this Reggie Ice again. Will we see the triple ice? We might see them today, as Kratos is going to head on down to bottom again. It does seem that Orange Juicers have been prioritizing the Reg Ice more than any other thing. Meanwhile, Team YT does look like they have a full team frontal assault OG, trying to pick up any little bit of Aeos, because again, the Intrepid Sword passive ability for Zacian needs Aeos, along with Flareon's also needing Aeos for their electric terrain.
Ooh, this Regieleki, Team YT trying to help push it in, but this Zacian doing so good on the fight and pushing back Team YT so low on that Umbreon, and DYT will be able to do a little bit of damage, but once you've got this full Orange Juicers at capacity, even if KOs are traded across the board, it's still going to be an Orange Juicers with the chase and the secure. Such low health bars. Umbreon's still on the journey across the Sky Ruins, but it's a tough one. Tough life.
It is a very tough life, as Roland has just been, well, to put it to his name, rolling. They've been rolling through the enemy team.
They have not stopped.
They have not stopped. They're rolling, and they have been scoring. And the way Roland's used the Sableye is very much a setup Pokemon. We saw the way they caught Zeraora, confused it. Then you saw Zugrug with the heavy slam, and then boom, you get Kratos to get the finishing touches. It is such a good squad that Roland really plays this Pokemon to perfection as a setup for the rest of the team.
Well, even a nuisance in every other part of the game too. You have those early central area invades. It's all up in like DYT's zone and area and everything else. So then attention always having to go to that. Well, you can make impact in other places in the map. Oh, a lot of damage was done on the side of Team YT, but a little bit maybe of an overstep. Sure, the health bars are low, but still be able to get a KO there and back up almost safely as Orange Juicers. They don't want to let this go away for free. There has to be some sort of punishment for what went down, but not finding the window for it at all.
Something that we were unable to see throughout that time, it took Roland. He actually emptied his pockets to add more points to their total. 223 to YT's 81. This is the position OJ always wants to be in. They want to be ahead of you in points. That way you are forced to make the move, and then they counteract you when you have Kratos. And look at Roland, already the sneaky little gremlin trying to get behind enemy lines.
Final stretch, 2 minutes left. The Rayquaza is up, and as you called out, Orange Juicers a significant point lead. So the pressure on Team YT to try and get this Rayquaza, and one position along the right side. If they can be catching out these members of Orange Juicer, though, that is going to be huge. But this is where we get to see the Unite moves popped, and TYT has been so good with these fights. They're not the only one with a little fight in them, so sure, they'll get the first KO, but not really pushing back towards that. It's a little bit weird. They'll maybe try and see if they can catch out a member by themselves, but that still isn't enough. Kratos with a shutdown there, and as we're getting to about a minute left in the match, again, Team YT, when do they press on the go button? Because if you're running out of time, even if you secure that Ray, it might not even be enough.
And that is the big key. Roland, it did go down for the side of OJ, and then Kratos able to get a big KO. Akilo and Lewis trying to defend and taking on Zugrug. Zugrug uses the eject button to go into the power nap, being able to survive and push this team back. Nobody is actually looking at this, and look at Flareon using the charge beam as Zugrug sets up the wall, and then OG comes out of nowhere. Big scores coming on the tier 2 gold zone. 355 to 81 right now. It is all Orange Juicer. So sad Sam runs into it, and a big Unite move coming out from Flareon. Put on a show, you're going to the dance. Well, that was last night. They went to prom. That being said, though, 27 seconds remaining, and YT waves the white flag.
I mean, Orange Juicers, such a good job in that pressure that we talked about Team YT needing in those last 2 minutes. And it was Orange Juicers that had that all the way. They didn't sit back passive and wait for Team YT to come to them, even though that's something they totally could have done. They could have just taken positioning, had Team YT to push to them. But instead, as soon as Team YT gets aggressive in the fight, they put that pressure back on, get a KO, and then just kept pushing them away. There was so much noise and distraction along that bot path that you see then Kratos get a huge score along the top path and really just lock Team YT out of the fight. And the longer these fights went on, even if there wasn't always KO secured, it just brings down the clock. It brings down the time to where Team YT left with absolutely no option. So this, hey, score early, constantly keep up this pressure, and hey, maybe even score late. Pressure from Orange Juicers was just really, really nice. Ray was in the picture for maybe half a second when there was a fight around there, and then it was just completely forgotten, and Team YT had no chance to get back in this match.
No, and look at the graph. We saw it done well. They were just, and that's Orange Juicers. In a nutshell, they try to get ahead of you. They do it successfully. They force you to play into their arena. And from there, you are in their domain. Great job by Zugrug tanking so much damage for the squad, and Kratos so masterful. We saw Fui try to jump on them in the late game, and Kratos dodged around the wild charge, used their Emerald 2-step, went dancing, and was able to get the KO. And honestly, the big shift in power happened when we saw Rolling go down first. But then equally, OG caught Russ on the Mamoswine, and then they didn't have their defender. So Team YT was forced to kind of play the waiting game. But even early on, Team YT was trying to pull out an OJ strategy by trying to be very aggressive with points early on.
What I think was just so well done by Orange Juicers is that, like, this control over the entire map. You see that, hey, Roland is just absolutely everywhere. And yeah, sometimes maybe a little overextending, you give up your life, but you also had 2 members on you as you take advantage. Even when there's this fight over in the top, Team YT trying to get some points back, well, then it's an Orange Juicer along the bot path that are constantly getting these bottom objectives and being able to secure extra experience, every other great bonus there. And then when you get this later fight going on in this match, well, this is also where we get to see, like, not this later fight, sorry. There's another later fight. There's a lot of bot fast fights along that side, but even just, like, later fights, well, one thing is happening, Orange Juicers always have someone somewhere else to really be able to capitalize on all this control of this map, and I think that was just really, really beautifully played. And Team YT, you can't disrespect the fight going alongside the bot path, but then there's, oh, well, Alephion or Sableye that are just running around getting points elsewhere, and there's nothing you can do about it. You have no response.
They didn't have a response, and Orange Juicers was the key, and they were able to subdue Team YT. They had no entrance, and once all members were just taken down, and shout out to Flareons, not only for that last minute KOs, but let's not forget, in that game alone, they dropped 100k damage. Can they do it again? Because now Team YT is on the first pick side. They banned out the Inteleon the first time around because they didn't want to give it to Flareons. The question is, will they take it away again? Or will Flareons be given a chance to play one of his trusty Pokemon? Because now, do you ban them right on? No, they decide to take Roland away with the little gremlin, which, to be fair, is pretty valid.
Yeah, I mean, just the amount of the nuisance that Roland was throughout that, I think that's completely fair. And you know what? A direct target definitely has its place. It's going to be Blissey for the first pick going on this one. Is Team YT try to find a winning draft here to bring them into a game 3. Again, this is lower orders, but going on the other side, a question that I had going into this draft was, is there going to be a response to the Leafeon? And there definitely isn't going to be one in terms of either the band or pick it up themselves. So where else are we going to see a counter to what Kratos was able to provide? Because I think that was a huge problem Pokemon.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult. Well, Inteleon is on the table. and they are taking it for themselves. But you're right, Kratos is one of those players that is really hard to subdue, and he was very smart for Orange Juicers to take away the one thing that, and I'm using the word loosely here, was able to contain Kratos in Umbreon. It's the only thing that was able to slow them down. At this point, for the most part, Kratos is going to have free reign to run around, do damage, and I'm sorry, I paused there because, listen, I've watched a lot of Pokemon Unite in my days, but typically, you don't want to play Decidueye when you're going up against the Leafeon, but, and here's the secret sauce that we were kind of talking about, and I hope it ends up on broadcast. Sierra, you and I saw this. Razor Leaf, Decidueye.
We did in fact see that. It was funny because the discussion too was this a miss? What's going on over here? And then we got to see work actually come out. So the fact that it's not just a once with the Decidueye, but we get to see it again today. All right. My attention is grabbed.
My attention is very much grabbed right now. Don't get me wrong. Zugrug playing on the Trevenant and Roland picking up Hoopa. Just all of Orange Juicer's plays are great. I also love the fact that, you know, we have once again Flareons on the Miraidon. But the moment I saw the Decidueye, and I mean this wholeheartedly, it's almost like I paused. My brain could not fathom, are we going to see Razor Leaf Decidueye again? And if so, how many more times are we going to see it in the rank ladder if we're able to see it? And again, I said this at the beginning. I didn't want to tease it too much, but I did say they play things a little unorthodox. We saw the Gardevoir before. No Gardevoir this time. But Decidueye, how do you not go Spirit Shackle for the long range? Do you really go? I mean, they have the Blissey.
I mean, is it cooking or overcooking at this point? Because, again, this is lowers. You lose, and you're down one in the set. You lose one, it's all over. So it all comes down to this. Bring it out to the Decidueye. Whether it is spicy Decidueye or normal original Decidueye, I still think being able to see this pick and see it at this point is just absolutely fantastic. I love, too, what we get to see from Orange Juicers. Sure, the Sableye is, you know, banned out. But you know what's also really annoying? It's a well-played Hoopa. And Roland right away pushing on forward.
A well-played Hoopa with a nice little top hat, as Akilo was kind of predicting that was going to happen. So they went in and we're going to jump on Roland trying to stay alive. But they do get taken out. Great job by Team YT to assume where they were going with this and kind of prevent it. Because again, the thing about Decidueye is it tends to be a Pokemon that needs scaling. As a Dartrix, it's not really good, as Kratos is hunting down Lewis, trying to get the damage off, and they went for the KO. They ignored Russ completely.
Hey, yeah, Leafeon, you can get up and just farm these levels right away, get the Unite move on sooner rather than later, especially with the impact that Leafeon and Kratos had in this first match. I just think that's so well done with that aggression there. But at least if you're giving up a little bit of momentum along the bot, you got to be retaking that along the top. And Blissey going to be putting in that work. And Hoopa, Roland, Worthy backing up a little bit as well. So this is where we can start to see that score and points equalize just a little bit. Because again, a couple of different win things coming out from Team YT, but not letting Orange Juicers get too much of a lead, especially if you can't fully contest for Array, is got to be on your mind for this.
Absolutely. OG just kind of setting themselves up, and it was unfortunate that they were trying to take the portal back home, and Kratos gonna try to take down Sam. They know what's coming, and they're trying to prevent it. And look at Roland, able to save Kratos in the nick of time, but Kratos is going back. They said, I didn't hear no bell. They want to go for more, as Kratos able to get 3 KOs, and Roland gonna send them to a one-way trip back home to safety.
They really just said, yeah, we're bringing the smoke over here. You told us to get out of your central area. We're going to be back full force. And I brought friends this time, too. And this Leafeon already just such a menace. It's, yeah, unbelievable. Great early momentum from Orange Juicers. And the attempt at shutting it down just not really going well for Team YT. At this point, Yeah, get a couple levels of your own. Try and get, this Inteleon online sooner rather than later. Try and combat a little bit. But yeah, great stuff so far from Orange Juicers.
Something interesting that I just noticed as we are getting confirmation of the Decidueye Razor Leaf. Kratos tried to go in and they ejected out of it. So sad. Sam is in fact playing Razor Leaf Decidueye. But something that I noticed is that Flareon's is not playing Charge Beam on the Miraidon. They're actually playing the more speedster-like ability known as Electro Drift. So they're going to be able to zoom around and do damage, probably to try to get Pokemon like Inteleon, like Decidueye. Little do they know, though, that this Decidueye is Razor Leaf. So you were right. We're getting the spicy Cajun version of Decidueye today.
Love a little spice in my Unite games. I'm all about it. Switch it up just a little bit. Inteleon instantly just going to be deleted by that Miraidon. A little bit of scuffle along the bottom here. Leafeon again going to be first the opening up KO in this engagement, but Team YT are going to have a good response. He's starting it off and push back. But just for a moment, we're going to go back, we're going to regroup, and Orange Juicer is going to hit full force onto Team YT that are now the ones being forced to back up. Kratos going to get aggressive, though, and that aggression is going to go a little bit wayside as this Decidueye, the spicy little thick, spicy little Razor Leaf, is not going to be good for one, but two.
Wow, OG able to get the secure, but 3 KOs from Razor Leaf Decidueye. More importantly, the way that Fui was able to dodge that as though they predicted OG to go in. What an amazing Bliss assistance. OG, what a master class is going on here. But the way Fui dodged the Emerald two-step is they were in the Wild Charge animation attached to Kratos. So they were able to avoid all damage, live, and just the way that right now Aquilo was able to use that Bliss assistance on the jump coming out of OG. Absolutely stunning that right now YT is doing.
MVP, most valuable Blissey over along that bottom path. Little support along the top. Russ trying to push back Orange Juicers is going to succeed. I mean, the Snorlax, he's stinky, he's bulky. It's not just a quick KO and get out. So Orange Juicer is not going to be messing with that for right now. As Regieleki along the top, we've seen a lot of objectives kind of just go without too much of a contest. But it looks like both teams are going to be pushing forward on this one. Hyperspace Fury as well. Orange Juicers looking for the damage as well and a push Team YT completely back away. But Team YT want to get right into the mix. Regieleki is safe for now, but it's not going to be the members, and Orange Juicers definitely not safe either, as it's going to be not one but two different Pokemon on this team side of Team YT to pick up 2 apiece. Decidueye again with the 2-piece gets Regieleki. What can't this Decidueye do? What can't Sam do?
I don't know about you, Sierra, but I might need some help picking my jaw off of the floor, because right now this Razor Leaf Decidueye is absolutely cooking the damage that's coming out of them, and each time Fui is like dodging this, and more importantly, that is now twice that we've seen the Decidueye wait for Kratos to use the Emerald two-step and they eject away to safety. All of a sudden, things are looking really good for Team YT. They're starting to win more and more team fights, and Kratos is trying to be at the helm to slow them down any which way possible as Flareon unleashes their Unite move to deal some heavy amounts of damage to try to regain control and try to capture this Registeel.
We're in the family business of just fighting it out right now, and it's been scuffle after scuffle. And along this bot side, it's going to be one that doesn't go Orange Juicer's way. You get to see OG kind of circling around, look at potential, maybe a little secure, but Russ has done a good job of kind of isolating and pushing back, and Inteleon will be able to secure that Registeel once and for all. So something for Team YT to push forward just a little bit more about.
Wow, just great scores are going in here. They do see the Snorlax trying to make a move here. Fui was trying to score a little bit as much as they could, but here comes the Wild Charge along with the Spark, and this is going to be a big overcap. That is quick math. That is 43 over dunks in the goal. This is a big damage. OJ still keeping their lead, which is what they try to keep at all times, but all of a sudden, Team YT is a lot closer in game number 2 against OJ.
And that is also going to be key when we're less than 30 seconds until Rayquaza. Remember, game 1, we didn't get to see the secure. This is where Orange Juicers kind of got to push Team YT around, I'm going to say a lot bit. But now this is going to be something that both teams have to take a lot more seriously. Of course, you can just go for the good old points, but it looks like we're anticipating a big fight, and it's time to start getting in position.
And this is where things get very scary because we've seen it before. Granted, OJ is really good about positioning, but we saw it yesterday when a team was not in the central area trying to grab the Rayquaza. We saw So Sad Sam, and Sam is already going to be going in. They get the Hoopa on bound form, and Sam is avoiding all damage. Knock, Unite move going to be coming on out. Damage is being pushed. 3 members of the Juicers are already down. And here we go. Lewis props their Unite move, and we see already as the Felicity is able to get the secure. I'm sorry, Inteleon who? Decidueye who? It is the MVP that Sierra dropped. It is the most valuable blessing.
And this is where we can see the score. So a scoreline that was so close before. Erase that from your memory. I mean, that Hoopa right away going into this fight. Roland pops the Unite move, Hyperspace Fury, and what happens? Decidueye happened. Dude, from there, it was just an absolute collapse of Orange Juicers. So a minute left in this fight, but already almost a 300-point lead from Team YT. And with the winning hand in a lot of these fights, especially when you get the full force of the team, I think we're just going to have a sad next 40 seconds here.
Maybe. I know OJ probably doesn't want to give it up, but once they see Fui and they see a Kilo, they're just going to add to the total, and they might be putting in the work. Again, when you're talking about a 500-point deficit, it is almost impossible. If there was still a minute, maybe, but at this point, Russ is just going to stand there and take it. Team YT living on a prayer, living on a Razor Leaf Decidueye, which for the longest of times is a Pokemon that was just frowned upon in terms of its moveset. But So Sad Sam is making Razor Decidueye look pretty sharp.
That is a statement of a match here for game number 2 to take us into a game 3 coming out from Team YT, especially once we got into those later team fights. It was just so one-sided, just so purple-sided. It was crazy to see, and how much pressure they put on was incredible. And we're so focused on this Decidueye too and the impact. We didn't really even got to talk about Fui, who also just the Zeraora. You get to see 2 KOs from the Decidueye. The Zeraora is matching that. These two just paving such a way in these team fights. And then Aquilo, I mean, let's see best secure in the game by the way that Aquilo plays it. Absolutely no doubt. It's just so good with the support. I think this was just such a well-rounded, complete team. You get a little bit of spice. You get that full body flavor. Like, this was just great.
It was absolutely well done, because even then, even though we talked about what Fui was able to do, we were able to talk about what, you know, the Decidueye was able to do, and 89k damage from Razor Leaf Decidueye is nothing to snuff at, but it never felt like they could actually catch Sam. I mean, Sam in total only took 22k damage when, again, they didn't have the range, but because of Blissey, they took some damage. Russ took a lot of that damage, but Fui was able to scale, get the damage off. Let's not forget the build that Fui had. They had Muscle Band, Razor Claw, and the Focus Band, but the reason they were able to do so much damage is they were holding on to the X attack. They never needed to get their stacks. They had a little extra survivability, and with quickness on that wild charge and proccing that X attack, it dealt major damage with no real punishment.
I'm just even looking at this early game, and Orange Juicers kind of just going back to, hey, we're going to play aggressive. I mean, we have this absolutely crazy Leafeon and Kratos that just popped off this game 1. They're going ahead and invading the central area. They put on this pressure, but as soon as we got those levels and experience from Team YT, which we'll get sooner rather than later, like this Inteleon, this Decidueye, this work that was able to be put in and no counter from Orange Juicers, that early game just seems like a long lost memory at that point. So I'm really looking at where they switch it up in that game too, because yeah, the early seemed fine, but once we got into these later team fights, just I mean, Decidueye just lighting up the KO board.
Look at the way they were dodging. The Team YT was firing on all cylinders. They knew what the threats were in Leafeon's Emerald 2-step, and they ejected it every single time. Kratos trying to get a good KO, unable to do so, and you just had Blissey kind of being the secondary wall helper, whatever, especially when it comes to helping hand. It does more damage, increases your attack speed, and right here you see that nobody can reach. They tried, but the Bliss assistance also lands, and then you just see a totem of Decidueye, and they were being chased out because 3 members of the Juicers were already gone. And when you have great secure like Blissey, well, you thought I was gonna say Inteleon? No, Inteleon can't secure. Blissey's obviously the best
Blissey,
secure in the game. I mean, and look, they hurt us because we talked about how best secure Blissey is. They immediately put it on the ban board. So disrespectful.
Yeah, they absolutely did not want to mess with that Blissey anymore. So get rid of it. And on the other end, it's going to be the Psyduck, and it's going to be that Sableye. So this is going to lead the way for quite a powerful pick for the first one, but even more potential of a terrifying duo for Team YT.
This is going to look really good because all the speedsters other than Zeraora have come to play, and they're going to be taking away one of the key pieces, being Leafeon, away from Kratos. Kratos does have Talonflame in his back pocket. It is a Pokemon that he knows very, very well if he decides to go with it, but I'm interested to see what all-arounder and OG is going to go with the comfort pick of the Zacian, while Hoopa is going to be locked down for rolling it, leaving Inteleon still in the wings.
I'm curious about Roland in this game number 3, because Roland had such a huge impact in this game number 1, and we didn't really get to see that, also in due to the part that Team YT was able to shut him down so efficiently. We didn't really get to see as much of it in that game 2, as much as I'm a huge fan of some great Hoopa gameplay. So there has to be some little differences once we get into the server to kind of switch that up, but there has to be an idea there for bringing it back out.
I'm not gonna lie, there was a moment there where, unfortunately, Galarian Rapidash is not a great Pokemon, but there was a little bit of hope that was gonna be like, Kratos, what are you doing? Because once I see Galarian Rapidash, all I can do is sing Pink Pony Club. That's exactly what the cast would be from there on out. I wouldn't actually be calling the game. I'd just be singing and making a lot of viewers' ears bleed. As Zugrug gonna go with a defender we don't see often much anymore. You had so many other defenders still available, but Zugrug locking in the Lapras. Wow, we're seeing Pokemon that we didn't expect, and Sam is not going to be taking Razor Leaf to Decidueye. They are going to go back to one of their most trusted Pokemon in the Gardevoir. Wow, what a little bit of a head scratcher for me on the Lapras.
Yeah, I have a Google Doc of all the Pokemon that I thought we'd see today, and I hide the tabs of any Pokemon that I really did not expect, and Lapras was maybe one of the first Pokemon that I hid the tab of. I was absolutely not expecting it today. I thought it was just a little hover, a little fun, but all right, I gotta figure out how to unhide a tab on Google Doc and kind of learn up about Lapras a little bit more.
But more importantly, as we were coming to the end of that, we saw that they are going to be using the special attack specs. I think I saw the Resonant Guard and a Focus Band, so they're going to be a little bit more bulky. And again, when you look at this, they're going to try to be soaking up damage from the Inteleon, who's going to be hitting from a long way. Is Lapras going to be the key secret sauce that they need to make something happen? Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? But I guess we will find out as we get into Game 3. Orange Juicers on your purple side, Team YT on your orange side. Absol's going to be an absolute menace in the central area. See what I did there? Well, Flea's going to have a little bit of help in a kilo into the central area for Team YT.
See if this composition, see if this Lapras is enough to give them a Lapras Express ticket. See what I did there? All right, perfect. Into the next stage of competition.
I love puns, okay? Puns are my, like, it's over at that point.
All right, well then this is dangerous. If one of us just makes a bad joke and the other loses it, I think this is going to be a dangerous day for us. But hey, I'm here for this. I think the biggest thing, reflecting a little bit more on this Lapras, that I really like for this pick coming out from Orange Juicers is in that first game, they did such a good job at this displacement in Team YT and making sure they weren't comfortable. Being able to do that in these later fights or even early on, I think is just fantastic. And that's when we really got to see Orange Juicers sign. So I'm excited for that. Already early engagement. That's going to be a lot of shaking things up and an Absol with an easy 2 KOs. So love the energy out of the gate.
Well, out of the gate, they came out swinging from the gates. Orange Juicers is upset, and they are coming with a vengeance as though OG does get taken out, and Zugrug's in a little bit of danger. They get taken out by Fui. Lewis trying to just kind of scout things out, but early on, both of these teams, the key to Orange Juicers' victory is going to be slowing down Fui on that Leafeon, especially with Suicune and Lapras, who both have some stun abilities to them. This might be their key pieces that they want to do. Flareon's is already level 5 with the birds about to vastly approach into the central area.
I love that you talk about all these different ways to stun and kind of just slow down Team YT. And I think when you have these powerful Pokemon, that's going to be so huge. Birds are there, and the KOs are soon to follow. Snorlax the first to go down, but Leafeon not slowed down, at least at this point. He's taking a lot of damage and trying to run away on the top as the scuffle continues along the path. So this is just going to be KOs, a little bit traded on both sides. But Lapras already stepping up majorly at this point in the match.
They have been showing up. Zugrug, no EXP share. They're going full damage range. No EXP share other than their defender, or no, other than Roland, who's been on their support player, their Hoopa. OG kind of holding the fort down by them lonesome, but they do have a little bit of backup, and Kratos as a big engagement comes. Birds of a feather flock together. Nobody from Team YT wants to fully commit, as already we use their Emerald 2-step, so they do not have their Unite move available for this engagement.
I mean, you even talked about the impact that just dodging the move, button out, or anything else, the waste the moves had, and where Leafeon can really start to fall a little flat in those fights. But a little bit of shuffle now along the spot path. Registeel is here, and we're no longer leaving these objectives just down to one team. We're going to be fighting. The Orange Juicers are more so circling around, trying to find this window of opportunity, maybe even try for a steal. But this is where Russ is going to get a little bit aggressive and try and slow them down from that. And Team YT, well, it's going to be Sam and, you know, we be able to back up on the KOs, and that Snorlax just gave a great way for the rest of the team to take advantage, and Orange Juicers just a little late on the remaining rest of the team to join in.
And Kratos was able to get the secure, and Zugrug took the first ticket out on the Lapras Express to try to make it their way downtown, and now they're pushing Zugrug, able to get into the hyperspace on the sliver of health. Great defense by Team YT, though, to not allow any more points to go in their way. So far, 4 minutes into the game, and it's very low scoring, Sierra.
It really is, and I said a little late to the fight, apparently just in time to make sure we can equalize as much as we can, but it's fine, it's there. But yeah, this is quite unprecedented for what we've gotten to see, especially too. Team YT hasn't necessarily gotten to score too much in the games, but Orange Juicers, when we talk about that play style and stacking up as much points as possible to really put that pressure on the opponent once we get to the requisite, to that 2 minutes, is huge. But they haven't been allowed to score those points either, because Team YT has done a great job at kind of equalizing that pressure, not losing members. But maybe that's about to change, as a little bit of an overstep maybe. Orange Juicers are going to absolutely collapse. You talk about Pokemon that can pack a punch, Absol to pave the way, and Zacian is going to be the cleanup crew there. That is going to be a clean swipe there, and we're finally going to get some points in.
Wow, what an absolute terror that is Orange Juicers, like a sleeping giant just awoken from an angry nap. The way they were able to just throw everything but the... No, you know what they included? The kitchen sink. They threw every Unite move in the book, and Team YT crumbled at the hands of Kratos. Kratos is level 13, almost halfway through the game, Sierra. This Absol is going to put on a clinic. And on top of all of that, they were also able to get the Reggie Alecki, which allowed them to score 190-7, means they are leading in points. And Zugrug has stacks to do damage and survivability.
To an extent. We survived a lot longer than maybe expected, but when there's still a whole team collapsed on you. But you know, we'll give up one and we're gonna gain a lot more in that fight. That's gonna be then Orange Juicers just absolutely going Hyperspace Fury and deal a lot of damage, and that's gonna be a great way for absolutely the rest of the team to be able to just push back. So this has just looked super good. We're getting to almost 200 points now. Orange Juicers, we get to see them get to roam a lot more now. You can even see Zugrug along this top path, comes back, gets some points. Orange Juicers, this looks like their old selves.
This is terrifying. I don't know about you, but I'm getting this like angry-ish vibe, like a little upsetty spaghetti. I'm not rolling. I'm not gonna call out that you put the hyperspace hole where nobody could reach it. Nobody saw that except me. I will not talk to you about that later. That being said, though, Flareon's has been putting on quite a show. They're able to catch Lewis, and you're right. OJ is looking like OJ in game one. Hyper aggressive, being ahead in scores, being everywhere and anywhere all at once, especially because the Hoopa has been able to transport them up, down, left, right. And this is the OJ way. 207-7. If I can do quick math, maybe carry the one. That is a 200-point exact ahead that they have against Team YT. This is the position that OJ always wants to be in. They want to be ahead of the points, scale up, and when you have OG at level 13 and Kratos at 14, you are dealing with massive amounts of damage.
It's very scary doing live math on broadcast. I'm proud of you. That was some good quick math over there. But going back to the Sableye, I'm not the Sableye, sorry. The other, you know, thing that Roland can play here, the Hoopa. I already feel like we've gotten to see a lot more impact from this Hoopa and from Roland than we got to see in this game 2. Game 2, it was such a good shutdown from Team YT, but now we really get to see Roland and the rest of the team just kind of adventure and take this control, and that has led them with such a big lead that now Team YT, 200 away, final stretch. Rayquaza is here, and maybe a big fight ahead, and look at that, Kratos getting active.
That is a big KO, because as a reminder, Sierra, one team is going home. This is loser quarters. There is no fight for another day, as we do see the power nap finally being unleashed from Snorlax, trying to keep them away, but the hyperspace hole fury has been unleashed. Damage is going to be caught here. Lewis has already unlocked their Unite move. This is just sure spy vision, and it looks like somebody's going for it. We see the fairy singularity coming out, and it might have gone to the side of Team YT. Are we seeing an upset right now? They have shield. They need to go score. Kratos is not going to allow them to move that much further, but it is Team YT that's able to secure the Rayquaza.
That is absolutely huge. Orange Juicers not fully just taking the fight to Team YT, but instead to the Ray. We are absolutely tied. A minute left, but of course Team YT maybe in a good spot. They're able to end goals now, and looking at the top two, this Queen managing to get some points in. Now 45 seconds left. Can Orange Juicers get access to one of these goals? If they can team wipe here, that way could be a way in, but we're running out of time.
Running out of time and running out of resources. Kratos, their biggest damage dealer, is down for another 8 seconds. It's up to the rest of the team to make miracles happen. But we do see 247 to 247. They just need any little bit more. OG's trying to score 11. They're trying to find a moment to squeeze it in, and he's able to do it. And OG has done it. OG able to squeeze in a couple more points. 11 and another 12. Orange Juicers are staying alive.
There's all the eggs in that basket. It was a tied score, and Team YT go on the defense. Orange Juicers on the offense. And the gamble pays off. They get the stacks in, and Team YT, when it was down to just seconds left in the match, and they put every little bit of energy onto those goals to make sure Orange Juicers couldn't get in. They had nobody available. Orange Juicers didn't even defend their goals at that point. They threw everything at Team YT, and it works out. What a crazy resolution to this match. A full best-of-3 series, and what a way to keep yourself alive here in this tournament. I cannot believe what we just saw. That was absolutely crazy.
My heart is racing right now to what we just witnessed. Listen, I'm no cool kid, but the best way I can describe what we just saw, absolute cinema, because at the buzzer to get those points in, the way that Flareons was at the tip of the goal to score that 20 to tie the game, and then OG found a crevice where nobody was poking at them. They got the shield from the agility when they powered it up just so they could squeeze in that 11 and then another 6 on top to be able to eliminate Team YT, and Orange Juicers is moving on. I don't want to take any credibility away from Team YT though, because things were not looking good, but wow, what a finish.
I mean, you say not looking good, but being able to get in to this central area, to be able to go for that Rayquaza at the end and be able to get it. I mean, they, even if things maybe didn't look the greatest earlier on, they found themselves a ticket to a potential win here. But you talk about Orange Juicers that like to build up this lead, and they built up just enough that when it got down to the wire, they just were a couple points away. The fact too that it just seems so scripted, because Team YT managed to score to put it at just like 207 apiece, to then put them just 40 ahead, then Orange Juicers instantly back with 40 to then put it tied again. It was just absolutely crazy. Orange Juicers, like, I feel like even looking at this Rayquaza, this got a little scary. They like to sometimes just push into the other team, really push them out, and maybe thought that they had enough of this positioning here to where Team YT was just totally zoned out. They go to burst down this Ray, and that gives this window of opportunity for Team YT to get right back into it. So that was a little bit scary, but they did such a good job in bouncing back from that moment, and that's what you need in these fights.
That was a thing they needed, and they made it work. This is the moment nobody was paying attention, and we saw the Fairy Singularity. And pay attention to OG. He charges it up. He has his Intrepid sword. He's looking for a crevice, has a shield, and then right there, nobody is paying attention to him. He has the shield and dunks the winning bucket. I don't know about you, Sierra, and I might be dating myself here, but Pokemon Unite is the best version of reality TV. When it comes to competitive play, nothing beats it. It's absolute cinema, and I am still, my jaw's still on the floor. I might need help picking it up.
It is a pretty good reality show. I think maybe Survivor is up there on the list too. I don't know, but that's fine. We can go make a reality show tier list over here, as it is going to be time for a break for everyone to pick your jaws up. Get ready. A lot more great Unite action on the way. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, Pokemon UNITE trainers, North America March Cup Finals. We have the other lower bracket quarterfinal on deck. It's going to be T-Gang versus Nemesis, and honestly, this is bound to be an incredible match for the ages. Thank you, Alex and Sierra, for taking those first 2 sets. I was on the edge of my seat, Husky. That was some masterful plays there by Orange Juicers. By the skin of their teeth, able to clutch out a victory in game number 3. Husky, welcome back. How are you feeling? Are you ready for these 2 squads?
I'm so ready. I'm hoping that we get just as exciting of a set as we just watched, because we were backstage like literally screaming. What an insane last game for Orange Juicers to pull that one out. I am so excited to see what these next 2 teams have in store.
Let's take a look at the current bracket as it stands right now. We've obviously seen a few games here on stream. There's a couple things that happened off stream. So I'm going to take a look at the bracket here. Let's see where we're at. Lower bracket quarterfinals, as we said, T-Gang and Nemesis on deck. Winner of this match is going to take on the Orange Juicers, who we just saw win an incredible match against Team YT. Orange Juicers got there by taking down Unique Coaching. Nemesis got here by taking down Nemesis. Both of those sets went to game 3. Winners side, we have Standing on Business and T3 up there, but let's not delay this any further. We got game number 1 action draft already on deck. Talonflame, Blissey, Leafeon, and Zeraora all not allowed to play this match.
These teams have been excited sitting here waiting for their chance on broadcast, so they are ready to get right into it. Not surprising to see Suicune grabbed first. I mean, when you let that thing through, usually you're going to see it first pick. 96% of the time we have seen this Pokemon either get picked or banned, Kyle.
It's been a menace when it has been allowed. I believe it's like something like 70% of the matches it's been banned. For T-Gang, we're going to see Blueberry grab that Absol, which we saw them play a ton yesterday. Clash taking the Psyduck, another Pokemon that's been often banned today.
Yeah, Psyduck, another one of those supporters that is not your traditional healing support that we are used to seeing, but the meta has shifted much more in favor of these harasser supports, and with something like Surf that can push Pokemon around, that Suicune and that Inteleon might have a little bit more trouble getting up into the front line that T-Gang puts together. And also, Blueberry, notable Absol player, so giving them that Pokemon, I'm sure they're feeling very, very comfortable with this draft so far.
Other notable players on comfort picks, Relics on the Inteleon. Formerly Yeet fans, so you may have seen their name here and there in previous seasons. This season, they are Relics. On the opposite side, T-Gang grabbing the Zoro Comfey. Right now, Comfey sitting on Ducky, their normal defender player.
Yeah, I mean, with the Goal Hacker as well, it's an interesting item that we don't often see, but the Zoroark Comfey is just a combination that we tend to see with double speedster compositions, because it just makes whatever Pokemon it's sitting on so much more broken. So seeing that picked here is definitely not surprising, but rounding it out here, Bit's going with that Cinderace pick, so a very squishy, damage-focused composition for T-Gang, and the complete opposite on Nemesis. That is a very tanky comp for them.
Very indeed. I do kind of like this Cinderace pick in that gutter position. We did see a little bit of a buff to Cinderace. It wasn't fully known at the time, but now we have information about that defense penetration stat that's been added to Cinderace. It seems like teams are starting to favor it.
Yeah, and notably, look at the Psyduck items and the Cinderace items. We have 2 anti-healing items on T-Gang, so they're trying to counter a little bit of the fact that they are squishy and Nemesis is tanky, with the opportunity to prevent some of the healing, because, I mean, I imagine we will be seeing Umbreon running Wish here, and that just helps them with a little bit more damage onto those Pokemon, despite the healing that they have.
The stage is set. Theia Sky Ruins is the field of choice. Nemesis, T-Gang, lower bracket quarterfinal. It is a best of 3, and this is going to be game number 1. Winner will be moving on to the lower bracket semifinal to face Orange Juicers. Loser, well, they're going to be done for March. I'm going to have to hope to grab a win in This is going to be game one. Let's see Nemesis going to be going on your bottom side, taking that Suicune and Slope.
Surprisingly enough, we are not seeing Snorlax make it into this match, neither picked nor banned. Instead, Nemesis has decided to go for the Slowbro in their main defender slot. Very, very solid, especially into a double speedster, because toward the end of the match, if we can hit that slow beam on one of those speedsters, or even the Cinderace, that basically confirms a KO on those Pokemon if your team is there, so it takes a huge threat out of the fight immediately.
Looked like Nemesis was able to grab some wild Pokemon XP on the T-Gang side of the map. However, they lose the focus ban in process. A lot of damage coming from the Cinderace. Looking to now grab this in DD. Looks like it went over once again to Nemesis, so XP in their favor.
Yeah, so far 4 points have gone in for Nemesis. Somebody got a little bit of a stack in there. I imagine Buzzwole is running that attack weight, making sure that they are getting some stacks. 10 points going in for Zoroark as well. Definitely making sure that they are not getting caught out, though. No aggression really on either side just yet, but here comes these 850 birds.
3-on-3 up to the top path. Nemesis coming out a little bit ahead. Eject button burned by Nemesis. T-Gang gonna lick their wounds. Peel back to their own side of the map. Metallic, though, looking for an invade. Might be trying to contest the Zoroark, who's trying to take this red buff. Unable to do so. Comfey attaches the Zoroark. Metallic retreating back to their side.
Bold play there from Metallic to try to get into the central area. I imagine they didn't expect to see Zoroark there. They're probably looking for the little Score Bunny, because Score Bunny needs a lot of experience to really get online. And at level 4, it can't do too much yet. So if Metallic could have caught that Score Bunny, that could be huge for Nemesis to continue taking that early lead. But T-Gang, with those two speedsters, they want that early lead. And so far with the level 7 Zoroark, they are getting it.
Looking for the middle area push. However, looks like a lot of that XP is going to go over to T-Gang. Although, I do think Umbreon was able to take a little bit of it. Rex kind of being put in the fray in the middle of Zoroark. Now looking to push this top path, met by Absol. And the Zoroark, well, with that Comfey collar, the advantage T-Gang up top. In the bottom side, Suicune is pushing forward, throws out a Whirlpool. Metallic is able to grab Psyduck. Ducky is going to try to surf away. Statos, things alive. Are they going to be able to get away? These surfs are criminal as Zoroark now looking to take out Buzzwole. He does. Metallic down.
Wow, Ducky, absolutely criminal, but Zoroark is not finished yet. They want to go after that Suicune. They will get them, and then they get the Suicune and the Slowbro as well on the way out. Triple KO for that Zoroark, and they might be looking for more. No, Rex will be able to get away there, but I was about to say that this double speedster comp did not quite get the early game start that they may have wanted, and I am now eating my words because that is completely incorrect.
Broken the top path, leaving Nemesis to try to salvage something up here. Absol sees the Umbreon. Snipe shot a little bit wide. No, it does connect onto Blueberry. We have a Unite move from Zoroark. Inteleon does hit a snipe shot, but that's not enough. They are stunned by the Suicune. Registeel does go over to the side of T-Gang. Now they're going to look to try to push in. A nice stun from Suicune, but Comfey with a very clutch Unite move, saving the Zoroark.
Yeah, it's incredible. The speedsters are supposed to be the squishier Pokemon, but as soon as you throw the Comfey on them, pop that Unite move, Flowery Fields forever, and they are just healed completely back up to full. And right now, Nemesis does not have the levels to deal with it. Not a single Unite move on their side, and T-Gang wants to take advantage of that.
They're looking to push this Regieleki into the T2 goal. Cinderace uses the Unite move. Umbreon down. Absol using the Midnight Flash. Zoroark pushing 4. There's 4 members down for Nemesis. Regieleki likely walking in. That's an ace early on. Call him Cinder. That's a triple KO.
No way. Look at Regieleki still walking toward the base. I mean, it's not going to go in. Nemesis is going to be able to clear it off the map, but they were able to break that goal zone while the Regieleki was just hanging out in the corner over there. And another 5 points in for the Zoroark. This is a huge start for T-Gang. Nemesis already is trying to play for Rayquaza.
286-4, nearing the halfway mark. Oh, that's a big snipe shot from Relics. Takes out the Zoroark. This is just what the doctor ordered. Now the push is on. Metallic looking to go on in. Able to take out the Psyduck. Trying to find a home on Cinderace, but he's gobbled up once again. Inteleon just trying to do some damage from afar. Relics able to hit the snipe shots. Misses the Bell Stinger. Cinderace gets to safety.
Wow, what a push from Nemesis. This is where the double speedster comp falls off. This is exactly what I've been saying, where double speedsters are really great early, and then they tend to fall off a little bit in the late game, but Nemesis wants to start that late game a little bit early. These snipes from Relics are just huge. Another one connects there on top of Zorark, and this is coming from composure, and as I say this, of course, they just get immediately blown up and the fight rages on.
Oh my gosh, demonic psychic from Ducky to pull them into danger. That sends Nemesis scrambling back to the Pokemon Center. Points raining in, maximum overcap. It's gonna be 43 points and a Reggie Ice to boot for Tigay.
Nemesis just has to really consider what their win conditions are at this point. It's going to be really difficult for them to come back in this game, but if they can get a really solid pick, like Relics did with the snipe onto Zorark, especially in this endgame, they could really be in a good position. But Asmble already getting taken out again. The Cinderace just silently in the back line, raining in tons of damage while the Zorark does work in the front line, and Teleon down once again, Kyle.
Oh my gosh, Ducky Loco being true to name, going crazy on that Psyduck, pulling them in and out with those psychics. That has been what's propelled Tigay early on. 339, 105, 330 mark on the match. Another psychic from Ducky, looking to try to do a little bit more damage, but Absol pays for it. Zorark looking to find a KO, and Teleon finds a KO on Ducky. Zorark trying to escape, gets a double KO from Metallic, and Relics coming out ahead. 3 KOs there. Nemesis gets what they need.
Wow, T-Gang just pushed a little bit too far forward, and Nemesis really desperately needed that. They needed the experience, because when you KO a Pokemon that high above you in terms of level, you get so much more experience, and now Nemesis is basically on par with what T-Gang's levels are, minus the level 14 Cinderace, which I said it a second ago, but this Cinderace has been silently doing tons of damage and creeping up into level 14, and we're not even that close to Rayquaza yet. 2 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock, and T-Gang, it is their game to lose.
Alrighty, 2:45 on the clock. We have Zoroark looking for another KO here, but they're gonna peel back towards their own side of the map. We have another basement Reggie that is spawning down here. Looks like Nemesis is going to be in position, but right now, it is all Tigay. They are setting up early in this Rayquaza.
Oh, look at them as well. The Zorark, Comfey, and Cinderace are going to position, actually every single member of T-Gang going to position in the enemy central area. Giving up that basement Regice to Nemesis is a really smart play, because now they have the positioning and nobody on Nemesis knows where they are. Ducky has now been spotted, so now they know that somebody is in their central area, but Kyle, I don't think they know that every single member of Nemesis is waiting for them, and there they go.
There we go. Relics push back towards their own side of the map. Ducky is going to try to get on in there with a Psychic. Uh-oh, Nemesis found a KO on Zorark. No Unite move there. Cinderace now down.
No.
Nemesis on the offensive. Black on the Comfey trying to find a home, but it's just going to be all for naught. There's 4 members down for Tigay. Nemesis looking to go for the Rayquaza. Holding the snipe shot, looking for a secure. Blueberry into the fray, getting stunned out by the Surf. Oh, they find the snipe shot! It's all Nemesis! It always has been! Metallic takes the Rayquaza!
Oh my god, the plan backfired, Kyle! T-Gang, they had such a great plan waiting for an opportunity to jump on this Inteleon, but Relics knows what they're doing on this Pokemon, uses the perfect eject button, backs out of that situation, and then able to come back, KO every single member of T-Gang. And though it seemed like it was T-Gang's game to lose, Nemesis is still going to come out on top.
Alrighty. This is going to be tough there, and especially with more KOs being found from Nemesis. Now 4 members down once again. It looks like they are going to be propelled into a Game 1 victory here in your lower bracket quarterfinals. Incredible plays from Nemesis. Tigay, unfortunately, got their hands caught in the cookie jar, played a little too forward, little too close to the sun. They're going to have to come back here in Game 2.
It's an early cookie jar mention. I wasn't expecting it until at least season 3. Did you see who the slow beam went on in that last fight? I feel like so much broke out at once that I didn't even see the slow bro use their Unite move, but it went on somebody because they didn't have it shortly thereafter. But regardless, Nemesis, what an insane way to finish this game. Metallic not even going to bother scoring those extra points. They know they took this one home. 1-0 Nemesis.
Huge plays here for Nemesis. While they were kind of getting ganged up on in the early part of that match, they were able to find their composure, find some crucial KOs to get their levels back. Not only that, finding some points, finding it when it mattered, propelled by Relics. 12 KOs on this Inteleon. That guy did not miss a shot all match.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just kind of the benefit of, number one, being one of the best Inteleon players that I have ever seen play the game, but also maintaining composure, being calm, even though they were kind of getting stomped in that early game. It takes a lot of composure and micro ability to be able to hit snipe shots like that, and it doesn't help if you're a little tilted or worrying about the fact that you're being stomped, and Relics just made it look easy, honestly. Still continued to hit every single snipe, got picks where it mattered, and didn't let themselves get picked off in that end game. I mean, as an attacker, you expect your front line to be in front of you, and it ended up the opposite way, and they were still able to come out on top. Look at that damage as well, 84,000 damage, so much more than even the highest damage player on T-Gang.
Masterfully done there by Relics. I mean, that's when you think about an ace in the hole. That's Relics on the Inteleon. There's not many people that pilot that Pokemon better. It's looking really good early on. If I'm T-Gang, might think about banning it, but let's go ahead. Let's take a look at some of the replays of Game 1. Early on, found some big KOs here on that Zoroark, on that Absol.
Yeah, I mean, 3 speedsters were banned, and Nemesis didn't really have anything that dove. I guess Buzzwole was their kind of dive option, but it didn't really get much done, honestly. It was kind of just getting picked off and thrown around, and had some opportunities where you saw some of that CC come through, but especially in the early game where Buzzwole is supposed to shine, it was just getting ripped apart. So it was really up to T-Gang in terms of the dive, and it was really difficult for Nemesis to kind of hold them back, especially at these points of the game where you just see them continuing to rip through like this tanky team where you'd expect them to hang on a little more.
You really would, Nemesis, but that's the sign of a good team, right? They knew what their win condition was. They knew exactly how they needed to get back in this game. They knew it was going to be Rayquaza. They held on. They found the KOs when they need to. This was a huge turning point there. They found some big KOs, and this is that pivotal moment here. Cinderace getting a little caught too forward along with the rest of the squad. Comfey unable to find a new home, and that was it. Relics there took the bull by the horns, hit some big snipe shots. I believe they were able to close out this KO here with one on Absol, and
huge.
That's all they wrote, right? I mean, huge plays.
And I love this zoomed out version as well. Like, you get to see so much of the fights. Like, sometimes fights break up over half the map, so these replays, it's really cool to be able to get to see that. Great job, production. But anyway, we are into game number 2. Nemesis is going to be on the purple side once again, so they will be getting first pick.
Yeah, first bans too, right? So we have Talonflame, Blissey, Leafeon, and Zeraora all taken out of this match. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Husky, that was the exact same bans we saw here in game number 1. So we'll see if they're going to change anything from the game 1. First pick, Suicune previously. Rex currently hovering the Snorlax, but they're just going to say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Or Reach taking the Suicune.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see the Suicune picked up again. I mean, it's such a safe first pick, but I also wouldn't be surprised to see T-Gang go with kind of the same strategy that they were last time, and they also do grab those first 2 picks once again. I wonder if we'll see the Zoroark Comfey, if Nemesis will try to switch anything up, or if they're just going to be like, okay, we'll trust, we'll go with it again. So far, that's what they're doing.
Pretty standard so far. Yeah, Ducky grabbing the Psyduck, had that last name Blueberry once again on the app. So we're seeing all the common threats, right? These are all Pokemon that we talked about either pregame or we saw a lot yesterday. Absol getting a ton of buffs with the defense penetration stat, so not surprised to see it here. But one of the speedsters that did not get defense penetration is that Zoroark, but it's still seeing a lot of play. 2 straight games here.
Yeah, and so far, again, the exact same composition. They don't want to change up too much over here on T-Gang. They believe they can win with this comp, and I honestly believe they can as well. I mean, it was really just that end game where their strategy just didn't quite work out. But if they took a fight from the Rayquaza central area and they didn't head to the enemy team central area, I mean, it's possible that they could have had it. But wow, on the opposite side, it looks like one little change has been made. We are seeing the Sableye.
Ooh, Rex on the Sableye. Giving me really last year, a year before, we saw Rex play this Pokemon a ton, and along with Roland on Orange Juicers, one of the better Sableye players, and I think Sableye provides a lot of value. How are you feeling about these 2 comps? Who do you think has the advantage?
I think that Nemesis dropping the Umbreon is something that could be considered a little bit questionable, but I think this Sableye pick is actually genius, because you have the double speedsters here, and you also have the Cinderace doing a ton of damage, and they can easily catch out Pokemon. I mean, we saw that the tanky composition Nemesis had previously just didn't really do anything against what T-Gang had. So at the end of the day, I feel like they need a little bit more CC, and if you have your Surf, you have your Buzzwole with the superpower, Smackdown, and then you also now add Sableye to the mix, that is going to be huge for making sure that these speedsters don't run rampant the way they were previously.
Yeah, you definitely want to kind of slow down that early game that T-Gang got off to, right? I mean, they were at 300 points by the 5-minute mark. It wasn't looking good until Nemesis was able to find those KOs, claw their way back in that XP game. I don't know. I know you hate double speedster, and you're proven right. Do you think that maybe
I think they can win with this, though. I do think they can win with this composition. I just think that they need to not in, honestly.
Yeah. Alrighty, game number 2 of your lower bracket quarterfinals. Nemesis up 1-0. Rex heading their way, looking for an in-date.
Yeah, and they find the Comfey. Smart of them to be getting that vision just to make sure that the Sableye can't get too far into the central area, but that does mean Bits is left out in the open. A little bit of a stun there from Rex, stealing away that Bunnelby as well, just making sure that they can't get too far ahead early. I like the strategy. You're just going to have Sableye walk around the map, causing chaos, being as annoying as possible, stealing berries, getting random points in. This is kind of the tilting that Nemesis wants to do to T-Gang.
This is textbook Rex on this Pokemon. Bottom side looked like it was going relatively swimmingly for T-Gang. They were able to gobble up a lot of that wild Pokemon XP, kind of depriving Asnovel and Bora Reach from it, and now we have a nice little push here from Blueberry. Jungler has come down. High points going on in for the Zoroark, met by Metallic, met to the Pokemon Center. Down goes Zoroark.
Surprised to see Zoroark not at level 5 at this point in the match. Usually you would give them that central area, the entirety of it, to make sure that they're that level 5 and get that early central area gank coming right into the bottom path, but we're not having that. Instead, we're having 12 points going in for Ducky into an immediate KO, and Nemesis is not letting this early game go the way it did last time.
Definitely not, and I think that's why you grab the Sableye, just to continuously grab vision on the map where everybody is. Might be looking for a secure there. That's our red buff, says Rex. However, they might be paying for a Blueberry, looking for a KO, unable to get it. Oh, the invisibility.
Wow, the Sableye passive is so broken, and they're able to get away. That is so tilting. I feel like this is the strategy right now. T-Gang was tilting Nemesis previously, caused them to make a lot of mistakes. They were not able to get off to the start that they wanted, so they're like, let's just do it right back, and that's what Rex is doing. They do go down, but it's still annoying.
Yeah, that's what you do on Sableye. You disrupt the flow of the game. T-Gang wants to get off to that early start. Zoroark trying to make the presence known in the bottom path. Buzzwole for reinforcements down here, making sure that push doesn't continue. You definitely want level 7 here. One does grab it. 720 Bird's going to be on the menu too.
I mean, Zoroark might not be off to the start that they were previously, but you have a level 8 on that Absol, about 8.5. They're probably going to get that level 9 very soon, with 3 members of T-Gang, 4 members of T-Gang down in the bottom path. They can try to start pushing this goal zone. Luckily, Asmodee is able to get away, and they're not able to push forward so far. In the top path, though, Nemesis has already broken the Tier 1 goal zone.
Oh, they're looking to try to take down this Reggie Ice down bottom. Bora Reach looking for a way in. Zoroark already doing some damage on it. Nice telekinesis on the Absol, surfing away to get some health. Looking for the secure. Are we going to be able to find it? Zoroark able to do it. Regieleki, though, goes the way of Nemesis. Push is going forward. Blueberry getting stunned out by the Sableye, but it doesn't matter. They find the Suicune. Looking to take down Asmodee. Surfs to a berry, trying to get back to the Flux Zone. Able to do so. Now here comes the reinforcements. Buzzwall is here, trying to take down Blueberry with that Comfey pocket. Are they going to be able to get away? Just barely, but no, the Ultra Swole Slam sends them to the Pokemon Center.
Absolutely huge stun from that Sableye, and we're just seeing the power of this harasser supporter. And the Psyduck's been doing it on the opposite side, but this time it feels like they're the ones getting bullied. They go down to that Buzzwole, who has seemed to have woken up from the previous match, finding another combination on this Zoroark. They go down, and Relics also pops the Unite move there. They're going to be able to break this Tier 1 goal zone. Nemesis off to a solid start.
They are. However, Sableye does go down at the hands of Ducky. Now Metallic might be next on the chopping block. Absol closes that one out. Suicune gonna try to stun the crowd. Able to do so, but damage is there. Bits able to take them out. Relics with a huge snipe shot takes out Absol. Misses the Fell Stinger to get away, but reinforcements here for Nemesis. Stunned Psyduck from the Sableye, and now the fight is gonna dissipate.
These snipes from Relics are even more on point than we saw in the previous match. 178-70. T-Gang definitely not having the early game that they did previously. By this point in the match, I believe we had a level 13 Cinderace already, and a Regieleki that was already walking toward the base. This time, we have 0 goal zones broken for T-Gang, and they are definitely behind here, Kyle. They need to figure out what they can do, and right now, Nemesis continuing to push this advantage.
They might have gotten caught there. Sableye does go down over to the side of T-Gang. The reinforcements are here. Absol Unite move is going to try to find a KO. Metallic might be going down here. They are. Absol takes that one. Suicune trying to retreat, unable to. Zoroark way too much to handle. Sableye is here. They've used their Unite move, but dodging it is the side of T-Gang. Are they going to be able to get their points in? Cinderace with the double KO. Don't go down. Oh, what a good revenge play there for T-Gang.
I feel like I'm having deja vu right now from last match, just a little bit too far forward from the other team, and though they get their points in, a good amount of points from T-Gang go in as well. Still over 100 points ahead is Nemesis, and also sending the Regieleki moving toward that Tier 2 goal zone, but it's likely to be defended here. But at this point in the match, T-Gang has pretty much caught up. I mean, they've got a level 13 on that Absol now, not quite any level 13s on Nemesis, so I think we've got ourselves an even game.
Alrighty, let's see, 3:45 on the clock. 252, 120 advantage Nemesis. No objectives on the map just yet. We're going to see where exactly these teams want to line up. Nemesis is defending their top goal. T-Gang might be looking for a bottom push. Sableye grabbing some vision.
The Sableye here is just so powerful because with that passive up, the invisibility, they can't be targeted. I mean, T-Gang's going to know that they're around somewhere, but their job is really just walk around, get vision, see where they are. And we can't let that play from the previous match happen again where we have no idea where anybody from the enemy team is. And Sableye effectively just deletes that option for T-Gang. They are not going to be able to hide in any sort of tall grass because Sableye is going to be there.
Ooh, Asmodee gets found out by Blueberry along with Psyduck. They go down. Snipe shot connects on Ducky, but it doesn't really matter too much for T-Gang. They found the KO that they wanted. Gotta find some XP here right now. 252, 120 is your score. There's gonna be some objectives. Both teams may elect to go for it. They might be enough time, but right now, Nemesis is in the driver's seat of this match.
After that over push, T-Gang just got a lot more levels handed to them by Nemesis. It's only 2 level 13s on Nemesis right now. Wow, Metallic getting caught out there. The Cinderace getting credit for that KO. T-Gang does not want to give Nemesis the opportunity to even set up, and though it has seemed like Nemesis has been the one in the driver's seat, T-Gang definitely has a bit of a level advantage, so it's still Nemesis on the back foot heading into this Rayquaza fight.
Oh, they're looking for a KO early on. They do find the Sableye. Slow Beam goes on the Absol, but it's held up by the Comfey Knight. Zoroark looking for a way in. That's not enough damage. Psyduck and Zoroark going down, but there's 3 members down for Nemesis. Make it a 4 because Blueberry's heating up along with the Cinderace.
Wow.
An ace for Tagang. Rayquaza next on the menu. Sableye looking for a hero play. Are they going to get it? No. The Unite move from Cinderace able to take Rayquaza.
Wow, I mean, this is what happens when you just set up in the Rayquaza central area, just wait for a fight to happen, wait for Nemesis to walk directly into the entirety of T-Gang, and they can just pick members off one by one. It was a great attempt for Metallic there. They were able to take down one. They took down the Zoroark and that Psyduck as well, but just not enough to get the job done. Though we do have a minute and 12 seconds left, and it's not too much of a deficit between these two teams, though T-Gang still has some shields to speak of, and we might be seeing them continue to try to put points in.
It's not a massive lead. There's still a minute left on the clock. Nemesis making their way to the Tagang side of the map. Absol finds their path. Sableye also might be coming up towards the top. Bottom side is open. Ducky hanging out on that jump pad along with the Cinderace. They're looking for an opening here.
They have a Slowbro Unite move, but Slowbro isn't there. Metallic also just ticked into their Unite move, but here comes Cinderace and Psyduck. They're going to try to defend this gold.
Oh, there's the Unite move from Buzzwole. Here's the rest of Nemesis. The Unite move is out from Sableye, but no Pokemon are going back. Slow Beam onto the Cinderace. Are they going to be able to close that out? Ducky doing their best to try to hold it. Sableye has the Score Shield. It's going in at the 100 points, but the other way, 520 to Gang. Went all the way across the map.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Even though they had a great push there, they still had the Absol and the Comfey with their shield, and a 4 KO as well for the Absol. Make it a 5 KO, a penta on the broadcast for Blueberry to finish off this game number 2. And I feel like T-Gang saying to themselves, all right, that's what we should have done in game number 1. We can definitely win with this composition. Let's run it back one more game.
520. 352, your final here in game number 2. Masterful play there from Tagang. They got the vision on where Nemesis was going. I believe it was Blueberry and Clash that both had a shield. You know, you just Uber the the Absol and the Comfey with the Absol to that center goal zone, score 200 points, and that was pretty much the nail in the coffin for Nemesis here in game number 2. Great plays all around. I think you got to give the MVP to Blueberry. 13 KOs, even in the game says it is.
Yeah, 13 KOs on this Absol. And this is a player, I mean, I said it before, but this is a player that is known for their Absol play. Often getting target banned even before Absol was buffed with that defense penetration that it recently got. Just a really, really solid Absol player. I do feel like Nemesis played a much better game this time, and T-Gang didn't play as good of a game this time, which is interesting considering that the way that the end of the game went. But Nemesis definitely can win this next one. They just lost that endgame fight. Like, sometimes it really just comes down to you get caught. We saw the Sableye go in, look for some vision, and then ended up getting caught, and unfortunately Nemesis was just not able to come back from that in the Rayquaza fight, so T-Gang was able to take it. But Nemesis, I feel like they have it figured out. They have the early and mid game figured out, and I feel like, again, it'll just come down to a late game battle.
This is just a very different game from the start. Instead of Tagang coming off to a really strong lead, it was Nemesis early on, finding a lot of KOs, finding a lot of points, breaking goal zones, and it just seemed like Tagang wasn't able to find their footing till later on.
Yeah, I mean, here we're seeing in these replays, Nemesis just was able to continue getting picks. They were playing much better as a team this time, kind of moving as 5, not as much off-laning and looking for experience elsewhere. They were just really staying together, looking for pushes. We saw Relics just manhandling the Cinderace. They were just able to get so many picks on them and able to get a lot of points in as well. And this is kind of the point within the match where we saw things kind of go back the other way. They just lost too many members here, and the levels were just able to go back onto T-Gang's side.
Yeah, this was starting to be where they found it. It looked like Nemesis once again pushed a little bit too far forward. They found a couple KOs here. They found the Sableye to boot, broke that goal zone, and that was the opening. Great Rayquaza fight here. Zoroark, however, goes down, but it was Absol leading the charge here at Rayquaza. So fantastic plays here from T-Gang. Way to keep composure, way to get yourself back in it, because we had a game 3 now, Husky.
Yeah, so I'm kind of happy about this because we get a game 3 this time. We get to see kind of how competitive these teams really are with each other. It's very, very interesting to see, and I wonder if we will see T-Gang prioritize the exact same composition from before. I feel like they figured it out. They figured out how to play it, and at this point, they just have to lock in one more time. I mean, we've got the same bands.
You gotta lock in. Nemesis T-Gang game 3 coming up. You gotta lock in. Same bands as the previous 2 games, so I imagine that we'll probably see the same song and dance here from Nemesis. We do see that first pick, Suicune.
Yeah, the Suicune and the Psyduck once again. Are we going to see T-Gang lock in the Absol again as well? Yes, they do. We are getting a potential run back. Oh, please do it, the Talon. I see the Yaskarado being hovered. Please do it. Change it up just a little bit. They are going to move away from it. I'm so upset. I'm in shambles.
Husky in shambles. Chat. Send some reinforcements to Husky. We are going to see them lock in. Yeah, I imagine that we'd see the Inteleon once again if it's available. Relics is going to take that 9 times out of 10. Looked fantastic on it. Asnable once again grabbing the Slowbro. And Husky, this is looking almost exactly the same. Dare to say, I think it is so far.
Look, these teams believe in themselves.
They do.
Know what picks they can win with. And you gotta respect it. At the end of the day, they know what Pokemon they're good with. They know they can win with those compositions. I mean, they won. We had Nemesis win the first game, T-Gang win the second game, so they know they can win with it. But the question is Nemesis gonna change it up just a little bit once again? We had Buzzwole the first 2 games, and we do have a little bit of a switch up. The Mimikyu has made it onto this team composition, and we're bringing back the Umbreon.
I like it. I think this is I think Mimikyu, kind of a notable speedster stopper, has that powerful Unite move that could shut down a single target, similar to how Slowbro is. So if they're able to separate 2 separate targets at a big moment, whether it's a Ray fight or potentially a contested objective, that can essentially take down 40% of T-Gang.
Yeah, they have an opportunity to do something really funny, and that's win with a Cinderace double speedster Psyduck, and it being the 3rd time in a row that they're going with this composition. I wonder how many times T-Gang practiced this comp. They were like, no. Like, I wonder who on T-Gang was like, no, hear me out. Like, I have an idea here. We're going to bring Cinderace back. We're going to do Zoroark, Comfey, let Blueberry have the Absol. We already know they're really good with this Pokemon. And it would be especially funny if we give Ducky the duck because, you know, it's Ducky.
Yeah. I like it. I mean, Ducky on the duck. I mean, tale as old as time. Namesake Pokemon, right? Like, it looked really good on it.
It was made for them.
It was literally, I remember Ducky putting out a tweet or something when Psyduck was announced at, I believe, what was it, Worlds?
Yeah.
Said, I'm just going to be a Psyduck main now. And it makes sense. So looking really good on it. Yeah. The Psychics are plentiful, but we are going to be going into this, Husky. It is going to be game number 3 situation. Win or go home. Winner will be facing Orange Juicers in the next round. Loser is going to be done and have to hope to win in April. And that's going to be tough. So here we go. Game number 3 of your lower bracket quarterfinals. Looks like Nemesis taking once again the Slowpoke along with the Suicune down to this bottom path.
We'll see if they can do it. composition the exact same 3 times in a row, and Nemesis the only one to switch it up, sending Mimikyu into the central area, make sure they get that level 5 early. And I mean, Mimikyu is one of those early Pokemon that could potentially be a counter to the early Zoroark central area gank as well. So they this time have sent Zoroark into the central area, trying to get their level 5 early, make sure they don't fall behind.
Gonna try to take these Bunnelbees for themselves, so Rex can't get them. Rex just takes the long way back to the Pokemon Center, long way back to the path. Will be through that Flux Zone. Clash gonna press forward, try to find where Relics is. I think it was Relics that did get that contested bit of wild experience. Play rough onto Blueberry, they find a KO. Clash might be next on the chopping block. They are. Umbreon takes that one. Husky? I think we might have lost Husky for the second. Alrighty, we got Slowbro looking to press on forward. A lot of this wild Pokemon XP is going to go over to Gang. Slowbro going to try to find a KO, unable to do so just yet. Suicune is down there. Now, 28-10. We have Rex taking some of the farm in the central area. Blueberry up in the top. Now they're looking for a little bit of a basement side push for a reach. Gonna find a way in. Asnable trying to stun up the Duck along with Cinderace. 8:20 mark. We're gonna have the bird spawn in about 15 seconds in that central area. It's gonna be some wild Pokemon experience that both of these squads are gonna wanna have. Blueberry finds that contested bit away from Relic, so that's going to be a good push there. We'll see if they want to push this T1 goal zone, as we do see the Zoroark come to fruition up in the top path. Looks like Nemesis wants to grab all of this wild Pokemon in the center area. Points look to be the priority for Gang. They grab a nice little 12. Dashing away is the Zoroark. Nice little slow smoke to slow it down, and that's going to be a nice play there. However, Relics finds the KO on Psyduck, so big plays over that way. Gang did find some experience for themselves, though. Looking for a 730. We're going to have 720 birds coming to both sides of the paths. Does look like Nemesis wants to prioritize the top path, and that is exactly what they do. Relics finds the KO onto the Absol. Oh, okay. Alrighty, looking at Zoroark. Oh, the snipe shot from downtown takes out Ducky. Zoroark going to be pushing on backwards. We're going to be able to find a KO. There's the Play With Me Unite move. That's going to go onto the Cinderace. Cinderace goes down to the Umbreon. Nemesis pushing on forward. Snipe shot once again. Doesn't matter. Nemesis, they grab that Regice.
I'm back.
Welcome
Am I back?
Goat. Yes, you're
I
back.
got Mercury
You're so back.
retrograded. I got Mercury retrograded. I am so sorry. It just went. I don't know, guys. It happened to Kello this morning. It's happening to me now. You know what? We're back. It's fine. How are we doing? Update me.
We are updating. Looks like Nemesis looking to push forward, pushing in on this T2 path. Mimikyu grabbing a double KO, points raining down, and the Pyro Cinderace is starting to do some damage. However, it's not enough. There's a great front line from Nemesis to push on forward. Bits trying to get a KO. They do. Now, Nemesis sent scrambling backwards. Suicune gonna get to safety.
They are gonna catch that Slowbro with the triple KO from Bits, and so far, I mean, Nemesis has the score lead, but T-Gang is still hanging in there. I feel like this is a match where they just kind of faked out the Sableye pick from previously. They were like, oh, we'll try Sableye this time, but Umbreon ultimately the choice, and it is doing a great job of frontlining, just not letting anybody through, not letting enough points go in, and Nemesis looking really solid. This is quite the game here.
Halfway through this match, maybe a little bit less than halfway. Like you said, Nemesis in the driver's seat right now, in the points lead, in the level lead as well. However, Gang is catching up in that category. Zoroark looking for a way in, might look for scores goal, might run into this Inteleon, who is monitoring that situation. They find the points in, they're going to be able to dash away, but it is going to be them escaping for the time being.
They are going to be able to escape 5 minutes on the clock, and I feel like even though we've seen quite a lot of scuffling, this game has been kind of more chill than the previous games. I feel like both teams have realized, all right, we lost because we overextended, so let's not do that again. And they might be a little bit underextending, but as I say that, Ducky does go in. They get caught by stun. Here goes the play room immediately into the Sai, but they will ultimately go down. Metallic on the Mimikyu starting to pop off.
Oh my gosh, the moves from Nemesis, the absolute shutdown, the slow beam, the play with me. They have just stopped Gang in their tracks, and they are rewarded with this Regice to boot. 216, 124 now. Nemesis still taking it to them.
Yeah, it was definitely a good fight for them. They were able to grab that objective, and right now I feel like the Mimikyu, it's a pick that we used to see so often, so much that it used to be banned pretty much every game, either banned or picked. We don't see it a ton anymore, but Metallic looking fantastic, just does a little bit more damage, has a little bit more late game fight than something like a Buzzwole, but now that Mimikyu's not there, T-Gang has decided to push their advantage.
Oh man, they sure did. However, reinforcements are here. Mimikyu has arrived. Snipe shots coming in from the back line. They find a big one to boot. Double KO for Relics. They might get another. They find 3. They find 4. They find them all to gang all the way back to the Pokemon Center.
That's a quadra there for Relics, and if I'm Relics right now, I am so angry with my Umbreon for taking that Penta away, because it could have been an opportunity to have a Penta on both teams this set, but instead, Relics is going to run away with that 4 KO, and I feel like you're still pretty happy about that one, with 3 minutes, 15 seconds left on the clock, and I feel like Nemesis may go ahead and wait to take this Regieleki, just so that it can walk a little bit slower toward that tier 2, but no, they're just going to go ahead and grab it.
Yeah, Regieleki will be taken by Nemesis, uncontested by Tagang. They're looking to just grab as much experience as they can. Right now, they have a lot of it. They have 3 level 13s, but Nemesis also starting to creep up there. So while Tagang is down in points, they are going to need to convert this experience that they have gathered into some points themselves, because that is the name of the game. 40 seconds until Rayquaza spawns in that central area. Nemesis still in control.
So let's talk about our win conditions here. Nemesis definitely in control of the score, but it's not by that much. So both teams are going to need to set up in the Rayquaza central area and make sure that they are able to play for that objective, because for both teams, that is the win condition right now. They both want it, and they want to make sure that they are not letting any potential back caps onto that tier 1 goal zone. And again, we're seeing T-Gang set up away from the Rayquaza central area, making sure that they are not seen by anybody. They don't have Sableye on the opposite side, so they can do that. They might be looking for a potential pick here. They have been spotted out. Shadow Tag grabbing Zoroark, so now they know where they are. Both teams are just going to circle around each other. It's going to have to be T-Gang to make the first move because they are behind in the score.
Yeah, 216, 134. It's been a very slow go at it in this Rayquaza. However, we have to make a move. We need to find a way in. Cinderace is making that first move. Starts chipping the Rayquaza. Snipe shot a little bit wide right. Uh-oh, Umbreon pulled in by a nice Psychic by Ducky. Rayquaza still getting barely tapped here. Cinderace going to keep the pressure on. Oh, the big Snipe shot connects onto the Absol. They're going to be forced to Unite move. Are they going to be able to find a KO onto the Umbreon? Not quite yet. In the back line, Suicune Unite moves. They find the Psyduck. Another Snipe shot a little bit wide. Are they going to be able to find it? It is the slow beam. The slow beam, Asnable takes down the Zoroark Comfey Pocket. This might be it. This might be Nemesis. This might be the Rayquaza. A Hail Mary from Blueberry, but it's all for naught. They're going to be forced back. However, here comes Psyduck trying to get in. Is there enough damage? No! Nemesis takes Rayquaza.
No way! At the amount of times Metallic was on 1 HP, and then they just survived somehow, able to continue. I thought for sure they were going down to that Zoroark on completely full health, and then Asnable comes out. Hero Unite move, waits for the play rough cooldown to come back up, and then Metallic is right back in, takes down the Zoroark, and that was pretty much the game. I mean, great playing by Blueberry, able to take out Relics in that moment, but it didn't matter. Everybody else on T-Gang was down. And this is why I don't like double speeds.
Had to get that last laugh right in there. Unfortunately for Tagang, they will be going home here in the March Cup Finals, but a valiant effort, a valiant fight here for 3 games against a former December Cup champions in Nemesis. So Nemesis trying to get it back, but they are going to do it through this lower bracket. They will be advancing. They will be playing the Orange Juicers in next round. 6-16, 134 your final.
Wow, what a set right there. T-Gang plays the exact same composition all 3 times, and every single time they give Nemesis a run for their money. But in the end, Metallic wearing the MVP crown, I wouldn't have put it any other way. That Mimikyu pick was ridiculous, able to really bring it home. 7 KOs and 8 assists, matching that of Relics with 7 KOs as well and 7 assists. What a great game from Nemesis. And honestly, both teams played a fantastic match, but in the end, Nemesis comes out on top.
Look at the way that we got there. Points are the name of the game, but Rayquaza, the ultimate capture, is going into the hands of Nemesis. They got there. They kept their score lead for a majority of this match, took that into that Rayquaza fight, and did not let go. Damage numbers, a little bit different from the first couple of games, a little bit lower, a little bit more conservative for these 2 squads, but nevertheless, damage leader looking like it is going to be Relics once again. 57k done, only 16k taken. That tells you that Rex, Asnable, they were doing their job, keeping them protected.
Yeah, and I was saying in the middle of the match there that it really seemed like both teams were kind of backed off in terms of consistent brawling. There just wasn't as many ridiculous fights the entire time, not a lot of pushing too far forward or anything like that, so it makes sense that we'd see some lower damage numbers. This fight here was one of the really interesting fights throughout the match. This is where we saw Cinderace just have its pop-off moment there. 3 KOs for them.
Big KOs all around. And like we said, this is a very different match from the get-go. A lot more conservative, but that doesn't mean there weren't a lot of big combating between these 2 squads. This was a huge moment here for Nemesis. They're able to kind of take control of this match, and this is where you really first saw the thought behind having that Slowbro, having that Mimikyu, and being able to shut down whichever target that they choose.
Yeah, and one of my favorite things throughout this match, especially on Nemesis Team Comp, is there were multiple Pokemon where it takes a lot of skill and aiming. Inteleon, obviously, I've glazed Relics enough for their Inteleon play, but also the Mimikyu, being able to hit the Shadow Sneaks consistently throughout the entire match, just able to pick up so much. And look at this here. This is where I thought for sure Mimikyu was going down, but somehow Metallic stayed up, and Asnable hero Slowbro Unite move, and Metallic still coming in and getting the KO.
Yeah, that was big rough. I mean, you gotta watch out for that slow beam, just perfectly timed, perfect target priority for Nemesis, and that's the sign of a veteran team knowing exactly who to put that slow beam on. Really tough go at it for T-Gang, but very exciting, very good run for them. Nemesis, though, moving forward.
Yeah, Nemesis, just a team that we've seen really consistently, and they're always a team that's like right in the middle in terms of where they end up ranking on month to month, but I really feel like when Nemesis is there, they are so good. And if they continue to move forward, they're going to be so strong if they continue to play the way that we saw them play in that last game. They have such great team fighting, and the players on that team are so mechanically gifted that they have such a wide Pokemon pool that they can choose from. And if they continue the way that they're playing, I mean, they have a real shot to make it all the way in this tournament.
March Cup is going to be moving forward. We are going to take a quick little break, so don't go too far, folks. Maybe grab something to eat, maybe grab a drink, because there's a lot more Pokemon Unite where that came from. I believe we are going to be going up to the winners finals, where we're going to be seeing Standing on Business versus T3. Should be an incredible match. We will see you after the break. North America March Cup Finals. We are back, and we have the next match set up. It is going to be T3 versus Standing on Business here in the Winners Finals. Winner is going to be going on to the Grand Finals. Loser going to be going down to that lower side bracket. Definitely don't want to be there. These teams are going to want to have it. Husky, we saw an incredible set previously between Nemesis and T-Gang. What are you expecting from these two squads?
Bro, that set was so good that my internet turned off. It just couldn't handle the amount of aura that was being perpetuated throughout that match, especially from the Relic snipe shots. I'll use every opportunity I can to glaze this player I've decided I'm going to just be glazing Relics and Talion for the rest of the match. But Standing on Business and T3 have been sitting, lying in wait, waiting for their opportunity to play in the Winners Finals. This is going to be an insane set. T3 is going to be their first time coming from the winner's side in, I feel like, in a very long time into the top 8, and Standing on Business, it feels like they're one of those teams that just continues winning and you never really expect it. But here we go, Kyle. Game 1 of our Winners Finals. Winner will be going to the Grands. Loser will head down to our lower side.
Alrighty, off the bat, we are already getting some of these bans. Psyduck, we saw it in every single game of the previous set. Not going to see it here in game number 1, along with Talonflame, Suicune, and the Comfey. Standing on Business does not want to let T3 heat up with that Comfey.
Yeah, you don't want to give T3 back their Anon with the Zoroark Comfey. We've been seeing so many teams using that combo, and it is just devastating when it works well. But instead, they're going to give Anon the Absol. So making sure that they're grabbing a speedster that they're really comfortable with is going to be kind of the name of the game for T3 right now. But that also gives Standing on Business a really strong support core.
Look at this. We have the defender support core for Standing on Business with that Blissey Snorlax. T3 electing Tie-Dye to go with that Hoopa. I'll be interested to see if they're going to be going Hyperspace Hole or the Trick build. But another thing that we've seen a ton of all weekend long, Zera Aura. It has the aura, it has the electricity to really spark teams ahead.
I am surprised to see this Ho-Oh being locked in. I feel like T3 is one of those few teams that still tends to prioritize this Pokemon, and Pure is one of those players that plays it really well. It's very valuable, especially when you have that Unite move. I feel like that's why you play it, but it does pretty good damage as well. And wow, Standing on Business composition, also very interesting. 3 all-rounders, Kyle.
3 all-rounders, my least favorite thing. You don't like the double speedster. I just don't like all-rounders, and it's totally not because I can't play them. That's totally not the reason.
Do we talk about things we like, or do we just continue to talk about things we hate?
Maybe a little bit of both, but I do like, how about this? I do like Sobi back on the Miraidon. I know that she doesn't particularly enjoy playing it, but it's still such a great Pokemon,
Sobi.
Especially into 3 all-rounders.
Oh, and look at this too, Kyle. Pure is not running the EXP share. Instead, they've brought it over to Sobi. So, very interesting. They're going to be running the damage Ho-Oh kind of front line, but also kind of playing it as an all-rounder instead. Very, very interesting. And I'm interested to see how this triple all-rounder setup works, because they do have Mimikyu, so it can kind of count as pseudo dive. And Azumarill has a lot of sustain. Buzzwole has a lot of crowd control, so they all kind of bring their own things, but what they're missing is range. And I feel like that's where T3 beats them out in this composition, but, you know, Standing on Business, if they are to stand on said business, they could really get it done here.
Winners Finals. It is a best of 3. The stage is set. Thea Sky Ruins is ready to rumble. T3 going to be on your purple side. Standing on Business will be your orange squad. And here we go. They are taking Anon to the central area with this Absol. On the opposite side, Mimikyu is the Pokemon of choice going to the center.
Absol with that very interesting Hollow-Air that they've got going on. A little bit of a coat. And Ho-Oh, is that the Battle Pass Ho-Oh Hollow-Air? That looks fantastic. And so, I mean, we've got some drip on T3 right now. Some aura on this team with the Hollow-Airs that they have. And Standing on Business, though, they also have got the Snorlax Hollow-Air, the Crystal tier, a lot of good Hollow-Airs, so it could kind of go either way if Hollow-Air is what we're looking at to judge them.
Pure getting some stacks on in early, like we said before, not supporting the XP share, so it is more of that brawler type build. But looking to brawl is the Snorlax, unable to find the KO on the Azumarill just yet, though.
Wow, Azumarill is a pick we don't see a lot, and I was certain we were going to be seeing Aqua Tail, but it is that Whirlpool. That is my build of choice. I love playing Whirlpool Azumarill. Don't look at my win rate on this Pokemon, but I like Whirlpool better. And I'm interested to see, how this is going to work because it's going to be very brawl heavy.
Damage immediately onto the Altaria family, 4v4 into this top path. Able to get all of it was T3, and they are not done. They're looking to take some KOs. They find it on the Azumarill. Play rough goes on to the Hoopa. Mimikyu into the back line, looking to try to take down Zealot. No! But no, the eject button from Cruelty takes down the Zeraora.
That was so back and forth. I'm on the edge of my seat right now. I feel like so many people got out 1 HP in a dream right there. Unfortunately for Zealot, they went down. But still, couple KOs back on either side. And right now, we've got a tie game with Pure getting in another stack. They are double stacking Ao's Cookie and attack weight, so they really need to be getting these scores in.
Secures on the Indeedee, go over to standing on business. However, Sobi gonna take exception, throw an enhanced charge beam over that way. Center area does look like a lot of that experience was gobbled up by T3. They're now taking this advantage towards the top path, looking to maybe push on in, maybe get some goals. Mimikyu has gotten here. Bush check from Zeraora, finds the Mimikyu hiding there. Oh, nice little smackdown superpower into the Zeraora. Gonna send them back to base with the Hoopa Hyperspace. Whole play rough once again on the Hoopa. Both teams gonna separate for now.
Level 6 on the Buzzwole means they couldn't complete the entirety of their move combination right there. They don't yet have that smackdown, so they weren't able to finish off Zealot. Luckily for them, they were able to get away, but now 4 members of both teams have made it up into the top path, and now with the level 7 on that Buzzwole, they find the Zeraora, double KO for Mimikyu.
Mimikyu heating up, not a fire type in sight. Getting some points on in goal zone 1, down for standing on business. That's gonna open up the opportunity for this Regieleki. There are 4 members up here. With the Hoopa, though, you don't really care about your overcaps. You want to minimize what Hoopa can do.
Yeah, exactly, and they do have the Hyperspace whole moveset, so now they just kind of have fewer options for rotating the team around the map, but they will try to do so. They're going to send themselves up to the top path because they don't want standing on business to push that in. But can Reese steal away this Regirock? No, it is going to go over to Zealot on the Zeraora, so luckily for T3, they didn't give up too much here. They are able to grab the Regirock and defend against the Regieleki. So far, this match seems pretty even.
Not too bad. Standing on business. A little bit of a spatial advantage being that that goal zone is down. A little bit of a fight here over the center area Altaria family. Ho-Oh, it's Pure trying to push on forward. Zeraora trying for a nice pull, unable to get it. But they're going to go ahead, push on into the central area of standing on business. Looking for that blue buff, unable to get it. Heavy slam from the Snorlax puts Zeraora to sleep. We're going to see another fire spin from this Ho-Oh. Looks like T3 looking to retreat. However, it's a Azumarill with another play rough. Do a little bit extra damage.
I'm going to be watching very closely this charge beam combined with the flamethrower on the Ho-Oh because that is just a lot of poke range damage that standing on business does not have access to. That being said, Blissey this time around is running the healing build, soft boiled and egg bomb to make sure that they are healing up these all-rounders. We have seen quite a lot of Safeguard to cleanse a lot of the CC, but now that I'm looking at T3's composition, there is not a lot of CC to be cleansing.
Yeah, maybe a Zeraora pull here and there, maybe a Hoopa, Phantom Force. So yeah, you're totally right. There's not a ton. Looking at the top path, T3 looking for a way in. Looking to try to maybe level up this point deficit that they have. Zeraora going on into the Buzzwole. Looking for a pull, doesn't get it. Unite move out from Absol, misses the mark. Berry's grabbed from Buzzwole. Now they're going to grab the Zeraora. Ultra Swole Slam doesn't quite hit the mark. Zeraora now gets played with Mead by the Mimikyu. Are they going to be going down? Unite moves, meteors flying down from the sky. Sobi to the rescue. It gets Absol out of dodge.
And then the Hoopa portal. I saw Sobi just stand there for a second. I was like, wait, what's she doing? She's gonna let the Mimikyu take it? Nope. They just sent the Hoopa down to the bottom path. They were like, all right, let's go make a little fake push up into the top path, make them all have to force their way up into that top path to defend against the push, and we're going to take the basement objective for free, which is exactly what they did. They may have lost Zara Ora there, but eventually they're able to take that objective. I feel like ultimately that's a win for T3, but standing on business, doing really good at hanging in there, defending these points. T3 hasn't scored a single point in minutes, Kyle.
Big engagement here. Pure frontlining, trying to absorb a lot of that damage. Fire spin on cooldown. Are they going to be able to get back to base? They are. Nice hyperspace hole there from Hoopa. Is going to get Pure with a full health bar to re-engage. Zera Aura in the top path, handling the Regieleki, making sure that doesn't walk in. However, there's still 5 members of Standing on Business kind of hovering this bottom path.
Yeah, I mean, what can you really do if you're standing on business? You have to defend against these points from going in, because right now you have that lead, and here goes Azumarill. They want to jump in on Absol, not able to get them, Kyle.
Oh, big hyperspace hole. They get out of dodge. Not only that, they get the Azumarill. We have Zera Aura able to take that KO. Pure is able to grab some additional XP here. 3 minutes 30 on the clock. Probably the last time we'll see some Unite moves.
A lot of single target on Standing on Business as well is what I'm noticing, because Azumarill, though it has the area of effect move of Whirlpool when it gets into the mix, it has a single target Unite move, same with Mimikyu, same with Buzzwole. So a lot of focus in Standing on Business's composition on taking down individual Pokemon. So they have been really, really good at this in terms of taking down Zera Aura. I feel like we haven't seen Zealot pop off as much this game, and a lot of that is because they're getting single targeted right back to the Pokemon Center over and over again. So I think Standing on Business just has this strategy of we're going to single target them down and then just try to individually pick up KO after KO, and I don't know if T3 can have a response to that in the late game.
30 seconds left until Rayquaza. There is a basement Reggie Rock hanging out in the bottom path, Standing on Business. Not really minding any business of it right away. They are pressing forward. They're looking forward towards this Rayquaza. Not only that, but they have a score lead. However, T3 looking to chunk this Reggie Rock down. They put that thing in their handbag for this Rayquaza.
That was such a scuffed Regirock right there. They could have come down and tried to steal it away, but luckily Zealot is able to take it. Level 14 on them, highest level in the game. Right now, the win condition is in T3's hands. They are losing in the points, so they are going to have to be the ones to engage. Now, it's really difficult to do so with a Ho-Oh because they are the one with the Rekindling Flame Unite move, so if they go down, it could be all over for T3. They do not get a second chance. Right now, chipping at Rayquaza, but the engage is going to be on top of Snorlax, Kyle.
Oh, yeah. Snorlax is getting chunked down, healed up by the Blissey eggs. Now Rayquaza starting to get hit. Azumarill hanging out in the back line. Now Buzzwole is looking to converge on in. Big power nap from Snorlax. Here comes all the Unite moves. Absol goes down. Miraidon goes down. There's the really kindling flame. Tie-Dye brings the team in with the rings unbound. All the damage flying through. Azumarill down in all of this chaos. However, Buzzwole getting a double KO. Looking to press on forward. Zera Aura down once again. But T3 has survived for the time being.
Wow, able to get that second chance there. Barely able to get the Rekindling Flame out. And look at the Mimikyu living on one. They have to either go back to base or just trust the Blissey to heal them back up. And still, T3 is down. They got the second chance, but they still need to win this fight. And they don't have that great of a secure option. They need to get some KOs, and they do pick up the Snorlax.
Huge charge beam from Sobi. Rayquaza now at half. They're looking for a secure. Buzzwole looking for a way in. Does stop Zealot, at least for the time being. Absol with the hero play. 2 members down for Standing on Business. Rayquaza getting dangerously low. Mimikyu looking to find a secure. Anon, they're going to go for it. They get it. T3 takes Rayquaza.
What? They were just standing there waiting for an opportunity to go for a secure, and it ends up being T3 to take it. Was it what did even got it on Absol? Was it a Night Slash? Was it the second hit of Night Slash that ended up getting it? Unbelievable, making sure you can get that secure. Mimikyu definitely had a chance to get in there, and T3 did not let that happen. T3 taking game number 1.
They had 2 shots at that Rayquaza fight. You get that Rekindling Flame, perfectly executed, waited for 2 KOs to happen before they popped it, bring the team back. Tie-Dye bringing the team in with the rings unbound that enabled T3 to continue pushing. Blissey doing double time with those heals, trying to keep standing on business alive. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. Big secures there, Anon with the hero play.
Look, I have not been a fan of this Ho-Oh pick on. I feel like we've seen a couple teams run it and most teams don't, and T3 is one of the teams that tends to like it. And I have not been the biggest Ho-Oh believer, but I think I am now. Because without Ho-Oh's Unite move in that final fight, Standing on Business wins that match. They picked up, I believe, 3 so quickly. They jumped in, got a ton of KOs with all those all-rounder single target Unite moves, but they didn't get Pure. And since they didn't get Pure, he's able to use the Rekindling Flame, bring everybody back in, and they were just able to pick off members of Standing on Business one by one. And I mean, it was a great attempt from them. The secure could have gone the other way, but it was Anon able to take it home, and T3 is going to go up 1 in this winners finals.
Loved Anon just standing there menacingly, waiting for their opportunity to strike, and they hit it out of the park. Early on, though, it was Standing on Business, putting forward the pressure, knocking down this goal zone pretty early. And this is that big fight, right? This is the moment, all the Unite moves being used. We have 2 members go down. I believe it was Sobi. I believe it was Anon. Big Rekindling Flame brings the team back, and then the huge Unite move there. Beautifully done by T3.
Yeah, that was quite the fight for them. And I'm also watching the amount of sustain that Flamethrower has on Ho-Oh, just able to keep them in the fight. And I feel like maybe Standing on Business wins this game if they have a little bit more area effect, or maybe just an attacker on their side, something to do a little bit more poke damage, because though they got those picks, Ho-Oh, I feel like counters that strategy so well to just bring everybody right back. Now you don't have your single target delete button Unite moves, and now you just kind of get dusted one by one, for lack of a better word. And now we're going to have to see what they end up doing. So Kyle, what do you think the strategy is in our game 2?
I feel like Standing on Business did a fantastic job all match long. It just, they didn't have enough at Rayquaza to win 2 separate fights, right? The Unite move from Pure was perfect. I think in that moment, you have to find a way to take down Pure. That is essentially their win condition, because that Unite move really brought the fight back. It enabled Anon to just kind of sit in the background, wait for that secure on Rayquaza. And while Anon didn't have the best game up until that point, it's the clutch moments that make legends.
Yeah, I think it's possible that they meant to go after the Ho-Oh. They meant to target down Pure so that they couldn't use that Unite move. But, I mean, it's possible that the targeting could have got, like, a little mixed up and they ended up not being able to target that Pokemon. But I feel like you're right. Like, in a situation where you have a Ho-Oh with the ability to revive every single member of your team, I feel like you need to target down that Ho-Oh. Even if you just try your best to separate them from the rest of the team so that even if the team does go down, they can't use the Unite move because they're not close enough. Just anything to make sure that Ho-Oh can't make that play, because ultimately that's what won T3 the game.
Bans already on the board. T3 staying in your first pick slot. Bans, same as in game number 1. First pick, also same as in game 1. Different strategy here for Standing on Business. They still grab the Snorlax, but instead of the Blissey second pick, they're going to go ahead and grab Zeraora for the time being.
I like taking Zeraora away from Zealot because, if nothing else, it makes T3 have to think a little bit harder. What is their strategy going to be, knowing that they can't use the Zeraora anymore? And instead, they will go with the Garchomp, Alex's Pokemon to watch that we haven't seen too much of today. A couple times we have seen that make the stage, but now Zealot going to be playing this Pokemon. Very, very powerful top path Pokemon in the early game. Does a lot of anti-stacking in that early path, and has a really good late game with a solid Unite move. Pairing that with a Blissey, very powerful.
Especially if they're going to go Helping Hand Safeguard, right? I mean, that's just going to bolster those basic attacks even more. And it's also going to prevent any team from stunning them, because there is, so far, a decent amount of that. You have Snorlax, you have Wigglytuff, especially that Cute Charm can be very, very tough to deal with. And then Mewtwo Y, if they go Psystrike, that could be a tough thing to deal with as well. T3 rounding out their squad with the Miraidon and the Umbreon.
So not going the Ho-Oh strategy this time, which I imagine you don't because you're not playing double Speedster. Instead, they can rely more on this Umbreon. They know that Standing on Business isn't going to be taking it since they've got the Snorlax. But instead, Standing on Business looking to lock it. Interesting choice there. They pick up the Decidueye, and I honestly kind of like this with a Wigglytuff, but it's so interesting to see the pivot in strategy that this team has, because previously they had no range on their team, and now they have 2 backline attackers.
Oh man. Decidueye.
Oh man.
Oh, I mean, we saw it earlier today when Sierra and Alex were casting Team YT. We saw the Decidueye go Razor Leaf, and
no, this is not Razor Leaf.
This certainly isn't one. I mean, you see the Charging Charm, you see the Float Stone, which I really like on it. I think it's going to be a Spirit Shackle, more traditional sniper from the backline.
Yeah, and there's not as much dive to worry about, but you also have the Wigglytuff, so if anyone is trying to dive into this Decidueye, you have the Wigglytuff to just put them right to sleep. So I honestly am most excited about this Wigglytuff. I was gonna like pop off about it for a second, but like I didn't want to be, you know, a little aggressive about the Wigglytuff pick. But Wiggly is one of those Pokemon that I feel like is so strong in the right situation because it has so much CC with that Sing moveset. Now, we could see a little bit of a rollout, and I wouldn't be opposed to it, but I really feel like when you have 2 backline Pokemon, running the Sing is going to be really powerful against a team comp that T3 has that likes to stay together.
We saw a rollout, I think it was yesterday in the qualifiers, and it did really well.
Yeah, it kind of could. They won.
It won. 100% rollout win rate. And here we go. T3 on your purple side, Standing on Business on your orange side. It is 1-0. T3, if they win, they go to the grand finals. Standing on Business, taking this Rowlet Snorlax down to the bottom path.
I do love getting to watch these drafts as well, because something I noticed was Sobi hovering the Pikachu for a while, probably begging her team, like, hey, can I not play Miraidon? But she's so powerful on this Pokemon, I feel like you just have to. And I like the opportunity to go Charge Beam here as well, because you do have that extra range. With that being said, Standing on Business, the Spirit Shackle of the Decidueye, which is what we will likely see, will outrange that Charge Beam. So a little bit of a counter there as well, instead of just looking for single targets, now you have a Spirit Shackle.
Ooh, Zeraora finding 3 members of T3, damaging them a bunch, sending them back to their pad to maybe grab a Citrus Berry before these 850 birds.
I think something we haven't talked much about in this draft was the Mewtwo Y pick as well. I feel like the Psystrike with the Unstoppable and also a bit of CC is going to be really powerful, especially with the Absol. You can really knock the Absol out of the fight so easily.
4 members of T3 converge on the Altaria family. They come out ahead. They find some evolutions. Pure down in the bottom path, trying to hold the door, keep this Decidueye from stacking. It is a Dartrix. Oh, man. Anon just comes through and throws a move, obliterates that Dartrix off the mat, back to the Pokemon Center.
Oh, the poor little owl didn't stand a single chance. I mean, they got their stack, but was it worth it? The poor owl just crit on like that. And noticeably, Kyle, look at Tie-Dye. Yeah. They have soft-boiled.
Okay.
They are not running the Safeguard build, so not going to be cleansing any Sings, not going to be cleansing any Psystrikes. They're just going to trust in Zealot to get in there, and as long as they're healing, then Zealot's going to stay alive and continue the fight, and you know what? I'm here for it.
Dartrix able to steal away some of that experience from T3. I think it might have been the Big Bird, the Altaria itself. So that yields the most amount of experience for them. T3 still trying to hover around, figure out where Standing on Business wants to attack. 2 members still holding out in this bottom path. Zeraora looming this central area, trying to find some vision. T3, though, I think they're happy with how this match has gone so far.
Just took him to Pound Town right there, getting that secure away. Tie-Dye stealing that piece of farm, and Zealot does grab the Wigglytuff, but they are immediately put to sleep, and that's the power of the Wigglytuff. I can't help but love it.
All right, we have Zera Aura going on in, standing on business. Power play up here, 3-on-2, looking to push on into this T1 goal zone. Mewtwo has Mega Evolved. Zera Aura trying to get the Blissey, but the Blissey just continuously healing up this Gabite, is able to keep them upright, and Absol comes to the rescue, gets the KO, and now taking defense, turning into offense, might be looking for a KO of their own. There's the Absol Unite, they find a KO. Now looking for the Zera Aura, do they have enough? They do. This is T3's path.
Wow, there goes the Blissey picks up that KO as well. So that's just a really solid start for T3. And I was watching Zealot in that fight, and I was kind of like, I feel like they're playing so much less aggressive. And then it hit me. They're just waiting for the Absol. They're like, yeah, no, come get me. Come find me. Oh, nah, Wiggly, you can just walk right in. I'll fall right to sleep. I'll be so good. And then Absol shows up, cleans everybody up, and now they've given the opportunity for T3 to not only get 30 points into the top path and Regieleki, but also regroup and make it down into this basement path for the Regirock.
Heading downtown. All 5 members, though, standing on business, have converged on this basement Regirock almost all the way down. Pure looking for a secure. No, Spirit Shackle able to connect. However, Sobi pressing forward, pressing the Unite move button, finding some KOs, looking for the Snorlax, looking for more. Garchomp able to find the Mewtwo. Wigglytuff singing the song, trying to hold the door here. Nice Spirit Shackle, but it's not enough. Double KO for Garchomp. Zealot is heating up. Wigglytuff once again trying to sing Unite moves coming out from Zera Aura, but Wigglytuff's song falls flat. T3 trying to push another Unite move. Mewtwo able to find some damage onto the Garchomp and send them packing.
Fantastic on Zealot to hold the Unite move to counter the Plasma Gale from Zera Aura. They had every opportunity to use it, and I feel like if it's me, I'd be pulling the Unite move as soon as possible. But now standing on business, looking to counter. 3 KO for the Decidueye.
Wow.
Make it a triple for them. They're going to break the basement tier 1 path as well.
Knock, knock, who's there? That's Decidueye opening this up for standing on business. 3 KOs they definitely needed. 174, 119 at the halfway mark. There is a Regieleki. T3 is starting to converge, starting to position for it.
They have a lot of rip with this Garchomp, regardless of not having a helping hand available. They can just deal with that on their own while the rest of T3 starts to move forward.
All right, looking some backline damage from the Decidueye. Wigglytuff getting damaged, but all the meanwhile, like you said, full rip on from the Garchomp, able to easily handle this Regieleki. Great pull from the Zera Aura, some backline damage from a Spirit Shackle. That's a lot of damage, but it doesn't really matter right now as Absol coming alive, finding a couple KOs of their own. Gonna try to retreat, but they push forward for some reason, and they're gonna be able to get away here.
What? I mean, the Blissey has to sacrifice themselves in that situation, but you would definitely rather lose the Blissey rather than the Absol. Oh no, Decidueye! The Regieleki playing for T3 right now will pick up a KO themselves, and poor Decidueye is just getting dove on so much. Like, they're hitting their Spirit Shackles so well, but T3 has been responding to this pick, and even though standing on business went with the sleep composition, you know, you got Yawn on the Snorlax, Sing on the Wigglytuff, a lot of CC there. I feel like as I'm watching this, Tie-Dye made the right call to go with the heal build.
I think so too, and then just thinking about the sleep works really well with the Miraidon passive, the Hadron engine. If that electric terrain is laid, nobody can fall asleep within that. So that might have been also maybe one of the thoughts there. T3 is playing quite forward, looking to grab this Altaria family, Mewtwo, trying to get the last of it. Are they going to be able to? I think they might have, but I think it was actually... Yeah, I think they got that.
Yeah, I mean, Mewtwo is also, like, a backline Pokemon, and though it does have CC and can do a little bit of fighting on its own, you really need the rest of the team to be there. So now, the Zera Aura also trying to jump on Pure, not able to do it. But at this point in the match right now, looking at where the levels are standing, Absol at level 14. There are 2 level 13s on standing on business, and no level 13s on the Garchomp or the Miraidon quite yet on T3. So in terms of that, these levels are fairly even as we're moving toward the Rayquaza. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, and though T3 is in the lead, it is not by much, so they have to make sure that they are prepared for this Rayquaza fight.
Alrighty, Regieleki going into the pocket of T3. That's going to march towards this T2 goal zone for them. T3 starting to play through this top portion of the Rayquaza area. We have Snorlax hiding in the tall grass. Wigglytuff also doing the same. Mewtwo Y holding the door in their own part of the central area. Now we're going to have this engage here.
Yeah, they peeled off for a second there. You see Zeraora in that bottom bush, and I don't know if T3 knows they're there quite yet. And right now, Standing on Business is set up to just do a ton of poke damage with these Spirit Shackles, but luckily for T3, they do have Tie-Dye with the soft-boiled moveset, able to make sure that they're healing up all of that poke damage. But still, it's going to be Standing on Business that has to make the first move. T3 didn't peel off to score, which would have been a bait, so instead, Standing on Business is going to start chipping at this Rayquaza, which, if they went for a rip, they might just trust the Spirit Shackle to secure it.
Gonna start to see more damage go on. Nice little yawn there from the Snorlax. Snorlax gonna take a little power nap right in the center of it all. Rayquaza starting to get chipped by these two squads over probably at 4/5 right now, but Gyro is gonna be getting taken down. Unite move comes out from the Garchomp. Sobi hits the charge beam on there, and there we go. Nice Unite move from Wigglytuff, but the song falls flat. Damage once again. 2 members down from Standing on Business. Knock from the back line, trying to chip down T3. Blissful Assistance went down to the Absol. Rayquaza now at half. They're looking to go on in. Mewtwo Y. Decidueye actually takes down Absol. Now 2 members down for T3. Still a ton of damage falling on it. Decidueye starting to tap onto the Rayquaza. They've got to find a secure here. Cruelty is able to take down Sobi. Rayquaza almost going down. They're going to try to find the secure. It's still not out. Garchomp going in. Are they going to get it? No, it's Standing on Business taking it.
Snorlax with the hero secure even after Decidueye goes down to the Garchomp. There just weren't enough members of T3 in that Rayquaza central area to be able to take it down. 100 points go in, another 82 points go in. The counter score is unsuccessful, and Kyle, we are gonna be seeing a game number 3.
Incredible plays there for Standing on Business. The patience that they showed in that Rayquaza pit was just incredible. I mean, you could have tried to force a fight early, but they knew that they had plenty of time on their hands. They had the Decidueye. They needed to keep it upright, and they did. 365-262, your final here in Game 2.
Wow, what a game, and what an end game fight as well. I am so excited to see that fight again, because I just feel like T3 got so spread out, and they're a team that wants to fight right next to each other, especially with a Blissey with Soft Boil to make sure that they can get healed up, and Standing on Business did a fantastic job of separating them. And then we had Cruelty jump in on Sobi, and unfortunately for Tie-Dye, they just weren't able to do anything about it. So it was really, really good play. The patience from Standing on Business right there, able to make sure that they keep them separated and they can start picking them off one by one.
Looking at the score, it was T3 a majority of the match, like we were talking about. They looked really good. Almost every objective in their pocket. A Registeel, 3 Regieleki is the one that eluded them was the Rayquaza. I guess maybe also that Regirock early on, but I don't think that mattered too much to them at the time. The big thing is, big secures for Standing on Business. They take Game 2, they level up this series, and we have a Game 3 situation here. Winner is going to be going on to your grand finals. Loser going to be going down to your lower bracket finals, where we don't know exactly who they're going to be competing against, but we will see very soon.
And I wonder what the plan is going to be here for T3. I mean, they played a fantastic game. They could go for the same strategy and just hope for a better Rayquaza fight, but in the end, I feel like it wasn't the team composition. It really was just being separated, and Standing on Business did a fantastic job of doing just that. This was that one objective here from Standing on Business that they were able to grab in this early game, but still, it really seemed like T3 was in control throughout this entire match.
They really were. I mean, I thought for sure they were going to find some KOs, find a way to take Rayquaza, but Standing on Business just survived. That's exactly the name of the game. This was a nice little push here from Standing on Business, a very prolonged fight, and I think that's what kind of T3 wanted, right? That's what happens when you have a Blissey able to continuously heal up your squad.
Yeah, I mean, the business was definitely stood on, especially in this moment. They were able to push back, and I believe this led to some scores for them as well. It was a great push from T3, though, and Standing on Business just did a great job of making sure that they were at level parity the entire time, even if they were losing some of these fights. There's that big triple KO from that Decidueye, able to get some points in for them. And here's this Rayquaza fight once more. We're seeing the Decidueye just chipping down, and it gave T3 no choice but to jump in and try to get this Decidueye, but still, the Snorlax was there.
I think it might have been a basic attack. It looked like
It
the
was.
heavy slam might have been
basic
a
attack.
touch early. For those that don't know, defenders and supports do a slightly more bit of damage to wild Pokemon and objectives. So very clutch play there from Standing on Business. Very unfortunate play there for T3. Getting into Game 3 draft, looking pretty similar for the band section, along with that first pick, Anon grabbing the Absol once again.
Standing on Business also wants this Blissey back, so they're going to take that away, and they're also going to take the Zeraora away. So they're leaving the Snorlax out, which means Pure gets to take the Snorlax. So I wonder if this is going to be the decision that wins or loses them the game, because they don't want to deal with the Blissey, and they wanted to take that Zeraora from Zealot so that T3 can't get a double speedster composition that they like, but they give up Snorlax in the process, which is their best defender. Instead, they're grabbing a Blastoise.
I like the Blastoise pick here. It offers a lot of crowd control, and then especially along with the Mewtwo Y, you have a pretty beefy front line with it. You can have Cruelty do exactly what they did in the previous match
Zealot,
and
please.
provide a lot of damage in the back line. T3, though, lining up the Meowscarada. Let's
Yes! Yes! Zealot, if you hear me, thank you. Anyway, so they are going to go with their double speedster composition, but instead of Zeraora, they're going to grab the Meowscarada instead, and Sobi finally gets to not play Miraidon. I'm sure she's really happy about this. Instead, going to be on Pikachu. Noticeably enough, Pure has Flail Snorlax items on right now. I wonder if they're going to switch to have the Pikachu be playing the damage build and Pure go with a more defender-focused Snorlax, or if they're just going to keep it the way it is.
Yeah, 30 seconds left to make those decisions right now. It is holding true. XP share Pikachu, damage Snorlax. Might make me think that Pure might start to throw some hands with the Flail build. We'll see. It worked really well in last month's, or I guess not last month, but the final stretch play-ins, but did receive some slight nerfs that might make that ability a little bit less desirable, but I guess we'll see here.
I'm also really excited to see this Serena from Reese. So, I mean, this is a Pokemon that is really strong, but I feel like it's only really strong if you're already really cracked with Serena. You know what I mean? I feel like Serena is a Pokemon that's just good, and there's just so many other all-rounders that I feel like take its place. So it's going to be interesting to see what they go with. I imagine we'll be seeing a triple axle Serena for a little bit of extra healing, and then probably Trop Kick as well, but a Serena can dive a little bit here and there, so it might be able to get in on this Pikachu. It might be able to stand up to something like a Flail Snorlax with a little bit of sustain. I'm interested to see how this works out for them.
I'm very interested as well, but let's get into it. This is game number 3. T3 going to be on your purple side, Standing on Business on your orange side. Anon going to the central area for Standing on Business, though. It is going to be that Zeraora, along with the Serena going to the bot path.
Yeah, so they do want to have the Absol grab that level 5 early, and the Zeraora grab that level 5 early. Make sure those speedsters can get their ganks so that they can start picking up KOs. That does mean that Zealot will be in the top path as the Meowscarada, but luckily for the Meowscarada, they have a really good secure move early with Leafage, and so far they have been able to get all of those early secures, so they might be able to get their level 6 pretty quickly.
Unable to get that one was Sobi. Tried her best, but just came up just a little bit short. Top path going swimmingly for Standing on Business. No points yielded either way. Looking pretty positive so far.
Yeah, not too bad right now, and we do have a non now on that level 5, and here comes Zara Aura. They knew they were in there, and, you know, the little bit of the bush check from them. They are running the Volt Switch build, likely to see a discharge as well. So now with 3 members on both sides, 4 members now for T3, they are looking to push in on these birds.
All right, nice Electro Web onto the Zara Aura. Unfortunately, no follow-up there from T3. Bottom path, Pure is looking to push forward, keep the Squirtle, keep the Bound Suite, or I guess the Steenie, away from a lot of this wild Pokemon XP, away from your goals. Gonna try to get it. Oh, nice play there for Serena, taking some wild Pokemon XP for themselves.
Yeah, great secure there from that Serena. They need their level 6 if they want to do anything in this match. So just trying to get that as fast as possible. Zealot's also doing the same thing. They want their level 6 as fast as possible. I feel like Meowscarada can only really do anything when it gets to that level 7, when it gets access to its second move. Now that it is level 6, it likely has that Flower Trick. We could also see a Night Slash just for some extra rip potential, but we will see shortly as it looks like T3 taking control of all of those central area birds.
All of that XP goes over to T3. They need to convert that into a little bit of offense here. And this is the engage point. Absol going on in on this Steenie. Able to find the KO. Hoopa sets a portal. Not taken by anybody in T3. Points raining in. Goal zone down. Looking to now take out this Squirtle. Oh, man. I think it was an eject button burn. They do find the KO. And this is the advantage. This is T3 pushing forward.
This is another really big, I think, detriment to Standing on Business's composition, is though Blastoise is a really solid defender pick, it takes a long time to get on. They need that level 5, and then even then, they don't really have their good crowd control move until they get to level 7 and get their final evolution. Right now, they're still only level 5, and here goes Absol. They're jumping in. They're looking for more KOs.
Great hyperspace hole from Tie-Dye. The fight rages on. Absol trying to get away. Zara Aura dishing a ton of damage on T3. Objectives have spawned. Nobody down in the bottom path for Standing on Business or T3. They're looking at the Regieleki, already starting to put a little bit of damage. Zara Aura looking to go on in. Regieleki getting dangerously low. Serena tries to stomp on in. Standing on Business looking for secure. No! It's a hyperspace for damage, not for healing.
Oh, Tie-Dye was annoyed from the previous match. Secure getting taken away by a Snorlax. Instead, they're like, you know what, I'm going to deal with this with a hyperspace hole Secure. And now look at Pure coming in with the big block while Meowscarada deals with the Regice completely by themselves. Every single member of Standing on Business is trying to deal with this Electro.
They're trying to. Meowscarada going to find some points down in the bot path. Pressing on forward is T3. They're doing a bunch of damage. 10 points found. Surfs up for Blastoise. Cow, a bummer for them. Sobi with a double KO. Absol with another. Blissey might be next on the chopping block. They are. Make it a 3-piece combo for T3.
Wow, the big Pikachu Unite move in the Flux Zone. And look at Zealot just hanging out in the bottom path by themselves. T3 was able to win that fight with a 4 versus 5. But now, Blastoise does have their final evolution. So once they get their Unite move, they could be a real powerhouse. And it is really difficult to deal with a Hydro Typhoon into a Surf, into a Hydro Pump, just a ton of CC. And if they can catch this Meowscarada or this Absol out, it could be really difficult for T3 to deal with.
Almost the halfway mark of this match. T3 significantly ahead. 224, 264. Standing on Business needs to find a way, maybe find a KO. Here we go. Snorlax looking to block the path. Serena has to dash right through that block. Pure just gonna hang out for a little bit. Oh, that was great. Like that.
Yeah, Pure was kind of Standing on Business in that.
Yeah.
Just kind of hanging out. Like, they're like, yeah, I'm going to get stunned. It doesn't matter too much. They wanted to try to find vision, which is exactly what you need to do as a defender, but even though they're playing it kind of an all-rounder, and here goes Meowscarada Zealot. Once the Flora Flourish, they want a couple more points, and they're going to pick up a KO.
Oh, big flower trick from Zealot. Pulls that rabbit out of a hat. Now Standing on Business, trying to push forward. Regieleki has hit the map. Blastoise opening this up with the Hydro Typhoon. Infinite Cyburn out from Mewtwo, but it doesn't do a ton of damage to the squad. T3 able to survive all those Unite moves. But now here comes Serena, trying to stomp on in onto this Meowscarada.
No.
Here's the Una reverse call. start. Sobi able to take a couple KOs. Snorlax gets one. Blissey sent packing. Points looking to go on in. They're ignoring the Regieleki. The rings are unbound. Jump pad is up. Respondents from standing on business. However, Mewtwo is able to take out the Absol here. Unite move from Zeraora. Oh, the portal gets pushed out. Unable to get through was Hoopa themselves.
Overstayed their welcome a little bit. Now it's just Sobi going to get immediately dove in on 2 KO streak for Serena. They're going to be looking for more. They wanted to go for the Meowscarada, but they hit a clone instead. Canceled their Unite move. Huge power nap there from Snorlax, and those standing on business is able to take down that goal zone. They are pushed out, and the flail finds Serena in the bush. They will not be going back home the way they intended.
Oh man, Snorlax laying the smackdown, just using that flail, finding KOs. 3:30 on the clock. Regieleki getting ripped by T3. Basement Reggie, probably theirs for the taking as well. Regieleki is going to march towards this T2 goal zone of standing on business. Absol dishing out a ton of damage on this Regieleki, or Reggie Ice, and they're going to get it. This is going to be a lot of XP T3's way.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want. We have the Flailax taking into level 13. The first level 13 in the match, and it is your Flailax pure. Now Zealot also getting their level 13. I feel like we saw Zealot offlaning so much throughout the match that they are fully stacked and just have been able to get so much experience that they are now a real threat. I mean, not as good as me, but it's okay. I still trust Zealot on this Pokemon.
I do too. 30 seconds left until Rayquaza hits the map. 238 to 94. Blastoise is going to surf Pure into a little bit of trouble, but that's all for naught. Zeraora looking for their way in, looking maybe for a pull. Uh-oh, they might have walked into trouble. Absol takes them out. That's a nice KO for T3. However, they're going to try to reset here. They still have a big lead.
I don't think the Zeraora expected that multiple members of T3 would be there. I think they were just trying to harass Pure a little bit, but it was fantastic follow-up from Sobi to stun them with that Mage build. I really love the Mage Pika here because, again, not a ton of range on standing on business. They have the Mewtwo Y, but other than that, it's difficult because they have CC with the Mewtwo Y, and Pikachu kind of deals with that pretty well. But right now, T3 just chasing them out of the pit. Standing on business can't really get in right now.
Not even a little bit. Meowscarada utilizing the clone to just continuously disrupt standing on business's flow. T3 is starting to move towards this Rayquaza, starting to chip it a little bit. Blastoise enters in with the Surf. Hoopa's going to reset Anon with a nice hyperspace hold. Blastoise is quite low here. Oh, Meowscarada finds a way in. Unfortunately, doesn't find a KO. Floral Flourish is out, looking to take down a couple members. Blastoise is going to try to take down Pikachu. Meowscarada and Absol both go down. Zeraora takes a triple KO. Unite move out furthest Hoopa. Rings are unbound. It's just them and Sobi for the last ditch effort. Oh no! Chaos for T3 as 4 KOs making an ace. Standing on business. Standing tall. Gonna look to take Rayquaza.
No way, and Zeraora with the huge secure, and once again, T3 just got 2 separated. Standing on business, remained calm and stood on that business. 100 points go in, another 100 points go in, now 364 to 238, and Kyle, I think this might be it for T3. We might have our first team into the grand finals, and T3 might have a long road ahead of them to get back here.
They're gonna have to. 594, make it 610 to 238, 20 seconds left. T3, 2 members still in the Pokemon Center. This looks like it is going to be standing on business moving forward to your grand finals. If T3 wants to be your champion of the March Cup, it will be through that lower side bracket. Standing on business. Moving
there they
to
are,
the grand
standing
finals.
on business.
Standing right there, yep.
That's fantastic. They just went for a little group photo in the central area right there. That's great. Great game from them. Standing on business will take this set. Your first team in the grand final, 610 to 238, and what an endgame fight. The patience exhibited by this team. What a great job from them.
Huge. 610, 238, your final. Moving forward. Very unfortunate for T3. It looked like it was all them the entire match until that Rayquaza just finding some big KOs, though, was standing on business. Love you finding that quadra KO. 80% of their KOs came in the final stretch. Not much you could say about that for T3. They just could not clutch it up. So congrats to standing on business. They got it done.
Yeah, it was a valiant effort from T3 there, and I just go back to Double Speedster. It falls off in that late game. And unfortunately, I feel like, again, they were just able to be separated so easily by standing on business. I watched the Meowscarada kind of walk in. They were doing a lot of poke damage, and then they got a little bit too confident going for the Serena, and a huge Hydro Typhoon made a cowabummer for them because they were not able to come back from it and then just picked off one by one. Great plays from that Zeraora, especially with that Quadra KO, and now we get to see some of these plays once again.
Rayquaza is the ultimate objective, and getting it was standing on business. Early on, though, T3 really pressing forward. This was an incredible push here from the central area Pokemon, the Absol, finding the Squirtle, ending a little bit early, pushing forward. This was also a pretty quick after that. They got both the Regice and the Regieleki, and Tie-Dye, making incredible Hoopa portals one by one, time after time.
Yeah, and this was where we were seeing the Meowscarada just kind of hanging out, and T3 just doing a fantastic job. 4 versus 5 in that top path and still getting a ton of points in. They really had a strong early game. It was kind of, at this point, like they just needed to keep going, and that's exactly what they did.
They really did. It started to kind of look up here for standing on business. They found a couple of KOs kind of closer to this time. This was a really good play here from the Serena. A nice little Uno reverse card from Sobi, finds the Unite move, finds a couple KOs along with Pure, and then they were able to push into this T2 goal zone. And that's kind of where T3 stalled out there, Husky.
Yeah, it was like they pushed a little bit too hard, and now we have this end game fight where we saw the Meowscarada get knocked up in the Hydro Typhoon and then picked off by Zeraora. They were just able to start running around, picking up KOs, and unfortunately, by the time Tie-Dye used the Unite move, it was just Tie-Dye and Sobi standing there, and they were just not able to get it done on their own. And since T3 had been doing so well throughout the entire match, it was too long on their KO timers, so it was able to be picked up there by standing on business. Great play from them.
I mean, you got to clutch it up. Rayquaza, like we said, most important objective of the game. It's can really turn the tide, especially when T3 looked almost unstoppable that match. We are, however, going to be going to a quick break before we get the next round set up. So, friends, folks, don't go too far. We will be back very shortly, so maybe grab a drink, maybe grab a snack. We'll be back with more March Cup finals when we get back. Welcome back, Pokemon UNITE trainers. March Cup Finals, and we brought a friend. Welcome in, Ray. First of all, congratulations, standing on business, making the grand finals. If I'm not mistaken, first time this season. So, welcome in. How does it feel taking your team to the grand finals?
It was pretty good. Yeah.
Good. Good, I'm glad. My question for you is, your team had a lot of different compositions that you guys cooked up throughout that set. Started with the triple all-rounder, then you wanted to kind of steal that Zeraora away. You had some attacker play, like a little bit of a range comp, melee comp. What was your thought process with these composition changes?
It sort of just depended on like what our tank wanted to play, I think. And also it also depended if it had like heals on the enemy team. That's really it.
Yeah, so then that Zera choice there was like, oh yeah, we'll take the Zera away, but at the end of the day, we just want a comp that builds around our tank.
Yeah, pretty much.
Alrighty, backs against the wall. Down 1-0 here in the winners finals. Game 2 looked really good. Game 3 started off kind of rocky. How did the team kind of rally the troops and pivot yourselves into that incredible Rayquaza fight to take Game 3?
Well, we knew that like our comp was like a lot better scaling than them, so we were never really worried about like the last like 3 minutes of the game. We were just like, you know, so long as we have like our tier 2 pads up, we should be fine. Like points wise and like
you definitely kept them up. Definitely kept them up. Big congratulations. I do have one final question. We are going to be seeing the lower bracket kind of start to fizzle out here. OJ, Nemesis, and T3 still down there. Is there any pick of the litter, or are you ready for whoever comes out of that lower side?
We'll try our best. You know?
Yeah. That is all you can do. Well, Ray, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck in the grand finals. Obviously, if you end up winning it, we'll be able to talk to y'all again, but good luck in the grand finals. For now, we are going to be sending it over to zero in on Alex along with Sierra for your next set, the lower bracket semifinals. So Alex, go ahead and take it away, friend.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Thank you for handing it off. You guys did an amazing job, but Sierra, we are so back, and we have just been in the back burners watching these amazing games kind of play out, and now we get to see the Orange Juicers up against Nemesis. Last time we saw the Orange Juicers, they were going up against Team YT, and we had that almost absolute cinematic ending.
I mean, it was a scripted match to a cinematic ending with how it turned out. And to be able to see not just them, but Nemesis as well, make these full lower bracket runs, I think is especially exciting. Of course, there were some teams today that started in these winner semis, and a couple that right away got knocked, like were in that lower round one due to how things turned out yesterday. And Nemesis Orange Juicer starting off there and still standing strong, I think is great. Nemesis taking down T-Gang, Orange Juicers taking down Team YT as we got to see. So this is, I think, really exciting. And elimination matches are always the best because there's just so much more to play for. Of course, the undefeated going through the upper bracket's fun, Alex, but this is where the drama is. You want to talk about cinema? This is the drama.
Yeah, this is drama, especially because the two teams, Orange Juicers and Nemesis, are kind of household names at this point for North America. Both teams have been on top of their game, and now here they are in the loser semis where T3 is awaiting one of these teams. So one of these four teams is going to be crowned a champion. We could be seeing a new team, or we could be seeing a team of old, but only one way to find out, as we're gonna go ahead and get on into the draft phase of Orange Juicers versus Nemesis. Psyduck and Suicune Inteleon already off the grid. Interesting that that's coming from OJ, because Flareon's is a big player of the Inteleon.
The last most certainly not least, ban is going to be the Sableye. I'm looking at Roland there, all of a sudden, like, oh man, like, Roland's got to pick something else. We can't go to the Sableye. That's fine. That's fine. We're going to switch it up. And since Leafeon's not banned out, Kratos is going to be picking that up for himself. We've got to see Kratos on the Leafeon before. It was absolutely dangerous pick. Relics and Metallic. Zeraora and Talonflame respectively, though. That's a lot of damage output potential here.
The dive is absolutely incredible, and to allow trainers to play Zeraora, see, I got it right this time, is absolutely insane that they're still allowing this Pokemon through the draft along with Talonflame. Metallic has had quite a bit of practice on Talonflame, and Relics, we've seen even in day one how they, for a while, they were the attacker player for Nemesis. But ever since Vin left and Bora took over, they became the lead attacker. So Relics has kind of taken on this top role, almost all-arounder style, but now doing it with Zeraora.
Ooh, I love this. The Crustle coming out. This is probably one in my top 5 of annoying Pokemon to go up against. So to be able to see that come out in the loser semis, I think is great. The control that you can have in terms of just zoning people out or isolating opponents, I think is just really understated. And I love to see that coming through as well. A lot of damage mitigation with X going into the Blissey, as we also found out earlier in another match, apparently best secure in the game. We don't care about any other Pokemon.
Oh, no.
But no, Blissey's just a fantastic pick. But going up against Gengar and Zacian.
Ooh, I also do want to reiterate, there is no better secure in the game than Blissey. You don't even need Ed Bomb. It's just Blissey. Just look at its face and you'll understand that it's going to secure. But yeah, I do like the pick of the Zacian. That's probably going to be handed over to OG. But Flareon's, who has been their attacker, is going to be going with a speedster of their own. It is a double speedster comp on both sides. 2 tanks for the side of the orange juicers. And Bora, we saw this come out of Bora, that we saw the Armarouge come out, and at first I was definitely, and again, Caster's Curse, I said, Armarouge, why would you play that? That's what I sound like in the past, apparently. Armarouge, why would you play that? And it turns out they played it exceptionally well, and we'll see how it plays today, trying to get these speedsters like Kratos. We've already seen what they can do with Leafeon. I'm more curious to see what Flareon's does with the Gengar.
Hey, Gengar is a fun one to watch, so that one will be especially exciting. So you're talking about Flareon's a little dance, a little ticky tap, and just move, being able to move around this movement is incredible. So I think this is going to be especially exciting, especially again. This is our lower semifinals. These 2 teams have been battling it out all day to make it to this point, but of course, only one can make their way into that losers finals, have one more chance of making it on into the grand finals. And with 2 household names, you know we're in for a great match ahead.
Absolutely. And actually, I have a little note here that says Roland told Alex he will play support Machamp. He lied to me. Therefore, how could you? You're breaking my heart. Do you hear that? Just shattered into a million pieces. But let's get into it. Nemesis on your orange side, OJ on your purple side, as they have sent this central area Leafeon for Kratos, and it looks like already Roland is rolling on over to the enemy central area.
I never need to ask where Roland is going to be in the first 30 seconds of a match, because it's already going to be in the enemy central area. This is just a given. Yeah, I would not expect anything less. And a little push onto the top as well. Being able to just fully roam with having this much Mulkin tank is really nice as well. So even if you kind of get caught out for a second, I mean, it has to be a team affair for everyone else to take you down. So why not roam? Why not get active?
Why not? Go be crazy. Why not? Who's gonna stop you? I did see that Kratos only took the buffs in their central area. Meanwhile, Metallic did split it up a little bit because they wanted to give the red buff over to Blissey to be able to kind of provide a little bit more stuff. But we have 4 members of Orange Juicers collapsing right onto the Zeraora. Rex is going to need to back off, and Nemesis is going to try to take advantage of that and kind of pull a reverse Uno and score on the first base on the bottom path.
Looking at this top, and Orange Juicers taking advantage there, but along the bot, Nemesis really being able to get some headway over there. So at least it's a little give and take. That's fine. Kratos a little bit more scoring for this Leafeon along the top as everyone else has their sights set to the central area. Zacian, a little bit of damage. Nemesis is all stacked up here, but seems to be able to get away just fine.
Bora and Rex trying to eye this tier 1 on the bottom path. OG taking a little bit of damage, but it does look like Zugrug is on the approach here. Luckily, the safeguard from Bliss is going to keep them safe. Kratos is going to try to make a big play, but gets cut down to size by the Zeraora. Meanwhile, you have Haunter trying to get a good KO. I think it is the Dream Eater set, and a big KO gets Flareon's to level 6. I do believe it is the Dream Eater Shadow Ball set.
All right, nice little scuffle there in the area. I love here for the lower semis that we just get as much fighting as possible. Flareons, whew, you're talking about the set, I'm talking about the KO, as that one's just a little too far pressed forward, and all of Nemesis there to greet him. Hello, you're absolutely done. Now, a little bit of poke here, but 4 members of Nemesis here. I don't think Orange Juicers are in any position to fully push this yet, but you know what? If Kratos is on this level 9 Leafeon, then what do I know? That's an easy 2K. My bad, my bad. I was not familiar with your game, Kratos, okay?
Kratos heard you and said, Sierra, I'm sorry. Did you know who you were talking to? I'm Kratos. I play the Leafeon. I have the Emerald 2-step. Do you not see this beautiful dress? I'm going dancing. And dancing they did while Metallic tries to fly on in. Registeel has become the center of attention for Nemesis. Meanwhile, Kratos is still lurking behind, but Asnable, great job throwing out that Rock Tomb to kind of keep Flareons encased in the bush. That was a very interesting Rock Tomb.
Just the positioning and catching people out that you can have with this move. It's why Crostal's so annoying and why it's so fun to play against. So definitely going to be a great way for Nemesis to try and take potential there, especially too some of these, you know, stronger options more coming online now. We got to see this Talonflame. That was a KO secured over there. And it's dust settling a little bit, at least along the pass. We have almost a dead even score game, 52-51 at the 6-minute mark.
Metallic playing really well on this Talonflame. They've kind of been targeting Flareons. The thing about Gengar is it doesn't really have a lot of great movement options. Even though it is a speedster, it plays more like an assassin. It lurks and then combos off, gets its cooldown resets, and that's what allows it to, and I'm using air quotes here, move. It doesn't have like a speedster traditional set where they can move around, as we see the Plasma Gale going on to OG. Meanwhile, Metallic is taking flight, trying to take down OG. Flareons is looming, misses the Dream Eater, and the Safeguard is right there to catch him. Meanwhile, they decide to go underground, and this is the combo that I talked about by Flareons going underneath the ground, getting a good KO on the Zeraora.
How to turn the tides in that very moment. It was at Nemesis with all the leverage there, and maybe still a little bit of upper hand near the tail end of that. But it looked kind of cooked, and it's only slightly cooked. So I think that's going to be fine. You take your KO, your Zacian gets out, you only lose 1 member. And at the end of the day, coming off of that scuffle, you're still looking in a pretty strong position. You didn't really lose anything. It's all okay.
Kratos lurking in the shadows. Metallic lurking in the shadows. This Regieleki has become a top priority. Meanwhile, Roland has a big old block to try to slow things down. Metallic's going to go in, with the flame sweep, but it's Kratos once again able to get their boots a-dancing, because these boots were meant to stomp, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days, Kratos is going to stomp all over you. But right now, it's actually Relics who's getting that answer the call. But Flareons is comboing off with the Gengar. Great job by Flareons, as this Regieleki does crash in, and Flareons gets a nice 32 overcap on the tier 1 in the top half.
Hey, the Leafeon might have the 2-step, but everyone else on the team more than capable of stepping up when needed, and that's what's going to be dangerous about the team. The Leafeon can deal the damage or get the KOs, but you still have the Gengar, the Zacian, Mamoswine to really get this damage done. So that's the scuffle around the Regieleki. Now, looking at this Reg Ice, we're just kind of seeing if anyone can get zoned out here in Reg Ice, which he might be able to. No, we're fully going for it, and you kind of don't want to be giving it up. And there's such a nice little fight going on here. Finally, it's going to be Nemesis to break through that.
OG able to get the secure for OJ, but Nemesis was able to hold the fort down. They didn't walk away with an objective, but what they did walk away with was a couple of KOs, which if you're looking at levels, Nemesis has the ever so slightest decrease in levels of compared to Orange Juicers, and that's definitely because of Flareon's, who was able to get a good amount of KOs. Again, Gengar's biggest crutch, it's either a do or get sent to the Pokemon Center situation. If you land the Dream Eater Shadow Ball combo, you can continuously combo because you get cooldown resets. If you miss, I mean, I would say you're a sitting Psyduck, but even Psyduck can do stuff. You're basically just a sitting Gengar who can't really do much. So Gengar and Flareon's need to land those Dream Eaters.
We can't say sitting Psyduck when it's been one of the most banned today because of how strong it is.
Sitting out.
I guess. But now we're under 3 minutes now. And when we've talked about the win cons of Orange Juicers really liking to rake up those points, we're about 30 seconds away from the Rayquaza, and sure, they got a lead, but it's not the most comfortable of leads. This is definitely within the realm of possibility for Nemesis to try and get some points without even necessarily needing the Rayquaza. So I'm going to be very intrigued here how this final fight is going to be taken down. A big secure for the Regieleki on top. So that's going to be something, too, that Nemesis have to pay a little bit of attention to. And time's ticking down, so that's going to be a little bit out of position. Or, you know, we're just going to let the Regieleki go. We're more focused about the positioning. That's also fine.
I mean, Ray is a very powerful objective. If you're able to capture this, you might be capturing a game while Zugrug was in a little bit of danger. They're going to need to back out. Relics looking patiently, waiting for the opportunity to strike. They did take advantage of the score, though, as OJ is now in a more comfortable 225-51.
I love that. Nemesis, all right, well, you're more focused on the Rayquaza. Understandable. That's the big objective. That's the big play. Well, this goal is a little vulnerable. We're going to get the points, and we're really going to make sure this pressure is on you. So Nemesis, they have to be making a move on here, down by almost 200 points. And sure, they're up and around this Rayquaza. But when you're looking at the power, the energy that Orange Juicer has, first KO in the fight, they're forced to back up. Equalize with the KOs. We do still have an even fight on our hands. Alex will go in for a lot of damage, and seems like he might actually be able to get out. So a lot of damage traded across the board, but out of positioning now. We're about a minute left.
That was very skillful by Flareon's, using the Unite move to dodge the fly, the second half of Metallic's damage. Ray's going to be reset. Metallic's looking at it. They're taking flight. Zugrug is already back into the fray. Meanwhile, Roland is just kind of holding down the vision. Bora has already made their way back. Ray is taking some damage. Metallic going to take flight. They're going to land on Flareon's. Flareon's taking some damage, though. Flareon's is staying alive. Crustle is taken down. That is a big shield that they do no longer have. Bora is up against the wall. Can't move. Kratos is getting 2 KOs. Bora's trying to escape. It's a Blissey and Bora, and there goes Talonflame. 3 members of Nemesis are down, and OJ has no interest in the Rayquaza.
No, all they're interested in is securing the KOs. And now that Nemesis is gone and out of the fight, you can get that Ray. Make sure there's absolutely no window of opportunity. Nemesis, the desperation at the end, just pushing into the Ray. Orange Juicers take him down 1 by 1. And I feel like that is just a picture perfect Orange Juicers game. They get this lead, they completely squeeze you out of the fight, and take the win from there. That's why they're called the Orange Juicers, you know?
I mean, they were putting on and trying to beat the pulp out of Nemesis, and it kind of showed off today when I saw Roland use the block to hold Bora and Rex out of position so they could not move. Rex tried to use the safeguard to keep Bora alive just a little bit longer. Metallic did eventually get caught out, and don't get me wrong, I can almost guarantee you 4 out of those 5 KOs by Metallic were all onto Flareon's, but Flareon's had the last laugh and was able to get the KO at the Ray fight. Great job by Orange Juicers, not only playing to their strengths and keeping the scores high and above and just taking advantage, forcing Nemesis to make a play, but in the end, also just winning those fights at the central area.
I love how Orange Juicers plays this, really making sure the pressure's on the enemy team, and that there's always, not always, but most of the time when we get to see the win, a way to force the team to play to that speed and how Orange Juicer wants to play this. So in this one, you couldn't really get too much of a scoring advantage once you hit that Ray. So securing that Regieleki with like 10 seconds left, Nemesis are so focused on the Ray fight, they're going to let that objective go in. And then it's like, okay, well, here's the win con for us. They're not focused on this. Let's just go get 80 points. And now Nemesis, they played right into our hands. Like, this is so nice. And I just love that. And you get that aggression from the early parts of the game when you see like Kratos, this Leafeon, etc. And then the pressure that you see a bit more in this late game, having things like this Gengar, I think is just really, really well balanced and just what makes them such a difficult team to go up against.
They're very difficult to go up against. On top of that, I have also come to the conclusion that Orange Juicers likes to make us look like liars. I said they had no interest in Ray. They secured Ray anyways. We said like, oh, Kratos, they can't go in. Gets 2 KOs anyways. I'm like, you know what? Okay, Orange Juicers.
Madmen's for that, by the way.
Yeah, right? Absolutely. And this was a point where I thought, Nemesis is going to regroup, but a great job by Orange Juicers to always constantly be on them. And when it came time to go and make something happen, Roland was there blocking enemies, kind of separating them, not allowing them to enter. And we can see here that Flareons is going to go around to try to get Bora. And that's the play. That's the block right there that kept Bora up against a wall, couldn't do anything. Metallic's out of position, and Flareon says, I'll have the last laugh. Thank you very much.
The thing is, too, when you look at these Rayquaza fights and you look at these last 2 minutes, is Orange Juicer's capability of playing the time. So even if right away in the fight, they only take a KO, they can put the other team out of position. The other team can't comfortably go for Ray. And if they never can, well, then you'll always win, right? So I think that was just so well played. Great job from them. Up now 1 in the series. Again, this is the lower semis, so 1 away from making it into the finals. Bands coming out. Talonflame's gone. I'm so sad.
Oh, so parting is such
Leafeon's
sweet
gone.
sorrow. Wow, I guess they're taking 1 away. And that's funny because Kratos is smart about this. They are now drafting second. So they don't want to give the opportunity for Nemesis to take this because now they're forced to take 1 of the speedsters. If Orange Juicers wanted to, they could take somebody else. Talonflame is off the table, but Zoroark is still available. And finally, absolute cinema. I basically called Flareons in the middle of the broadcast. Clearly, you heard that. Flareons finally going to be on the Inteleon, arguably, if not the best Inteleon in North America. And I think Flareons is ready to rock and roll. I mean, he had a suit on last night for prom, so he's basically James Bond, or 007 in this case.
I believe it. I believe it. Also, Flareon's heartfelt thank you from myself because Alex has just not stopped talking about this all day. And I think that he would have been crying at the end of it if he did not get to see you on this Inteleon. So thank you for doing us all a favor.
It's true. I literally, even in the green room, I'm like, I really want to see Flareons play Inteleon. And it finally happened. So my answers were prayed, and a Pokemon that I had wished I had talked about in the pre-show, Metagross. So underrated. It is so underrated, Metagross. It is bulky, it can do a lot for a team, and shields stay up.
Yeah, you're looking at Pokemon that just do not get KO'd no matter what's going on. I think that this is just a great pick. So that'll be really, really fun to see. Final lock-ins though. All right. I mean, Miraidon has been something we've gotten to see a lot of damage out from today. I love we're getting the cross-sell back. We got the scissor. This is just fun all around.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the team composition, Kratos is going to go back to something they also know very well. Leafeon and Talon are 2 Pokemon that Kratos has played in the past, but this time have opted to also learn the Absol, and they have made an absolute spectacle of the Pokemon. Meanwhile, Little Duck on Roland to be the kind of harasser of the team. They've been able to just stun, especially when you have Surf with Psyduck. You can use it not only to speed up your own teammates out of the fray, but you can also push enemies away. That way your team can survive. So a lot of big things here, but I'm kind of with you on the Asnable Crustle. It is so underrated, and when you land those rock tombs, you feel pretty great.
Yeah, it wasn't quite enough, but it's still just really, really fun to see. And I think when you have the options like the Zeraora, the Scizor, it should be a lot of fun. I'm still just like, ooh, like Psyduck with Roland there. Roland has just been, I say this lovingly, like one of the most probably annoying people to go up against. Like you look at any point and Roland's just like, all right, what are you doing in the enemy central area? What are you doing at their tier 2 when like the tier 1 is still up? Like what is going on here? And to see him on the Psyduck now, a Pokemon that we've seen banned out a lot today, I think that's going to be really, really fun. And that is fully where my eyes are for this series.
Yeah, but I'm going to have to follow up on that statement. Yeah, Roland is very annoying. You don't want to deal with him, but he is a problem and he is a great asset for the Orange Juicer. So Nemesis is going to need to become their namesake and become the nemesis of Orange Juicers. But here we go. Losers semifinals. You have Orange Juicers on your orange side, Nemesis on your purple side, Metallic, who I predict will actually stay a Scyther. And as the Caster Curse has shown, I will be wrong. I think it's going to stay a Scyther, and we will see how they play this out.
They have a direct feed. How many times can we embarrass these casters in one series? That's my headcanon, right? It can't be that we're wrong. It's that they're making us look wrong. Ooh, Roland though, looking so right with the Psyduck to start things off. Early KO in that fight. Love to see that, and a little attention needed to be given here. You cannot let the top lane go for absolute free, but two-pronged approach. We're going to be getting a little pressure along the bottom side as well.
Kratos needed to be a little careful. They got a little greedy trying to get that knockout, unable to do so. But so far, I'm not wrong. Metallic is level 5. He is staying a Scyther. So it's going to play more like a speedster instead of a brawler. Meanwhile, Roland has already made their way back up top. OG going to go with the gyro ball, though, to get those shields up to be able to survive some of the damage here. Kratos comes up, and they're looking for another KO as Rex is using the foul play to kind of stun them, slow them down just a little bit. But then you have OG coming back to help their team staying alive.
We're not even 2 minutes into the match, but I think I found something more terrifying than Kratos on the Leafeon, and it might be Kratos on the Absol. That remains to be seen, but at this point, it's already a little bit of a terrifying prospect. And this pressure is not letting up at all. Yet again, Roland Psyduck going to be claiming yet another KO. And yeah, I mean, Nemesis, even when they just try and farm even just a little bit, Orange Juicers have just not given them anything for free.
Nothing comes for free. Everything's at a price, even though Metallic pays on to homage as they take down OG, and now Metallic's getting another KO. 2 big KOs, and they look like they're going for more. Zugwag's going to land on the heavy slam. Meanwhile, Flareon's just trying to stay out of sight, out of mind. You don't want to get caught out. Meanwhile, Nemesis might be trying to siege the tier 1 in the bottom path, and Orange Juicers might be trying to get the tier 1 in the top path for themselves.
The Nemesis have gotten 31 points. Orange Juicers have gotten way too many KOs within the first 2.5 minutes of the fight, and are also then going to be able to get their own scoring. So I definitely think when we look at the points, I mean, you have to say it's even, but Orange Juicers already with the experience and KOs that they're going to be able to take, I think that is absolutely great. You got 2 Pokemon at this level 8. You got this Inteleon online, absolute farming, level 9. Like, this is a terrifying Orange Juicers to go up again. And this is going to be objectives now spawning. And a little shuffle around this bottom Reggie.
Wow, look at these shots by Flareon, just kind of positioning themselves out of harm's way. Meanwhile, Rex is going to try to find somebody out. Look at these snipe shots as they go down. Metallic going to be taking a good amount of damage, but Metallic's going to have the final lap. Flareon needs to back away. They do not want to be caught into danger. Meanwhile, Regirock is getting a little bit of love and attention. Rose is going to head down, but they all have Zugwag to stall things out. Big heavy slam, and it goes to Zugwag.
All right, so that's going to be not 1, but 2 objectives, assumingly so, if this Metagross can get this Regieleki down in time. The picture is so small, but yeah, sure enough, we'll secure that. So the shuffle and the fight along for the bottom objective will secure. At the top one, absolutely for free. And Orange Juicers just looking very strong at this point in the match.
88-31, they have the lead in points. This poor Bora's gonna need to choose the eject button, but they are met with the compute and crush as OG. This could be a big siege. We see the Azure Spy Vision is coming out. Agent Flareons is on the move. Bubble 07 gonna get a couple of scores. Good KOs, and OJ already trying to build the Jenga blocks here. 176. Meanwhile, Metallic is gonna try to drop a 40. Try to make things a little more even, but Orange Juicers playing very well.
I mean, you're saying they're trying to build up these Jenga blocks. I think they're doing such a good job of this already. This is, I think, the same amount of points they had at the 2-minute mark last time, and they're not seeming to let up at all. So definitely when you're looking at that win condition for them, they've taken a lot of early advantage here. For Nemesis, I'm looking at how they're going to be able to, in these team fights, really be able to fire back, but so far they haven't really been able to do too much besides being able to maybe trade a KO in exchange for giving up 2.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, Orange Juicers has maintained control. They kind of have everything going for them. Nemesis is trying to find any advantage that they possibly can at any given moment. We're already halfway through the game. A bottom objective is going to arrive, and Kratos has been putting on a clinic. OG just kind of waiting in the wings. This Metagross, if it can get to level 13 by the Ray fight, those shields from Gyro Ball are going to be huge. Bora is going to try to get a little bit closer. It is a Reg Ice, as it has finally spawned. Flareon trying to get those snipe shots out. Meanwhile, though, Relics is trying to do it much here, and it's actually the Umbreon who's able to get it. Computer just come out of OG. OG gets taken down. Meanwhile, Kratos has to back on up. You have Sunbrook trying to hold it down. The Azure Spy Vision. Bora has been given 2 KOs. Metallic is on Flareon. Flareon's going to try to get a couple Citrus Berries, try to get the KO, and Metallic able to knock down Flareon's, but then you have Kratos who was able to knock down Metallic.
On Orange Juicers, they're fighting back. Nemesis, they push, they get their KOs. Orange Juicers, with the power of the freshly revived Pokemon, can finally get them out and trade a couple of the KO. So early fight, definitely more in Nemesis' favor. Definitely showing that they have a fighting chance in this. Orange Juicers, when they can really get everyone back together. Good stuff. I think Nemesis did a reasonably good job at fighting around the Snorlax, which could be so obnoxious. Just, that's going to be something I'm looking for in the later fights, if they can kind of keep that up. But when all is said and done in that little shuffle, they get the bottom objective. That's great. The top, yet again, is going to Orange Juicers, and we're still seeing them with a decently healthy point lead at this point in the match. And if they can win this fight along the top side, where they're stacking up members, whether they go for it or not, no, we might just back up. But still, this point lead's pretty nice for them.
It would have been nice to see Orange Juicers try to get this as a big push. Very surprising that they didn't. They probably want to save their resources. Again, they do have all their bases up. They have all their goals up, so they don't want to be accidentally pushing too hard and then giving up too much.
That's exactly it. You got to look at the clock. All right, we're a minute away from the Rayquaza. Nemesis's biggest way of getting back into this match, and with a Bora, this Miraidon that can definitely input some power back. You don't want to all of a sudden lose members and be, well, completely outclassed for the Rayquaza, but maybe it's worth fighting for with this bottom objective, because Nemesis as well, they also can't really be losing anyone here if they want to be contesting for that. So they'll spread around the outside, but Orange Juicers are going to jump fully onto that objective. It's whether Nemesis can go ahead and kind of steal it away. Rex is actually going right into the damage, but that's going to actually keep the rest of the team isolated. And Sunbrook, with not just 1, but 2 KOs, Nemesis falling apart in that bottom fight.
Oh, not great at all. Being able to get him, that is 4 people down. OJ's gonna go for it. They already have the Azure Spy Vision. Nobody is up for Nemesis, and that was just free for the taking. Orange Juicers had the Ray fight already set up for at the bottom path with the Registeel. Nobody even got the Registeel, but Orange Juicers just crushed, squeezed every ounce out of Nemesis, and they were victorious. 5:58 to 71. 1 minute and a half still remains. But the problem is Orange Juicer still has shields. They still have presence. Nemesis, unfortunately, being crushed here at the finish line as Kratos, without even a shield, is trying to score. But with the damage that they have, the time left, and the fact that it looks like OJ is not leaving this goal anytime soon, Orange Juicers are moving on to your losers finals. Can I call it that early production? They said no. Well, I'm calling it anyway.
When we're on track to maybe try and hit 4 digits, and we don't have a Nemesis even in 3 digits, I think you're good to call it. You have my permission to call it. Don't worry. But man, that Registeel is just the tastiest little piece of bait. Nemesis, go for it. They lose the members. Orange Juicers say, all right, that's fine. We'll go for Rayquaza instead. Burst it down. Completely close any opportunity for Nemesis to come back into this. And this is just, yeah, a match that was so well played from the get-go. Where we just get to sit here and watch the cinema that is the ending, you know? Nemesis, you take a couple of KOs, but that's about all she wrote.
Orange Juicers, you are my cinema, my Hollywood treasure. You are. I love you just the way you are. But Relics did get a 4-piece to end the match, so, you know, at least you can walk away with you got a 4-piece. Maybe it wasn't a victory, and unfortunately, the run does unfortunately end for Nemesis, but that does mean Orange Juicers are going to be facing another fan favorite of T3. Meanwhile, Standing on Business is waiting in the grand finals. But before we get to any of that really fun stuff, let's take a look at the stats and how the team played it all out. I talked about it in the draft, how OG and just in general Metagross, a Pokemon that can really be helpful, and it showed. They were able to get their stacks. They were able to not only do damage, but when you use Gyro Ball, the more targets that you hit when you land that Gyro Ball, the bigger your shield is going to be, which allowed OG to not only do damage, but also the sustain and survivability, well, those stonks to the moon. And just like Orange Juicer's graph, they always maintained presence other than like the first couple of minutes of the game, but after they got those objectives, they just kept going to the moon, and that's the OJ strategy. And Flareon's, mwah, chef's kiss. I'm no wonder chef, but I can wonder that you are one amazing Inteleon.
And I know you've been talking about it all day. You finally get your Inteleon. You're content now?
Oh, I am so content.
Awesome.
At this point, I'm happy. What more could I need? I have Sierra Dawn as a casting partner. We're casting North America. We have a great production crew. And I got a Flareon's Inteleon game. Sounds like a good day to me.
I would have asked for a game 3 personally.
Well,
next time, if you could throw that on your wish list, that would be really nice. But I think for Orange Juicers, this is a really good statement to kind of make for the rest of the day, and is a really good form to be showing when we still look at them having to go up against T3, and then of course the winner of that match going on into the grand finals to face up against Standing on Business. Orange Juicers, it's whether they get super early momentum, whether that's saved for a little bit later on, each time they're able to find their ways back into this, and I love those split-second decisions. All right, well, we've just taken some members of Nemesis down. Okay, well, we don't care about Registeel anymore. Let's quickly get this right. Let's end this game. Or in that game 1, oh, they didn't protect their goal from the Regieleki. We're going to 4v5 this fight and just send a Snorlax over there and get some points. Like, every little decision for this team, I think, has just been so clean. And those little differences that have really added up on top of just this great gameplay from everyone.
Then it goes to show how well that they are just very aware of the map and their win conditions. They are always aware of what they need to win. They go in with plan A, but they might end up at plan Z, and it still will work. I don't think there's that many win cons, but you know, sure, why not? Because that's how far ahead Orange Juicers tend to think. They think very far ahead. They look at their win conditions and they say, how can we come out on top?
Yeah, and whatever version of the game plan it is, they're always ready for whatever the enemy throws at them. And, well, they'll take it, double it, and they'll hand it right back. And it's been really fun to see so far. So even if a game 3 is not in the cards, it'll be really exciting to see them in the lower finals up against T3, which I think, too, this is the matchup that you said was, like, what you were kind of maybe anticipating grand finals to be. So you get to see the matchup, just maybe a little earlier than you expected.
Yeah, very unfortunate. I'm excited to see how these two teams go. We are nearing the end, trainers. So please, we're going to take a quick timeout. Go refill your water, stay hydrated, grab an extra snack or two, and we will be back with more Pokemon Unite action.
Welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers, North America March Cup Finals. We are almost at the end. Last part of the lower bracket. We're going to have T3 and Orange Juicers on deck. This is going to be an incredible match. I am Steel Agent I can't even say my own name. I am Steel Agent Kyle, and with me we got Husky Star. Husky, how are you feeling? How are you feeling about this match? I almost did.
Did you almost say Steel Agent Husky?
I did. I almost did. Because I was thinking Kyle for Worlds. It was like my brain just completely jambled right now because this is going to be an incredible set.
Steel Agent Husky.
We are one.
That is Steel Agent Kyle. I am Husky. And together we are Steel Agent Husky. And we are so excited to get into our loser final match. I feel like, I mean, Alex just said it before he went up to the other voice channel, left us all alone here.
Yeah.
That this is his dream set. And honestly, like, these two teams are so fun to watch. I feel like they're teams that really get the fans super hyped up because of how much fun they are to watch. So I am so excited to see what they're going to be bringing here.
T3 lost a heartbreaker up in the winter final. They won the first game, lost the next two, sending Standing on business to the grand finals. But here we go. Draft is on deck. Orange Juicers taking the purple side. Gonna have the first pick option. T3 on the orange side. Blissey, Suicune off the table in game 1.
Ooh, and Absol as well. They don't want to give that over to Anon, who has been very good on this Pokemon all day. I wonder if because of that ban, they go back to Zoroark Comfey. And T3 also going to ban that Inteleon away from Flareon's. Smart ban, that's one of his best picks for sure. But it does make me wonder what Orange Juicers is going to grab first. There's a lot of good picks on the table.
So many good picks. Kratos, I mean, you think Leafeon, you think Zeraora, you think a Speedster instead. It is going to be Psyduck. Roll-in on the Psyduck. One of my favorite things to watch is roll-in on a Disruptor Pokemon. Psyduck fits him so perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely. And he also really loves the Sableye, but I think the Psyduck has just also been performing super, super well. So I'm excited to see that. Zealot is going to get the Zeraora back. I feel like one of the reasons that T3 didn't end up taking it home previously is because Zealot didn't get that Zeraora. So seeing them picking this Pokemon back up is fantastic. Also Pure with that Snorlax. Want to see if they're going to go Flaillax again or if they're going to pivot to the more traditional Defender style Snorlax. But I did love to see the Flail.
I also love to see it. It looked like it was working so well until it wasn't. OG, though, grabbing the Zacian. We've seen him play that a ton, not only this tournament, but in a lot of the tournaments this year. Seems like it's one of his comfort picks. Kratos is able to grab that Leafeon like we thought they might go with in the first pick. But either way, on the opposite side, T3 taking Tie-Dye with the Hoopa and Sobi, grabbing the Pikachu.
Really interesting picks here from T3. I feel like these are all picks that we tend to see them on, but not as much together. So I imagine we will see Sobi pivot over to the Mage Pikachu build unless they do want Pure on that Flaillax. And Orange Juicers going to lock in that Gengar again. Flareon's has been loving this Pokemon.
Flareon's, that Gengar, gonna have a lot of hardware on its face. 3 sets of glasses, the specs, the stacking glasses, and the wise glasses. So a lot of damage forthcoming for them. Anon lines up that gutter pick with the Garchomp, a powerhouse in itself.
I like the Garchomp pick here. Gonna swap that over to Zealot and then give Anon the Zeraora. Traditionally, Anon plays the Speedster role, so not surprised to see this swap, and Zealot is very, very proficient on this Garchomp. I feel like Garchomp's one of those picks that just does really, really well in that top path. It might struggle a little bit into Zacian, though, because Garchomp takes a second to get online, and Zacian just kind of exists and is good, regardless of the level that it's at. So I am going to be interested to see how this top path goes specifically, but that bottom path with Flareon's on that attacker-style Gengar with a lot of glasses on its face should be able to see very well at the very least.
I mean, you have to be able to see very well, especially if you're Gengar.
He'll be able to see.
You would think. Gengar, definitely a squishier target, but we are getting the stage set. Lower bracket finals, best of 3 set. Orange Juicers, they want to get back to the grand finals. First tournament that they won was the Eos Cup play-ins. They have not won one since. T3 wants to get to the grand finals for the first time this season. And it's going to be the standing on business team that is waiting for the winner of this match. I'm really excited to see this one play out.
Yeah, I am excited to see it play out as well, as we are on our way having the Psyduck heading into the top path with the Zacian, and this is going to be a really interesting top path that I specifically want to be watching, especially because this Garchomp might struggle a little bit into Zacian, but it also can do a pretty good job if it gets some secures.
The Gibble cheese in the early game is pretty tough. Orange Juicers gonna push on forward with OJ, looking to try to slice through this little Gibble. I believe there's an eject button burned away. Orange Juicer is able to take a lot of XP, but here comes Kratos looking to take down the Hoopa. There it is, first K opener. Oh, goes over to OJ. Gibble just trying to hold the door, unable to.
Leafeon is just so strong early, and what Orange Juicers is doing, look at where Flareon's is now, in the central area, cleaning up that EXP that they left there, just able to send Kratos on the Leafeon on to the top path at level 4, because it evolves, it gets its early gank, it has its Razor Leaf, and it can start doing insane damage, and now you also have Flareon's at level 5.
Oh my gosh, 4 members down here for Orange Juicers, catches T3 off guard. Psyduck headache, it's gonna push on forward. Snorlax Pure trying to hold the door, but that is just so much damage from Flareons, working those special attack specs up, stacks on in, more damage forthcoming.
What a start here from Orange Juicers. You expect nothing less, and look at them down there as well. Zugrug heading into the central area of T3. They want to continue putting pressure on the map, and with that Ice Fang that Zugrug has, they can just pick up Pokemon, throw them right down, and then Kratos can clean it up.
Pure is going to try to defend this Escavalier from Orange Juicers. However, that is a tall task. I believe Zugrug made that blue buff theirs, and T3 just has to watch as a lot of this experience is going over to the Orange Juicers.
Yeah, I mean, at this point already, T3 is going to be playing from behind, and they just have to get what they can. So Sobi gonna go down here to OG, but honestly, just getting some points in to help that experience gap along is honestly kind of what you have to do at this point when you're this far behind. You have a level 8 on the Gengar, a nearly level 8 on this Leafeon. It is not looking great for T3 as we move toward our 720 birds. They have to find experience wherever they can get it.
Unite move available for this Leafeon. Look to fight, maybe start this party off right. There we go. Doesn't even need to use it. Still takes out the Gabite. Tie-Dye is on their heels, trying to prevent some goals from going on in. Prevents the 30, at least for the time being. 30 is going in. Leafeon gets that. Another 5 following from the side. More stacks on in for the Leafeon. Meanwhile, bottom path, it's Gengar. Flareons gets a double KO. And Orange Juicers, this game is all them.
They're going to break evenly in the top path, though, an even 18-point cap here, bringing them to 157 points. But that gives them the opportunity to get this Regieleki, and that's kind of exactly what you want, especially playing against a Hoopa. I mean, I feel like we say it every single time Hoopa is in a match, but I cannot stress this enough. The only time you don't care about overcaps is in first to 500, but otherwise, it's when you're playing against a Hoopa.
Doesn't exist in first to 500. Orange Juicers, though, they are putting the pressure on. Nice Psychic there from Roland. That's going to enable potentially a KO. Zacian draws the first KO of this fight, takes down the Gabite. However, return KO, Zeraora takes out the Zacian. Leafeon is able to take out the Pikachu. Oh, nice little block of Snorlax. Uses that, but oh no, they take the portal. Regieleki just walks on in. That is huge. 3 KOs for Gengar. Now they're looking to take down Pure. That might be the 4th. Psyduck steals that away, and OJ comes out massively ahead.
I feel so bad for little Gabite there. I watched it just walk up to the tier 2, immediately get comboed by the Gengar, and Flareons is popping off on this Pokemon right now. Level 11 already, and they didn't even have to use their Unite move in that fight, and they're already up by over 200 points. This is Orange Juicers' game right now. They are locked in and ready, and T3 needs to get some picks. It was great for Anon to use that Plasma Gale to grab that Zacian, regardless of them ending up going down. They need to find some more situations like that to make sure that they don't continue to run away with this level disparity.
Basement Reggie is a Reggie Rock. Zacian, it's OG, that's going to be able to slice this one down to size. Give them defense and special defense buff for the next 90 seconds. That will include a potential Regieleki in the top half, 20 seconds until that one comes.
Yeah, and there's already 2 goal zones broken on T3's side, so the Hoopa does not have as much map control, and it doesn't yet have a Unite move either to start bringing Pokemon up or down to whatever path they would like to go. I feel like maybe T3 gets a Hoopa Unite move and just goes the other way to get some points in. That's always a possibility for them, but right now they have to focus on defending. They don't want to open up any more goal zones. They don't want to decrease or let Orange Juicers increase this score differential, because right now it is not looking good.
Another objective into the pockets of the Orange Juicers. Regieleki will start stomping its way towards this T2. 35 HP left on this goal zone. Nice little stop here from Zealot. However, found out by Flareons on this Gengar. Forces out the Unite move. Hoopa brings the team in. Rings are unbound. Psychic is going to pull Pikachu a little bit closer. Emerald two-step talking about some dancing as 2 members make it 3 go down for T3. Snorlax is going to try to block the path, keep Regieleki from going on in. Orange Juicers full out onslaught. Nice block here from Pure. Regieleki down to half. Oh, the mammoth mash onto Pikachu, but T3 survives. Regilecki does not walk in.
What a good hold. I mean, I especially mean this in the context of Sobi, just on the little Pikachu, throwing Electro Balls wherever she could, and a huge Thunderstorm as well to take out that Leafeon. Just led for Pure to be able to handle that Tier 2 goal zone on his own so that they couldn't continue to push that in. They did lose the fight, definitely, but still, being down by that much and with that big of a level differential, getting anything you can, I feel like is a positive there.
232 to 21 right now. Orange Juicer in full control. Pure does hit a nice little heavy slam there that might push a couple members into danger. However, Zeraora heading back to the Pokemon Centers. Hoopa does send them back with a nice hyperspace hole, only for the time being, and absolutely demolished by the double speedster composition. Level 14 on Flareon's, a triple KO to boot, and Regice on the menu for the Juicers.
This Gengar just looks so good right now for OJ, and the Zeraora just trying to walk in and getting instantly obliterated. I mean, I feel like Flareon's hasn't missed a single Dream Eater yet. I feel like it doesn't matter that they ban Inteleon. Regardless, Flareon's is going to hit their skill shots, and they continue to do so, and it is looking rough for T3. Their win condition right now is going to be Rayquaza. They have to set up around Rayquaza and hope for the best. I mean, you can't really rip it, but you don't have the best of secure, but that might be an option for them, but instead they're going to set up, they're going to look for a pick here. They might have gotten Kratos.
Oh, they found the Leafeon. Kratos goes down. This might be the window of opportunity for T3. Psyduck is going to try to surf, keep the Garchomp at bay. OG identifies the Garchomp. Hoopa takes it in. Rings are unbound. Rayquaza starting to get ripped. Oh, OG gets Unite move from the Zeraora. Pikachu goes down. Rayquaza still starting to get chipped. It's almost down. Look for the security.
No, the
Flareons! Gengar closes the door on T3 in game 1.
The Shadow Ball from Flareon's on the Gengar. Who else would it be after a game like that from them? A Quadra KO to boot as well. 352 now, and Orange Juicers is going to continue to rate in points. T3 had a moment there where they thought they saw the light, and Gengar dulled it immediately.
Doesn't know how to tie a tie, but he can find a Quadra KO here in the lower bracket finals. Oh man, Flareon's looking good, showing out. 7-10-21. Still a minute left to go, but Orange Juicers fully in control. T3 gonna just hold the door, play for game 2.
That was such a huge pickup that T3 was able to grab there on Kratos, that Leafeon, and they definitely played that correctly. That was their chance. That was their opportunity. They had to go for Rayquaza no matter what. It was the only way that they would have been able to win this game, and Orange Juicers just knew how to respond. They played it very well. They backed off, they looked for picks, and they were able to find them. They grabbed this Aurora, and then they just kind of let Zealot as Garchomp rip it down, knowing that they would be doing so anyway, and then with a big Shadow Ball to finish it out with the secure. T3 did a great job. They knew exactly how to play that situation, but unfortunately for them, so did OJ.
Yeah. Flareon's said yesterday that he was playing in a suit during the qualifying matches, and it gave him a buff, so it seems like he's probably wearing the suit once again. He also posted that he's unable to tie a tie, so someone needs to teach him. But
yeah,
one thing we don't need to teach him, how to play Gengar, because maybe he could teach me, because I cannot play that Pokemon.
Yeah, the Gengar looked so good. I feel like Gengar, I mean, it was one of those Pokemon that was given the defense penetration that kind of created the Speedster 4, but oh my god, 19 KOs. I feel like Gengar has been the one out of those 4 Speedsters, or not really 4 anymore, it's more like 6 because of Leafeon and Zoroark as well. But Gengar hasn't been one that's been prioritized a ton. But right now, it looks broken.
I mean, 19 KOs. It was full out onslaught of damage from Flareon's. I mean, that's exactly what you want that Pokemon to do. It got online pretty early with those stacking specs. Found a couple KOs, found a couple of points laying on the ground, got those stacks in. Only took 27k as well. So all around. Orange Juicers was in full control of that front to back, start to finish. There was that scary moment. Kratos goes down, but, Flareon saved the day for them.
Yeah, they were able to just pivot back really well and make sure that they were able to control the situation even though they lost one of their carry Pokemon. And I guess Flareon just was like, oh yeah, it's fine. Now it's my turn because I'm the real threat. I'm the one who ends up with 19 KOs. I'm glad you picked up Kratos and not me because I'm the one who's going to win this game for us. And that's exactly what we saw.
And this was a moment, Regieleki almost walking in, Pure trying to, but the hyperspace hole kind of griefs T3. Unfortunately, Regieleki walks in, gets a ton of points in. Flareon continues to heat up. This was, I believe, a triple KO, along with an additional one from Psyduck. Maybe Roland stole that one. Didn't want Flareon to get a clean 20.
Yeah, that was a heartbreaking moment as well. We saw the thunderstorm pop on Pikachu, and another grief hyperspace hole sends them back in the middle of their Unite move. Unfortunately for T3, there was just a lot of those moments where it seemed like they just couldn't come back in time, and here's our Ray fight once again. We just had Orange Juicers remaining calm, able to pick up some KOs. Gengar around the back grabs the Pikachu. It leaves them, their only option for secure really was now down the drain, and there's the Shadow Ball to finish it off in slow motion. Huge play.
Yeah, I think the heavy slam might have been a touch early from Pure. Fortunately, they didn't have many other secure options. Maybe the Hoopa Psybeam, I believe it is, in that unbound state. But it might have been on cooldown. But either way, didn't have a whole lot of options, did T3 for the secure with both Pikachu down, and I believe it was also Zeraora down. First pick, Leafeon for Kratos. Played it really well. A little bit different up in that band category. We got Blissey, Absol, Suicune, and Psyduck not getting played here in Game 2.
T3's on their last leg, so what are they going to do? They're going to take away that Zacian. And I'm not surprised to see them grab that there because OG, that's one of OG's best Pokemon. They want to take that away, make sure that OG is kind of on their toes. They have to grab something else they might not be as comfortable with. Hovering the Gengar right now, likely not going to go for that. They look like they're hovering the Garchomp, so it might be Orange Juicers kind of taking away the top lane pick from T3, and T3 doing the same to them. And we almost had the Jungle Hoopa build locked in. Unfortunately, Zugrug will go grab that Umbreon.
I really thought for a second we were going to get the Jungle Hoopa from Flareon.
I wish.
Maybe someday. Maybe
come
not.
Come on, they're up a game. Just play it. Just play it.
Just come on, Flareons. Do it for us. Either way, looking to lock in Gengar once again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're hovering it. They might lock it in. But T3, with that Zoroark Comfey, we saw it a few different times today. It's worked out for T3 quite a bit. I don't know. We'll see if it works here to tie up the series.
Yeah, and I wonder with this Psyduck ban, I was wondering what Roland was going to go ahead and lock in. It is that Hoopa. I was kind of hoping a little bit that we would see Roland Sableye come out in this match, but they are going to go with that Hoopa, and Flareon loves the Gengar, but it's going to be up to T3 to kind of try to control this Gengar so they don't let Flareon run away with the game again, and their solution to that is going to be bringing back the Zoroark Comfey. We'll hope they can do it, and Sobi locking in a comfort pick of Sylveon. She is a fantastic Sylveon player, and by the looks of this build, Kyle, we might have a Flail Snorlax coming back.
I mean, I liked it. I think it worked really well, and then I think it works really well with the Sylveon because you don't really need a ton of scaling with Sylveon, so XP share is the item of choice for Sobi on that Pokemon. And the X speed as well. So, I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm thinking maybe Mystical Fire here.
Yeah, I think Mystical Fire would be a really good choice. Hyper Voice also, not too bad here. I would like Mystical Fire. You can bounce around a little bit more, potentially avoid some of the skill shots of that Gengar especially, but also a Dragon combo from that Garchomp, and even, Razor Leaf, the Aerial Ace combos. You can kind of bounce around a little bit more with the Mystical Fire. But I also wouldn't mind seeing a Hyper Voice. I feel like with the range that it has, you can always be doing a lot of damage with it, and it might give T3 a little bit more control that they didn't have in the previous match.
Another thing that I'm interested to see is if Roland is going to be breaking out the Hyperspace Hole, Hoopa, or potentially the Trick. We've seen a few different teams use Trick. Haven't seen it a ton today. I think a lot of teams have elected to go with that Hyperspace Hole, but yesterday it was in full force. Either
it
way.
could be good on the Garchomp as well, the trick.
That's what I was thinking. Thinks back to year one. But either way, game number 2 of your lower bracket finals. T3 on your orange side, Orange Juicers on your purple side, taking Leafeon into the central area. Gibble along with Hoopa going to the top.
I imagine Orange Juicers will kind of go for the same type of strategy as they did previously. Send Leafeon up into the top path when they get to level 4, but Roland has a different option here. They want to go for a central area invasion. They're not there in time to grab them because Tie-Dye is there, so they are able to take away one piece of experience there from Anon, but that might be... they get another one as well, keeping Anon at bay.
That's exactly what you want. Prevents the evolution onto the Zoroark, at least for the time being. We'll see if Flareon wants to do. Not quite the Haunter yet, so looking for some experience is T3. Pure's going to be running into a brick brawl. 4 members of OJ down in this bottom path. Hyperspace hole. Reset the HP bars. Push forward. Looking for this T1 goal zone. Points, though, inevitable from OJ.
Fantastic rotation there from Orange Juicers with the hyperspace hole. I know we talked about Trick and we talked up Trick a little bit as an option, but with the hyperspace hole, you can just keep sending your team up and down. It doesn't really matter where everyone else is. And here goes Flareon. They already hit the Dream Leader combo, but it's not enough with the Comfey. This could be the answer, Kyle. The Zoroark Comfey is back.
All right, Anon, there you see a little bit of life into T3. Contested indeed, does go over to the side of T3 as well. Sobi looking to get online, try to grab that Sylveon evolution. We'll see what moveset she goes.
Yeah, we talked about it a lot. She could kind of go either way, and now this Garchomp having to deal with the Zacian in the top path. So far, they haven't fallen behind or anything like that, but it is up to T3 to control what this Gengar wants to do. And that is especially difficult when you have a Hoopa that can just port that Gengar wherever they want. And ooh, look at this, Kyle. T3 making a little bit of a sneaky attempt at a tier 1 push.
Ignoring the birds in the central area, electing for some points instead. Mystical Fire is the ability of choice for Sobi. Anon gonna drop that Slow Smoke. Well, I guess it's the Comfey that does that. Kratos tries to engage with the Razor Leaf, unable to find the KO. Oh, Feint Attack's trying to go on in. HP bars are low, topped off by the Comfey.
Wow.
Just able to survive. More of a scuffle on here. Garchomp goes down for OJ. More damage flying from T3. However, they lose the Snorlax. More engagement from the Zoroark. And get the Gengar. Sylveon just barely lives for T3.
It is not as easy when you're Gengar to deal with a Comfey on top of the other speedster. Usually Flareon's was just able to one-shot everything that T3 had, and this time they can practically just two-shot everything that they have instead, and that might be the answer that T3 is looking for once again. Anon getting out with a criminally low HP.
1 HP, 1 dream, T3. Objectives are spawning, and as soon as they spawn, T3 rips a Regieleki off the map, off of Thea Sky Ruins. Basement side, we look at Orange Juicers starting to grab it. They're going to be pushing forward. Regirock already at half. Anon looking for a way in, sees the writing on the wall. Gengar, still a Haunter, able to secure that Regi.
Great choice there from Orange Juicers just to continue that rip and then get that objective off the map so they can start making the rotations that they want to make. Zealot is now in trouble because of that Hoopa making the rotation. They have to back out, and instead of what we had in game number 1, where at this point we had a level 11 on that Gengar, Flareon's is still looking for their level 9. Zoroark has not let them do what they did previously.
And level 10 on the Zacian as well. So T3 having a much better start to this match. Kratos looking for some experience, has not been able to find it. Does have their Unite move so far. T3 pushing forward in the bottom path. Pure is found out from this Haunter. This might be an evolution if they're able to find the KO. They do find the KO. They do find the evolution. And that is going to enable a little bit of a push here from Orange Juicers. Sobi, though, with the defense.
Really great choice to go with the Snarl foul play build from Zugrug. It just has so much control, especially over that Snorlax, who really needs to not be in a constant CC to get their move out. Flail requires a lot of auto attacks, and though it does more damage when Snorlax is at lower health, it doesn't do more damage if Snorlax is KO'd, which foul play and that Snarl really gives Orange Juicers the opportunity to make sure that they're keeping Pure from being able to get that combo out. That's exactly what we're seeing here, Kyle.
Oh, Phantom Ambush, mostly for escapability from Flareon's, doesn't find a KO with it. Instead, still holds on to their life for the time being. Halfway mark, 78-58. It's been a bit of a stalemate so far. There is a Regieleki spawning in the top path. Looking for a little bit of a push is Anon. Sees the Hoopa there. Hyperspace Highway. Might transport some members up towards the top. 2 members here currently. Make it 3 with Garchomp entering the fray. Bottom side, Pure grabbing vision. No engagement yet for either of these squads.
Ooh, Anon looking for a little bit of vision. They find with a grass knot. And look at OG just ripping down Regieleki. They're like, we're just going to trust that Shadow Ball secure. And it is the Hoopa to get it. They can't really do much about that. And now T3 is going to have to defend. Or not.
Yeah.
We'll just go ahead and let this walk in. Why not?
A little bit of math, 20 in, along with a 40. That makes a 30-point over cap. Unite players can math, especially at the highest level. That makes it 138-78. Advantage OJ, at least in the in the score line. Maybe not so much in the levels. Pure looking for a way in. Still 3 members of OJ monitoring that T1 goal zone.
Unfortunately for T3, they just don't have the map control or map presence that Orange Juicers currently has. And look at this, Zealot, now the only member defending this tier 2 goal zone, and there's a big push with OG already expending their Unite move to try to push into this tier 2 goal zone. Look at that, Orange Juicers just brings him right down with the Hoopa, rings our back.
Alrighty, 4 members down here. It is a Registeel. Garchomp looking to try to chomp down Pure and able to accomplish that mission. However, it is Orange Juicers that still comes out for that Registeel. It's Hoopa that takes the secure. Now looking to push into this T1 goal zone. Uh-oh, this might spell some trouble. Flareon's not a fire type, but they're heating up. Nice portal. Top off some HP bars. Pure is out here to try to block the way. Nice pickup. Dragon combo from the Orange Juicers. They're still looking to push on in. Flowery Fields forever from the Comfey. They're trying to use this Umbreon to push them into danger, but this push is still going on. Gengar with another KO. Umbreon goes the other way, and Orange Juicers not able to converge on this goal zone the way they wanted to.
But they are able to get some health back, and they will just go ahead and leave that alone. I feel like T3's stand right there was very, very powerful, but Orange Juicers was still able to get some really quality KOs. And it really feels like at this point in the match, even though T3 had a better start than we saw last time, they're still playing on their back foot. Gengar is now level 13, as opposed to the Zoroark on level 12 only. They do have a Zacian at level 13, so it's not like they're very behind in levels, but still, as we move toward the Rayquaza fight in 20 seconds, I feel like this game has gone so fast. In 20 seconds, T3 is going to have to play for Rayquaza. They need to grab a couple picks, they can't lose members, and they do grab Kratos. This is a good start for them.
Oh, Pure might have been caught too between a block and a hard place. Doesn't go down though. 3 members of OJ still hovering over this Rayquaza. Hyperspace Hole might look to set back this Umbreon. It does. Pure almost blocked them into danger, unable to do so. Zugrug returns, rings unbound. Rayquaza starting the party off right. Pure gonna have to take a quick little snooze to reset their health bar. Shield stolen by Zugrug. Still no KOs found just yet. We have Garchomp entering the fray with some Dragon combo. Unite move from the Comfey. Dragon, the
Gengar's
livid
down.
outrage is out. Gengar though goes down, Husky.
Gengar is down after Sobi was able to get their Unite move out. Gengar was unable to complete the combo on top of that, but here comes the Garchomp, another huge Dragon combo. Sobi living on basically nothing, has to run away, and right now Rayquaza is getting chipped down. T3 wants it. It's very low. It is Snorlax. Pure with the secure. That's why they call him Pure, because it rhymes with secure.
Oh man, what a hero play from Pure. Takes T3, propels them into some scores. 378 make it 4. 218 on the OJ side. Flareon's in trouble. Zoroark finds a KO. T3 needs to hold the door. Calm down. They are in the advantage in the driver's seat with 40 seconds left.
Zoroark Comfey may have been the choice for T3, but this game is not over yet. Orange Juicers hovering around their base goal zone. They need to see if they can prevent any more scores from going in. They cannot.
Okay.
Another few points go in. Now 670. This game is all but locked up for T3. It looks like, Kyle, T3 is taking us to a game 3.
Ooh, I like that one. 670
Thank
to
you.
18. Maybe. Yeah, that was good. I like that. You're waiting for that one.
I was waiting for that one.
Yeah, I like it.
I was
For another
cooking that
48
up.
points. That was a good one. Another 48 points goes in for Pure. That'll add on to the total at the end of the game. Maybe another 52. Some more extra points just for good measure. T3, regardless, able to take Rayquaza. Heroic Snorlax secure by Pure. Orange Juicers, they're going to make sure that they're going to have to get Rayquaza away from that character next time. 804 to 18 is your final, and we are going to yet another Game 3 situation.
This time, instead of seeing 19 KOs on Flareon's Gengar, we're seeing instead 9 KOs on Anand's Zoroark. And maybe Zoroark Comfey is the right choice for T3 to go with, but also I feel like Kratos was just way too far forward towards the end there. They were like trying to get some vision with Regieleki, and unfortunately for them, they got caught out, and that just spelled the beginning of the end. It just was not Orange Juicer's game. 0 KOs on Kratos, who usually just rips through everybody on Leafeon, and this time they just weren't able to get it done. It gave T3 the opportunity to expand on the Zoroark Comfey pick, take the Zacian as well. Look at that 63,000 damage on Zealot, just really in the mix, able to pick up a lot of quality KOs, including that pick on Kratos, and T3 just playing a fantastic endgame.
Not as good of a start that Orange Juicers had in Game 1. Let's take a look at some of the replays from this match. They still had a pretty decent start to this match, but Zoroark and Comfey was the name of the game. That was the solution to this Gengar that went unchecked in Game 1.
Yeah, and we're seeing some of these moments again here. The Zoroark was just able to get a little bit more ahead in the early game than the Gengar. And I feel like, I was comparing the Zoroark to the Gengar throughout the match because the Gengar just ran away with it before. And this time, because of that Zoroark just doing a little bit better early, the Gengar wasn't able to do as well. They still did get some good KOs and had a lot of good damage, but unfortunately the Zoroark was just keeping them in check, and with a Comfey on top of it doing some healing, it just allowed Gengar, or it did not allow Gengar to one-shot those Pokemon.
This is that Registeel that Orange Juicers was able to come out ahead. Nice, it was the Psybeam secure from Hoopa. Great play there by Roland. Once again, this was the Rayquaza fight. Big Sylveon, Fairy Frolic healed up Sobi almost entirely. They converge onto the Gengar with 3 members, and that was where the opening was. Big hyperspace hole for OJ that sent the team back for a little bit of a reset, but at that point, the rip was on.
Yeah, and I really was just watching the Gengar jump into the backline, because if Gengar was able to get a pick there on Sobi, that could have been really, really good for them, but instead, they weren't able to. The Fairy Frolic was able to come out, and that just does so much healing on Sylveon, so really, really great playing there from T3, and let's see in our game number 3 if they can take it home.
Husky, is this the third Game 3 set? All
It
3
is!
of our
We
sets
got
that we
another
covered
game
today?
3. That's
All
awesome.
3.
Great
I
for
know.
us. Great for us
I love
personally.
it. I love it. Yeah. I mean, maybe not so much for the players' anxiety levels, their heart rates. I'm sure that it is beating through their chest right now, especially to have a trip to the grand finals, right? That is what's on the line here in the lower bracket. T3 and OJ, we have the bans out. Blissey, Comfey, Psyduck, and Suicune not getting played. Roland grabs that Hoopa. Zealot on the Zeraora once again.
Yeah, and I was watching Flareon's for a second, hovering over Cramorant, and oh, how I wish to see a Cramorant in this game, but I know it won't happen. I'm just on Cramorant cope. I'm sure that we'll get a nerf again before we get another Cramorant buff, unfortunately. Cramorant had its, 2 tournaments where it was pretty good, and we'll probably never see it again. But looking pretty similar to what we saw previously for both teams. Roland really, really wanted that Hoopa, and Orange Juicers is banning the Comfey, so it just kind of deletes the opportunity for Zoroark Comfey on the other side. So instead, wow, the Ho-Oh is coming out.
Look at that. Yeah, Kratos is going to lock in that Metagross, looking to be a raid boss. And that is what that Pokemon is, especially once it hits those later levels. It is, in every definition of the word, a powerhouse Pokemon. Flareon's, though, locks in the Inteleon. Excited to see what he can do with this Pokemon.
I imagine what we will see is Pure switching into the Ho-Oh because that's kind of his thing. He loves playing the Ho-Oh, and we'll see Tie-Dye on the more supporter-focused Snorlax. But interestingly enough, though we are seeing 2 Speedsters locked in for T3, we are seeing 0 Speedsters on Orange Juicers.
Yeah.
So instead, they are just going for this bulky all-rounder frontline with both Zacian and Metagross. And I do really, really like this Metagross pick because it does a lot of shielding and it has a lot of sustain, and it can really handle the burst damage that you get from stuff like a Zeraora and a Talonflame.
I like it. Talonflame has been banned in a lot of the matches that we've seen today on broadcast. This time it is free to play here in the Thea Sky Ruins game number 3 lower bracket finals. So we'll see what Anon has with this Pokemon. I don't think we've gotten to see him play it all day. Be interested to see if we go Fly or if we go Brave Bird here.
I feel like you go Fly with dealing with an Inteleon, but I can also see an argument for Brave Bird. It's still really good. It has a little bit more sustain with the Aerial Ace healing. I do think Fly is the call, but, you know, there's a reason that I'm sitting here talking and yapping at you instead of the one playing the game. So I trust what Anon is going to say about this Talonflame pick. But I am excited to see Flareon's back on the Inteleon because this is by far my favorite choice for Flareon's. Love the Gengar.
Yes.
Had a great game number 1, but I think at this point, you go back to what you know, the secures that the Snipe Shot can provide, and you can basically one-shot a Speedster in the end of the game.
Alrighty, game number 3 of your lower bracket finals. Orange Juicers taking the left side. T3 on your right side. I'm super excited. Winner is going to be going to your grand finals of the March Cup. Zacian Hoopa heading to the top path.
And there they go, and we've got Tie-Dye on the Snorlax, just watching, seeing if they can prevent OG from kind of snowballing this top path, and it's really hard to do so with the Zacian. It just gets online so fast, it starts the game good, and it gets its level 5 easily because it doesn't have to evolve, so it's really hard to keep that Pokemon at bay, so instead T3 strategy is just going to be, alright, well then we'll just try to get our Zera to level 5.
Like Orange Juicers is taking advantage of a lot of the wild Pokemon XP in the top path. Talonflame is still Fletchender, enters the fray up here. Birds almost on deck, 15 seconds.
Level 5 on Anon means that they have a little bit of an advantage in this fight, and they do in the top path off screen. They pick up the Hoopa. They have sent the Metang to the bottom path instead, so now it's 3 versus 1 in the top path.
Alrighty, these birds should be all T3. Looks like that is. Oh, Psyshock does find the Zacian hiding in the tall grass. They're going to have to eject on out. Hyperspace Highway might try to send the team up towards the top path. Points, however, going on in for T3. Pushes on. Another Psyshock connects on Zacian. However, no follow-up from the rest of the squad.
Fantastic couple of Psyshocks there. I mean, you go from playing a Mystical Fire, which you don't really have to worry about aiming anything, to having to aim everything with a Psyshock, but that offers a really good opportunity for Secure for T3, and never mind the fact that we'll have a Talonflame as well, which is another one that's one of the best Secure moves in the entire game. So if Sobi can continue to connect on these Psyshocks, we could be in a really good spot for T3.
Alrighty, center area. We're going to have the Altaria family hit the map. Sobi looking to line up a Psyshock. Tie-Dye hits a nice heavy slam. Oh, found out from the fly from Talonflame. Zacian, though, is going to try to slice through Zealot on the Zeraora. Zacian just barely 1 HP in a dream, but no, it's a nightmare for the Zacian.
It was a little bit of a growl there from Sobi, about to lose their sure hit moves in a moment here, if they do go with the Psybeam build on level 6, but that was the growl able to pick up that Zacian. Very big KO for T3 early. You want to make sure that Orange Juicers doesn't snowball like they like to do. Orange Juicers is a team that likes to score a lot so that they don't have to worry as much about Rayquaza, and T3 has to make sure they lock that in.
Alrighty, center area 720 birds all go over to the side of T3. Levels looking good. Zeraora, however, going down in the top path. Kratos holding on to 30 points and a near evolution. This is Tie-Dye on the Snorlax, trying to hold the door, keep these points from going on in. Evolution online for Metagross, but not able to get the points in. Bottom side, Reggie Ice is the ice of choice. Ooh, big snipe shot connects onto Sobi. She's going to be forced back to that goal zone. Are we going to see a nice secure here? Flareon's lining it up. T3, nowhere to be found.
yeah, you just can't really go in there, especially after the snipe shot hits and another one connects on the back line. This is why you give Flareon's that Inteleon, because he just does not miss a snipe. Pure now trying to defend while the rest of T3 pushes into the top path, but here comes Metagross. Big compute and crush takes them down. If Orange Juicers is going to lose their top path, they may as well take bomb.
Yeah, and they do. Not a massive overcap, unfortunate for T3, but it doesn't matter. There's a Hoopa on that side of the map. Looks like Talonflame is going to try to land a nice fly. Flareon lands a big old snipe shot, a couple of basic attacks. I don't know if they want to go back in. That might be doomed for them. However, they're going to try to line up. Nice pull. Zealot. Oh, breaking some ankles, taking a red buff on him. Discharges out. Zacian trying to find the KO, but they can't. Plasma Gale out. Flareon's from close range takes out Zealot.
Almost had it there. That was a huge KO on that Zacian. Just breaks ankles, dancing on him right there with Zealot, but unfortunately not able to get the job done. And
nice.
Metagross does pop a compute and crush, just traps everybody in there, but they're not going to be in there with them. They will also get taken out. We got a real back and forth battle here.
Yeah, T3, I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me. They take out the Metagross as they set that up. Ooh, nice secure there from Talonflame. Takes it away from Hoopa, and they get out of dodge. I thought Hoopa might have been able to take the K out had they stayed there, but unable to do so. Ooh, nice little Phantom Force. Misses a little mark just a little bit. No one saw it rolling.
I feel like you just have to send Talonflame on Flareon's and just hope for the best, because Zeraora needs to deal with things like Zacian, Metagross, you know, but you have to deal with this Talonflame. Or not the Talonflame, you have to deal with this Inteleon because he's just hitting every single snipe, and you know, what more can you do if you let Flareon's have an opportunity for a secure move? Regirock has hit the basement path of the Thea Sky Ruins, and here goes Talonflame with a big fly engage.
Oh, big flame sweep too. Oh, nice snipe shot from Flareon to take out the KO on Tie-Dye on the Snorlax. However, Rekindling Flame has revived the team. Fly looking for the secure, but no! Sobi, big Psyshock takes the basement Reggie.
That was a big secure there. T3 definitely needed that to keep their momentum up. They take down Mamoswine as well, but look how big this Metagross is right now. Level 11 and so tanky. And T3 doesn't have too much where they can stun the Metagross so that they're not able to use their Gyro Ball to pick up those shields. And that's really the only way you take down a late game Metagross, is you make sure they don't get the Gyro Ball out in the first place. Otherwise, they are just so tanky. And now that they're level 12, that late game is coming in early.
Plasma Gale out, looking to take down the Zacian. Instead, they take the Volt Switch back towards this Regieleki. But having the last moment to use it, so they're just going to try to get some damage on. Hoopa brings the team in. Rings are unbound. Here comes the reinforcements. Inteleon pops the Azure Spy Vision, looking for a secure. Snipe shot being held, but no, Zeraora pops it first. Inteleon force back. Zugrug forces an eject button out for themselves. We have a Compute and Crush onto the Talonflame. Talonflame flies away just barely. Big engage. Snorlax stops them going in from the Hoopa portal. Regieleki walking forward, but Orange Juicers there to respond. T3 backing up.
Well, look how tanky the Metagross is. They're not able to make it back through the hyperspace portal, but they still live there, and now they're back. You know, they're able to go grab a hyperspace portal finally to be able to come back, but somehow I want to go revisit that secure from Zeraora, because how does a discharge on Zeraora out-secure the snipe shot right there? Just ridiculous plays from Zealot to make sure that they don't fall behind. And, I mean, right now, with 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, they are a little down in score, but not by much. So Orange Juicers and T3, they're both going to be playing for this final fight. And if T3 wants an engage down here, this could be where the fight starts.
Reggie Ice takes, oh my gosh, Orange Juicers just wipes it from the, I couldn't even see it by the time they were able to take it. They're looking to now take this fight. Snipe shot does connect on the Ho-Oh. Damage redirected from the Spire Spin. Zugrug looking for a way in. Another snipe shot onto Tie-Dye. Big engage. Power nap from Tie-Dye. Rayquaza still hasn't hit through the fray, but this one's still going forward.
Yeah, look, they're already starting to chip down at Rayquaza. Zealot is in there. They're looking for that Inteleon. Not able to find it. The Plasma Gale does hit, but Flareon gets away. Somehow they're able to dodge everything being thrown at them, Kyle.
Okay, snipe shot. Flareons might be in trouble. They are in the back line. Ho-Oh chases them down. They still have access to a Unite move. No Pokemon have fallen just yet. Minute 30 seconds left. Both teams are going to reconvene. Zealot gets shot by a big old snipe shot from Flareons. Oh, big Ice Fang engage. Are they going to be able to take down Zealot? Oh, nice. Oh, big Earthquake is able to take them down. Rayquaza's still standing.
Yeah, somehow Zealot not able to get it done, and Ho-Oh went down off screen without using the Unite move. Suddenly T3 is in shambles. Snorlax is also down, and now Orange Juicers can just start to rip this. The fly has already been used. It's up to Sobi with a side shot, comes in with the Unite move, but immediately goes down, Kyle.
Okay, Anon needs to get in there. Fly is not up yet. No! Hoopa takes him out. Orange Juicers! Oh my gosh, it's OG! They take the Rayquaza, break the hearts of T3 points. Inevitable. Orange juiced, pulp, squeezed, ticket punched. Orange Juicers going back to your grand finals.
396 now, and continuing to reign in points. Unfortunately, we did not see what happened to Ho-Oh with them ending up going down, not able to use the Unite move, and T3 did everything they could, throwing everything possible, but it's the Juicers. Of course it is, and OG himself able to get the secure to bring it home. 514, now 564, and why not just pop the rings unbound for good measure?
Alrighty, Orange Juicers taking this in a stunning Game 3 set here in your lower bracket finals. A match for the ages. T3 in shambles. They will be your third place team of the March Cup. Still awarding themselves a lot of championship points, so they do not go home empty-handed. Either way, Orange Juicers looking to win their second event of 2025 season. 576, 186. Orange Juicers takes Game 3.
I feel like this is what you'd expect, right? Orange Juicers going to the grand finals. But I feel like the way they have gotten here is not what you'd expect. Coming from the lower side bracket, being a game away from defeat in multiple situations, and then able to come out on top, right back where they belong in the grand finals. And look at this, Kyle. 8 KOs on the Inteleon. Flareons has just had one crazy good set, able to pick up so many KOs and do so much damage. What a great job to OJ hanging on there. Not a lot of points scored throughout the entire match, but finally able to get it done.
What a thrilling series this was. Orange Juice, big congratulations to them. They held on after winning Game 1, losing Game 2, close it out Game 3. No problem. They weren't worried about it at all. But like you said, yeah, very unfortunate there. Ho-Oh unable to revive anybody. I don't even know if that's, to the fault of Pure on not being able to utilize it. It might have just been the people that went down. I think it was Tie-Dye was super far away. Zealot was far away when they got KO'd. So it's not like you can, traverse across the map to try to revive them anyway. But just a tough pill to swallow for T3.
Yeah, I mean, they did play a fantastic game, but I feel like what I've been noticing about T3's endgame is that if the other team can split them up, then they struggle a lot more, and unfortunately, that's kind of exactly what happened. Orange Juicers was just all over the map. Flareon's just the outplays of this player, able to continue to not only hit snipes, but also be caught out by 2 speedsters and still end up living.
Yeah, pretty crazy stuff. This is a great KO there for Kratos on the Metagross. Like you said, a raid boss, super hard to take down, and that proved to be true there at the end fight. This was a great secure by Sobi, gave them a lot of experience in their pocket. Found a couple of KOs too in the backline. Zacian goes down, Mamoswine goes down, so T3 still holding pretty strong here.
Yeah, this is where we kind of saw, and here it is, the Rayquaza fight. Orange Juicers had so many members down, and poor Sobi gets obliterated by a snipe shot. Somehow Flareon's on full HP, even after getting chased down, and Anon was waiting for that fly to try for the secure, not able to get it. What a great showing there from Orange Juicers. Just a fantastic, both teams played a fantastic set, but the Juicers, and I feel like Flareon's especially, just had an insane set. I'm always happy to see this player on Inteleon. Great job to OJ. They will be heading to your grand finals.
Congrats, OJ. We will be seeing you very shortly. But before that, we are going to go ahead and take a quick little break. So, folks, do not go anywhere. You do not want to miss it. The grand finals are up next. North America March Cup. We'll see you a little bit later. Welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers. March Cup Finals, Grand Finals are on deck, but before we get to that, I need to bring a friend in. Flareon's, welcome on in. Big congratulations. Another Grand Finals appearance. My first and most important question, are you wearing a suit today?
You know, it got a little dirty. We got to wash it off, you know? Might have to put it on for this, though.
Our toes.
Feel me?
We can't hear him.
You can't hear?
Oh, you can't hear him?
Wait, hello?
No,
Hello?
I can't.
Oh, I can hear Flareon, so
Oh,
maybe
okay.
he said he's got to
She's a
dust
hater.
off the suit. Okay. Well,
Oh, okay.
It's getting cleaned
Still-
out. We'll put
Okay,
it on
no,
for
I
this,
fixed
you
it.
know?
I'm good. Sorry.
okay. All right, go ahead, Husky.
Okay, sorry, I fixed it. My audio was a little bit janky for a second. But first I want to know, how was prom?
It was great, man. I had a great time hanging out with a lot
Good.
of friends. I don't know what else to say.
Good.
Dance floor was fun.
I mean,
went
that's
off.
great. I feel like that's the best prom story to have, right? You qualify and then immediately to prom.
You know,
But my
could have
actual
been a lot nicer,
Go ahead,
you
go
know, side and just go in the prom right there. Nah, instead I had
That-
to eat dinner mad. Oh my god, I'm in losers. I won't even be able to play, and I'm like, oh wait, I have like 50 minutes. I gotta speed run this last set in losers, and I had to run. Made it with 5 minutes left. We got there.
Wow.
Perfect. I'm glad you were able to make it and have a good time. And my actual question is, would you rather play Gengar or Inteleon?
Hoopa Jungle.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's so real. That's so real. Yeah, big congratulations. So it's another grand finals appearance for the Orange Juicers. This time there's no Luminosity Gaming up there to try to take you down. How are you feeling about your odds against Standing on Business?
Yeah, this is a new team, so it's going to be fun to see how we perform against them. They've clearly done well, made it here. Took out some great teams on the way here, too. And they cook a lot. I'm jealous they're playing Azumarill, because Kratos won't let me play Azumarill, so I might have to leave and join them.
Alrighty, well, I think that's all that I had. Husky, did you have anything else?
I just want to point out, are you like running a secret item that allows you to be invincible on Inteleon? Because I have no idea how you were able to avoid everything in that last fight.
I don't really know either. We found a way. They couldn't see me, I guess. I don't know. The invisibility is broken.
Nice.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Flareons. Congratulations on another Grand Finals appearance. Good luck up there against Standing on Business. But with that said, we are going to be going ahead, kicking it over to our other casters. Sierra Dawn and Zero In on Alex are going to be taking you home for your Grand Finals. Alex, go ahead and take it away, my friend.
Kyle, you are an amazing interviewer and getting Flareon's to ask the real hard-hitting questions, which thank you for asking all those hard-hitting questions. And honestly, there is nobody better at asking questions than Husky. So now we know that Husky's the best Meowscarada ever and the best question asker. So, I mean, at this point, what can't you do, right? Anywho, that being said, Sierra, we have made it. It has been a day today, but we have made it to the grand finale, grand finals time. OJ came today in the losers bracket. They have clawed their way through everything, and now they have a chance for greatness. They are a team from a year ago that were, for the most part, considered the most dominant team. If not Luminosity, they were the next name out of players and trainers' mouth. Now, this year, it hasn't been as consistently powerful as the year before. This could be a redemption arc for OJ.
And on the other side, Standing on Business, this upper bracket run. I mean, Flareon gave kudos of like, yeah, this team, like, look at the teams that they've knocked down. And I think that's a really big part of this. When you're talking about an Orange Juicers that are looking to really return to like that dominance they had and all of this stuff, you're looking at T3 and their storylines of always being a team that could get so close. You get to see TYT, you get to see this UNITE coaching team and the players that are on it and the caliber of rosters that they're from. And for above all of that, Standing on Business, a team that in comparison to the other teams, we don't know enough about. Like, it's a team that is still a bit of an unknown quantity, but they've really gotten to show up and show us what they're capable of, and making it to the grand finals through an upper bracket run with the caliber of talent that we have here is wholeheartedly impressive. And they're one set away from being the grand champions of this thing.
I think the thing that makes it the most interesting out of all of this is that Orange Juicers and Standing on Business have not had to face each other today. So while Orange Juicers is a great caliber team, the way the performance that has come out of Standing on Business has been so dominant, so powerful. I mean, they 2-0'd YT. They did go to game 3 against T3, but now they're going to have to face the Juicers. You know, will they have enough juice in their tanks to beat the pulp out of them? Or will Standing on Business stand tall and say, hey, we just need one set? Because as we know, Orange Juicers needs to win the set to force a bracket reset so they can get another best of 3. So, I mean, when you're at grand finals, this is where I want teams to go the distance. You know, 2 best of 3s would be a dream, but both of these teams have something to prove. A new team coming out of winner's side, coming out very powerful, but then you have the Juicers, a team that is beloved, of very much a household name, but they haven't been the same Orange Juicers that they were last year, and they're trying to prove to the world in these final moments that, hey, we still are the Orange Juicers. Yeah, we make mistakes. Yeah, we come from loser side, but guess what? We are still going to wear the crown at the end of the day.
It's for the content. It's for the content. It's for the bit. Do they want to wear the prom king crown? I don't know. I just got to say, from the interview, I think my biggest disappointment was finding out that the suit was actually for prom and not in anticipation of winning on the March Cup today. I just whatever. But I think, too, that this is going to be a really exciting matchup with two teams with very different stories, very different histories of getting here. And standing on business, I mean, yeah, you're talking about this Orange Juicer squad, and maybe that hasn't quite been that same team, but throughout this tournament, even if they had to claw their way through that lower bracket, it is a team that has looked really strong on today. You know, sometimes in a best of 3, they're up a game. That's fine. You know, that's why there's 3 games. You can do that, you know. Test the waters a little bit, but I think when we've come into their macro and their micro gameplay, their map control, everything else, they have just looked so clean. And standing on business, I mean, they've taken down some top threats in this thing, and the fact that this is the first time we'll get to see these two teams meet up, I think is really cool.
It's very cool, and the fact that, don't forget, standing on business, they're a team that before, when they went up against, I think it was T3, that they brought a Azumarill. They brought 3 all-arounders against some speedsters, and they were able to dominate. Azumarill there's so many all-arounders in this game. Azumarill was easily not in my top 10 of Pokemon all-arounders that they would bring. But they brought it, they made it work. They were running Play Rough with Whirlpool. They were able to do damage, and that's the thing, right? It's almost like they are planning around the meta instead of playing into the meta, while most teams are playing into the meta a little more. So I think when it comes to standing on business, they might have a couple of surprises up their sleeves. I mean, if you're gonna bring out anything, it would be now, because it is grand finals. And with that, what more needs to be said, Sierra? Let's get right into the draft. We are going to have the Orange Juicers, who are going to be coming from losers bracket, so they are going to be banning out first, and they're going to have the first pick, as Blissey and Suicune are not invited to this party.
Nope, it's they weren't invited to prom. They were left without prom dates. It's actually kind of tragic when you think about it, but I'm excited to get into this. I love that call about not just playing the meta, but into it as well. And I think that's been a really big thing about this tournament for me, is there has been a couple of picks that I didn't actually necessarily anticipate, but have really gotten to show some great responses to all these powerful speedsters, all these powerful Pokemon in response to the Suicune, or, you know, that they don't have to come when the Suicune's banned out. But Hoopa, the first pick for Roland on the opposing end, Snorlax and the Absol.
Snorlax has been very powerful just throughout the game, and Absol is also a powerful speedster. We've seen Zeraora still not picked up, but they're gonna go. Orange Juicers are going with things that they are comfortable with. Zugrug has played the Mamoswine. The Hoopa has been so vital to a lot of Orange Juicers' plans, and OG probably feels the most at home when they are in the top path with the Zacian. While standing on business, they look like they're going to be not only bringing the double speedster into their composition, they're also going to be bringing in the Comfey. And Comfey, with the recent buffs, gives a little bit of an extra shield and gives a little bit more sustainability to both of these very powerful speedsters.
Ooh, the reappearance of the Alolan Ninetales. We got to see a little bit earlier in the day, and I wasn't 100% sold on this pick, but obviously a lot of utility being brought out again here into the grand finals alongside this Talonflame. I think it'll be a lot of fun. But Champ, over on the side of standing on business, I know it's not who you wanted to necessarily see it, but you still do get to see her of a champion.
I mean, it's true. I mean, Roland promised me a support Machamp. I never got it, probably never will. If OJ ends up winning this, I know exactly who I want to speak to about that. But even more so, I like that the fact that Orange Juicers is going to something a little more classic in the Ice Path Mamoswine, Alolan Ninetales. That's a good amount of crowd control, a good amount of stun, a good amount of freeze, slowing the pace of these speedsters, and that's kind of what you need to do. We've seen it before, what Mamoswine can help set up, but more importantly, I've been raving about this for a while, and we're finally seeing Kratos has been holding this in their back pocket. It is their Talonflame, but more than anything, Sierra, the stage is set. We have gone through all of the open quals. We have seen these teams claw their way into victory. A champion will be crowned in a best of 3 if we do not get a bracket reset. It's going to be Orange Juicers coming from your loser side, standing on business, a team that has to prove that they are still a North America meta competitor and a new team surprising many of the crowd. So let's get into it. Orange Juicers on your purple side, standing on business on your orange side. It's game 1 of Grand Finals.
And maybe standing on business have been surprising to this point because it's not the same names that we've gotten to see from Orange Juicers, Nemesis, the likes, or the same name, the same org or anything else. But it's a team that once you've gotten to see them here in the server, in the Sky Ruins, has really shown why they're more than capable of being here. OJ is going to do what OJ does, though, and that is going to be right away in this match, squeezing the opponent out for any little bit that they're worth. A little aggression along the top side there, just along the top as well.
A great job by OG, and the way they have this split up, this is what I was talking about, allowing these freezes to happen in a good KO already to the Foragato as Alolan Ninetales. This is a composition as old as time. Very early on, we saw plenty of Pokemon, Mamoswine and Alolan Ninetales in the bottom path. That is a Sweet Kiss comfy though. OG's going in for the KO. Kratos comes out of nowhere, takes down the Machop, and they escape just in the nick of time. But the Gabsol is there. They're going to go for another try to get another KO. Kratos is on the inches there, able to finally get the KO, pick up a Citrus Berry, and they're need a one-way trip out of there.
They appear into the fight to just get KO'd. Finally, though, it'll be a little Machop come and finally take care of the very pesky bird in this Fletchner. But love to see that. Just a little points, a little bit of scoring aside for both of these teams here. But we'll get to see that Mamoswine and that Ninetales alongside this bot. But we're not done scuffling along the top lane yet. But Choke goes down to Hoopa this time.
No, as a reminder, this is a Sweet Kiss comfy, so escaping is a lot more difficult, but it doesn't matter as the Brave Bird comes in, crashes, and Orange Juicers able to get a great amount of KOs, great amount of EXP. Flareon's is already level 7. Meanwhile, again, the Sweet Kiss is going to make it a lot more difficult. Yes, you are sacrificing the health recovery that you would get, but you're also going to not allow opponents to leave, which we saw earlier. Kratos had to suffer that. They were trying to escape to get to the portal. Sweet Kiss pulls you in and then allows that teammate to kind of dive in and be able to actually get the confirmation on the KO.
And Orange Juicers, especially along this bot path, but even a little bit along the top, have done a great job in getting some of this energy in. Already only 14 away from breaking that T1 along the bot path here and being able to take that lead, not just in the points, but KO departments as well as Talonflame. I mean, hey, you're talking about how we haven't necessarily gotten to see it yet, but Kratos showing up humongous with this pick already. Now, 3-minute mark, this is going to be the Reggies spawning in, and alongside this bot path, looks pretty uncontested. It looks like it's all going to be about that Regieleki.
Regieleki's going to provide a lot of push for the standing on business squad, but OG is still there. You see the heavy spam come out, the stun from the Sweet Kiss, and OG doesn't care. He's able to confirm it for himself, and now they're pulling a reverse Uno. Kratos able to get a good 40 cap in the bottom path. Meanwhile, Flareon and Zugro kind of holding things down right now. Regieleki is still making its way downtown, walking past, faces past, and is trying to find a home now, and it does. This is a great opportunity for Orange Juicers to wait it out, try to get as many AOS points as you can, and then able to break it. The reason they're taking so long and not breaking it immediately is because they don't want to automatically give the Audinos right away on the top path to standing on business.
One thing that we've talked about and praised Orange Juicers for is those little decisions throughout this, and always just so mindful every step along the way. So, yep, a cheeky little 150, 160 point lead. We're okay with that for now. We'll go back to farming energy, just kind of poking you out of any place on the map here, and you push forward to try and get a taste of those sweet, sweet birds, and well, you're taking some damage and you're running for the hills. So, again, OJ just in such a commanding spot.
Very commanding spot. This is where they're comfortable as we're approaching the halfway mark. This is where OJ thrives. being able to keep that momentum up. We saw how even though Flareons and Kratos were both able to get the bottom objective in the Registeel, then we saw the big overcap. They saved it because this is what they do best. They don't give up too much EXP early, then they take advantage of the opportunities and they take objectives and they score high. And that's what OJ is going to need to do, especially with Cruelty here. The Machamp Unite move can be devastating to a squad.
Yeah, and it looks like a little bit of respect given up to with, all right, there's a Machamp here. You don't know that somebody's had it in the bush, but a pretty good guess as another round of objective spawning. Registeel along the bot, and Standing on Business have not contested this bottom objective at all. Again, it's going to be more around this top side, and it was one where, yeah, Standing on Business had pushed forward before for the aggression, and they didn't get the objective, but at least picking up a KO first thing, that'll bode pretty well.
That'll bode pretty well, even though Roland did go down. They got the objective, though. They used their Hyperspace Fury to be able to escape. And once again, Orange Juicers able to get this secure. They might want to try to break this, though. Otherwise, they're not going to get as much value, and they're not, unfortunately. 20 does go in. But did you see that? OG was hiding in the bush. They were found out, but they escaped through the portal, not as a means to escape danger necessarily, but to reposition, stay alive, and continue the fight.
I think it's pretty safe to say at this point that Kratos isn't going to be allowed this Talonflame in the next game. I think that's it's been fun to watch. I don't know if we'll get to see it again because
probably not.
Yeah, it's been a little too good, a little too cheeky, and it's been a thorn in the side for Standing on Business that have really just stood on while their home base as Talonflame keeps sending them on back there. That's a little bit of a warning shot. Don't try and hide in the bushes. I'm on to you, but at least Meowscarada, a little flower trick up its sleeve, can get a KO. And Standing on Business can push back just a little bit for now. But that's short-lived.
Very short-lived, but Rizvan, look at this. The Sweet Kiss brings them back, and they get the KO, but it's Hoopa rolling it, who is rolling through, trying to get another KO as they are just going to be autoing this poor company. We do see the Midnight Slash come out, but Flareon doesn't care. They're being shot down. That is a Night Slash Absol. Not common. Just like we've seen Kratos, they have ran more the pursuit while they hit them behind. They get the resets, they get major crit damage. This Absol has opted to go with Night Slash, so the crit rate is going to be a little bit higher, and they are banking on that, especially with Absol's passive being Super Luck.
3 for 3 on these bottom objectives, not being contested whatsoever. So Orange Juicers will get this Regirock for free. 30 seconds left until Rayquaza. Again, Orange Juicers have played for, well, the position they like to go for. Have a nice healthy point lead. The Rayquaza comes up and you can just starve them out of the match. And getting objective with so much time still on the clock, they can now start to get into position here. You already see quite a few dangerous Pokemon hiding in this bush.
Pokemon are setting up. So far, Orange Juicers has maintained the lead. I haven't really seen Cruelty fire off the Barrage Blow, the Unite move, and nobody wants to be the one to make the first move. Meanwhile, Snorlax is heavy slamming around, making sure nobody is a little too close to start this engagement.
You definitely don't want to be the one to make a wrong move, but Standing on Business kind of have to be the one to make a first move. We get to see both teams kind of stacked up here. I like that along the top there, Standing on Business, they do have the potential to flank if Orange Juicers kind of crunch up along this left side. That's going to be Gyro Snorlax. First one, heavy slam on in, and this is where the chaos is all going to be raining out. That's where the flank is going to be coming in, but this is where we're going to be hitting all of those Unite buttons. And, well, first off, it's going to be Hoopa, Hyperspace Fury. That's going to be a lot of damage, but you called up that Absol, the damage that could do, not going to be well-lived. It's just going to be KOs traded, but on the tail end of that engagement, it's Orange Juicers still then with that lead. Wow. And now we're to a minute left, and Orange Juicers still starving Standing on Business out of time.
That Unite move from the Machamp felt personal because they got submissioned into the wall and then the barrage blow. They wanted to make sure Kratos was not only sent to the Pokemon Center, but was not coming back. Unite moves have been burned. Flareon still has there. They still have the Snow Globe. They are level 14. Zugbrug is in an amazing position right now. Very aggressive, very offensive. With 30 seconds remaining, Ray is not going to be priority. As we see, Kratos is already back, but they have not already entered the fray. But it does look like they're going to try to make a little bit of a play here. Rayquaza is down to 50. Flareon's trying to use their ice moves, trying to get a good amount of chaos, and that is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bust out the brooms for Orange Juicers as they get an ace, a sweep onto it, and taking game 1 against Standing on Business.
Orange Juicers don't need the Ray, but Standing on Business, they have to make a move. They go for the flip, and Orange Juicers, well, they can ace the team. They get to close it out, and up 1 in this game, and just played so well. This lower bracket run, these extra reps, they have fared them well. What a terrifying team to go up against at any point in the way. I mean, Standing on Business, great ideas coming out, but you see a couple of these Pokemon, and I mean, oh my goodness, this Talonflame, it did so well. Roland's always been crushing it. This entire team's just been doing so good, and there is just no way for Standing on Business to get close to that. I applaud them for going for it, but OG, especially at the end, just stepped up too much.
They know what they were doing, and OG being able to get 3 KOs and Flareon's getting 2 of their own. And I mean, this is the story that we've seen before. The tail of the tape is here. Orange Juicers love to get ahead, and then they stay ahead. They never really want to give up any lead, point advantage, a KO advantage, any of that. And look at Flareon's, even on a Pokemon like a Alolan Ninetales, still able to do the most on the team, and just a great positioning by everybody. And this really was Orange Juicer's game. Having Mamoswine and Alolan Ninetales on the same team to be able to slow, to be able to stun, to allow Kratos to do what Kratos does was immaculate, right? You froze a lot of things, even in this first engagement. Look at the stuns that are happening here, and all of OJ comes together to try to converge.
All stunned up, nowhere to go, and Orange Juicers, just the constant pressure they could deliver in these proper team fights, or even when you can just kind of isolate a couple through. Standing on Business are just so hard pressed to be able to break through. Get a couple of cute moments, you get a couple of picks here and there, but when it comes to those major fights, Orange Juicers just had such a stronghold. And even when Standing on Business, they let that bottom objective just go freely to Orange Juicers. They fight for their lives for this Regieleki, and they can't even get that. I mean, Orange Juicers, they were able to just apply so much pressure everywhere. And we get into just this Rayquaza, and again, it's exactly what Orange Juicers want. The other team has to make a move, and when they do, we'll be there and we're ready.
They were ready, willing, and able, and this is where I think I saw Kratos. He goes for the flame sweep, and look at this, the submission into the wall, and then Unite move. They wanted to get rid of Kratos so badly that they used all of their resources. And like, the Barrage Blow is a great Unite move, but I don't know if you want to single out. So that felt like a personal attack. But this was the moment. OG, pay attention to OG sending out that Sacred Sword, all that combo. And then Flareon's was just there to once again slow down the pace of the game to a pace that was comfortable for the Juicers. And in a blink of an eye, Blissey, Mewtwo, Y, Suicune, same bands are out. That means the Talonflame can return if they choose to bring it.
Yeah, and that Talonflame was so good. So I'm excited to see that hopefully go in Kratos' hands later on. But even if the bands are going to be the same, rolling for this Hoopa is going to be the same. Where we're going to be able to see some switch-ups, well, Snorlax is making a reappearance, but Standing on Business going to pick up the Zeraora.
This is looking very copy-paste, but let's try to maybe look different, because right now it is the exact same start of the draft. But you got to imagine Standing on Business is looking at this, and they might want to go with something different, and they're hovering around the Meowscarada, Comfey, and no, Cruelty is going to go with a Pokemon that they are very comfortable with in Buzzwole. Does Orange Juicers decide to bring something different, or do they stick to what just absolutely worked as Flareon locks in the Alolan Ninetales?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for orange juicers, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Switch up a little bit. Kratos just has a bunch of terrifying options. So honestly, like the Absol's fine as well. You're not going up against it, might as well pick it up for ourselves. So I feel like it's the team that's not really forced to be changing too much, where we do have to see a little bit of changes up from standing on business. So bringing the Buzzwole and the Zero Aura into this fight, how much do you anticipate this is going to be changing?
I don't know how much this is going to change. I do know that Kratos on the Absol is probably more than likely going to be doing a lot more damage this time around. The Buzzwole needs to be able to be the playmaker. They need to be the one to set up plays for the rest of their team, especially when you're going Superpower and Smackdown. You set up, you conquer, and you're able to converge onto a single Pokemon. Orange Juicers once again does have the advantage of having the Ice Path in the bottom lane. And OG and Roland, the only thing that changed here is Kratos. And Kratos, well, Kratos has been very, very disruptive and destructive when it comes to any speedster that holds their hand.
Yeah, I feel like we were talking about, all right, well, maybe we won't get to see the Talonflame again. And we don't, but it's not even because it's banned out or counterpicked or anything else. It's just because Standing on Business went for the Absol, so Kratos couldn't have it. And now they switch it up, they go to the Zera Aura, and Kratos is like, okay, mine. Absolutely do not mind if I do. So I think that the little changes that they have, it's still just such a good core concept that Orange Juicers have. And I'm intrigued for Standing on Business. I think it has to be a smidge more than the composition to be changing up. I do like how this Buzzwole can be setting up the fight, because I think that's where Orange Juicers took a lot of advantage. But how well with how Orange Juicers fight?
Well, we are going to find out, Sierra. Orange Juicers on your purple side, Standing on Business on your orange side. Orange Juicers is one game away from bracket reset, as Gyro is taking a lot of damage, and now they're going to go after Wristband here, trying to prevent it from getting any of those stacks. Able to confirm a good amount of farm, but will they get their stacks, or will they be cut down to size by anyone who can try to get it? Because again, the passive of Masquerada, it is so powerful.
Yeah, it's just going to be a little bit of early damage traded across the boards. A couple of health bars got really low, but it's going to be okay. But of course, I'm looking for Orange Juicers constantly putting this pressure on. Once we get into Alola Ninetales territory as well, hitting that level 4, this is where you can start slowly but surely getting a little bit of that Eos energy in.
Already, so we're seeing the fruits of their labor. Kratos very well at positioning, and again, I find it fascinating that the team is still choosing the Sweet Kiss Comfey. I understand the prowess and the fact that you can lure in a Pokemon, especially with a Pokemon like Zera Aura, but when you're giving up the health recovery, which I feel like a Standing on Business needed, they don't have it. And look how Kratos is strategically moving around it on purpose to avoid any Sweet Kiss shenanigans.
Yeah, I feel I am right there with you. It's nice when it works, but Orange Juicers, if they're prepared for it, and well, they're just Orange Juicers that are taking care of your Pokemon, maybe not necessarily the call into this, but I'm excited to see if maybe later on it can have a little bit more impact once we get into maybe those bigger fights. But early on, Orange Juicers, this is just looking clinical for them. Of course, we are getting to Standing on Business, where they are just getting their own experience. They can start scaling up. And I'm looking to, once this Meowscarada gets online, about that damage output, it can try and push back. And now that Orange Juicers just walk all over them.
Again, we saw it in game 1. We saw Orange Juicers take command early on, and it looks like they're continuing on. This Buzzwole needs to make a play, and just as they try to, they have the Kratos there, and they escape. Even more so than anything, each time the Sweet Kiss comes out, Roland is right there to set up a portal saying, you're going to pull in my teammates? Well, it's good. I will happily save them. It's almost like a perfect counter. And the reaction time that Roland has had this entire time, because we saw Kratos and OG both pulled in, and the portal was right there to save them, heal them up, send them back into the fray of battle, and Kratos is going to back off as we are about to get our first objectives of game number 2.
it's really no Pokemon left behind when I'm looking at how Orange Juicers play. All right, there's a little bit of aggression along the top side path. All right, we're going to have 3 of our Pokemon stacked up here. They really just do not let anyone out to dry at any point. Objectives, though, first game again. Orange Juicers were allowed this for free. They're going to be the first one along this bottom side of Regirock, but we do have a Snorlax slowly hiding in the bush. But Frozen Up doesn't even look like it can try and get into this, and sure enough, that's not as free, but still pretty free. But no attempt on the Regirock now. We're going to scrap it out right here and now. You might get the objective, but the Zeraoras are going to be the ones following up with those KOs and standing on business to make a move towards this tier 1. Anyone sticking around not going to be having too great of a time. Buzzwole was able to put in a little bit of work, but last one remaining. Yeah, this Ninetales will stand, but that was still points given away.
That is incredible. You know, we talked about Flareons, and shout out to Kyle and Husky who asked the question, like, how did they survive everything? Well, how did you survive all that? You don't have invisibility, you just have skill and a bunch of ice. And that ice was ice, baby. Because they showed up, defended it. Yes, standing on business, got a couple of scores. But you know what? They also got a couple of kills as the Ultra Soul Slam does land on Roland, and Roland's going to be going down here. Cruelty trying to stay alive, but Kratos takes them down. Double team coming out from the Meowscarada. They're trying to see where they are, trying to use the Sacred Sword, and the big Midnight Slash coming out. And unfortunately, in the bottom pad, Zeraora is going to be getting 2 other KOs, and they're going to be scoring, standing on business, clawing their way back into this game.
Standing on business, standing up for themselves. Even if these fights are sometimes KOs traded out, I like this level of aggression that they're showing up with. Not afraid to really engage. Buzzwole being able to do, I think, a better job than we got to see from the champ in that first game too, and being able to try and isolate and take down from there. That even when Orange Juicers respond, yeah, you can get a KO, but we're still getting levels too. We're still getting KOs, so this is fine. So I definitely like this. I think this is a stronger look coming out from them. And now, just 10 seconds away from this bottom objective, we finally get to see a little bit more of this map presence alongside the bottom path.
Ever since the Meowscarada has gone double team, they were getting actually good offensiveness, but Flareon's great positioning as now they do try to fire off the Plasma Gale. Damage is being done. Flareon's getting taken down, but Zugrog is standing tall. They're still standing, but Gyro there going to be able to get an KO. Zeraora getting another 2-piece KO. This Zeraora woke up, and they are a bad, mean kitty right now because they have been getting a good amount of KOs. Double kitty across the sky for standing on business, and this team is looking a lot better in game number 2.
Yeah, this Zeraora has been really working out, and finally being able to get a bottom objective. Sure, the Regieleki, they lose that yet again, but they win. It's not about winning the battle, it's about winning the war. They get that bottom objective and still just a stronger look. And I think too, what's important, showing that they can toe-to-toe fight with this team, fight with Orange Juicers alongside this. And I think that's really, really important. A little bit more of collapse down on this bottom path. Meowscarada gets picked up early, and now Orange Juicers are trying to just think on this goal, and sure enough, they're going to be able to break it.
Plasma Gale gonna go in, jump on up, but Kratos might be the last dog standing, as that is 3 major KOs. Cruelty is behind them. They're gonna use their eject button to try to do some damage, and there goes Meowscarada's Unite move, trying to play a great amount of defense. Kratos, though, looking around to see what they can take away from them. Roland and Zugrug gonna just back off for now. Great engagement by Orange Juicers, and once again, as we are 1 minute away from the most important objective, Orange Juicers is placing the pieces to the puzzle known as victory. Stay ahead, do not give that up. It has been their secret recipe, it's on their secret menu, and it has been working great. Shout out to Flareons in terms of spacing to keep this Alolan Ninetales safe at all times.
You're talking about secret menu. This win con for Orange Juicers might be the worst kept secret in history. And you double curse it. You talk about this Ninetales, and Ninetales is instantly deleted from the board as standing on business, kind of just roaming together, make sure they can pick out any little straggler here. But 30 seconds until this Rayquaza, and as you called out, Orange Juicers, they do have the lead. It's not as significant, but it is still one that, if they can just defend here, will be enough to get them over that finish line.
That is true. And, is any secret menu any really good? Because everybody knows about it. So is it really a secret to begin with? But what is beginning here? As we see Wristband sending out a little bit of a Meowscarada clone, try to bait somebody out. Kratos is positioned at top, making sure that there's no funny business coming out of standing on business, but nobody once again wants to make that first move.
And yet again, it has to be standing on business to do it. So that's going to be try and just kind of find out what's in the area. It's just a little bit of pressure. Try and bait Orange Juicers out into the fight. And well, they'll come out into the fight, but Snorlax is just going to get completely isolated. And it looks like they're just isolating these members of Standing on Business one by one. And that is not the way that you can approach this. Buzzwole as well needs to be backing up. And we're going to be putting pressure on the Ray from Orange Juicers as well. Bring Standing on Business fully out. And now this is where you get to see the damage and the Unite moves come on out. But it's just going to be the spacing, a pushback. The health bars from both sides so low.
Great job by OG to escape, but the Sweet Kiss might be too much as they get sent to the Pokemon Center. That is a one-way trip. We did see the Meowscarada score a little bit, less than 1 minute remaining. Orange Juicers are leading 216 to 172. Buzzwole going to be trying to lift this up, but we finally see the Unite move coming out of the Mammoth. Zeraora is finally taken down, and so is the Comfy. This could be a big moment for the Juicers. 2 KOs going to Kratos, 35 seconds remaining. Somebody needs to be able to go for this Rayquaza. Flareon is still here, stalling things out, able to take down the Meowscarada. That is a big KO. Flareon is out here in no man's land, able to get another KO. Rayquaza's living on a sliver, and it's the Snorlax! Snorlax able to save it. They need to be able to break the shield. They do. I think this might be over. Orange Juicers 378, even though Standing on Business got the Ray, don't have the shields to score.
A one-man stand is not enough, and so low health you get the Ray, but that's going to be just a consolation prize in the grand scheme of things. No time, no health, no chance. So close at the end. And again, it comes down to a fight around this Rayquaza. Not even with the Rayquaza, mostly around. And it's a fight that, again, Orange Juicers plays patiently, comes out on top. Even if they lose the Ray is not the important thing. It is the points at the end, and Orange Juicers has them. And oh my goodness, what a game.
What a game indeed. And that was getting scary. Yes. And you said this earlier, Sierra. You win games by winning the war, and Flareons might have lost the battle, but Orange Juicers won the war. Great job to Flareons to be able to hold it down, but this also does mean we get a bracket reset. Orange Juicers coming out of losers has won a best of 3, so that means because they came out of losers, we're going to have one more set of a best of 3. Standing on Business needs to go back to the drawing board, look at what they did right, what they did wrong, and what they can do better. In this case, yes, the Snorlax was able to secure it, but everybody else was still down. They needed more shields to be able to be in this, and Snorlax quickly lost their shield. As Kratos said, I'm sorry, get back here and look at the damage that comes out of Flareons. They have been doing so much damage for the squad.
Understated. Maybe it's not a pick that I fully expected, but I mean, Flareon's gonna show up. This Ninetales has been showing out, and it's just been so impressive. And the stuns, everything else, it's just been a little too much for Standing on Business to deal with. And when you're getting the Pokemon that do that much damage, you're getting that position, you get to isolate these Pokemons. It was just so well done. And Standing on Business definitely had a lot more fight in this match. The Zeraora, I liked that adaptation. Love you to go over to that pick instead, and was able to string some KOs together, but when all of a sudden you lose someone early in a team fight and you're fighting man down, well, none of that is gonna matter.
I still don't know how Flareon's lived this right now. I don't want to ignore what you said, but it's just that, how did he live that? But no, you're absolutely right. And honestly, he might be a magician. He wears a suit. He goes dancing. You know, he's a magician. That's clearly what magicians do. This one does, clearly.
All right.
And they look great in a suit, but just it felt like Standing on Business had a little bit more of an advantage this time around. It felt like the Zero Aura was really coming around. The Meowscarada was able to do quite a bit, but in the end, Orange Juicers played it out. They played to their strengths. They kept the lead, and it's almost incredible that I would say 99% of the time, I miss the moment when the Orange Juicers leaves the Ray to go score. But look at this. You had the Unite move from Kratos, and Flareon's there to try to secure it. They both failed, and in the end, they still won. So we have made it to a bracket reset, Sierra. So for all you trainers out there, go get a new drink, because there is still one final best of 3 to be had. Get a drink, grab one extra track, maybe grab a snack for me and Sierra. That being said,
Emotional support plushie.
I will definitely grab him by the time we get back. So we'll be right back with some more Pokemon Unite action. Welcome back to the March finals here for the Unite Championship Series. I have been one of your lovely casters, Zero in on Alex, but please just call me Zero, Z, or Alex. That's like 3 different names. But with me, the lovable, the amazing, the stellar Sierra Dawn has been able to cast with me. Sierra, how are you feeling after that first best of 3?
Well, after the compliments, after the best of 3, Like, oh my goodness, it has been absolutely amazing out here. All day has just been this high octane gameplay, and getting to the end of the day, being able to see a team that started out in this lower bracket, in this losers round 1, to make their way all the way into the grand finals and force a bracket reset. Yeah, I said before the break that you needed emotional support plushies, and you better have them on hand, because it is a roller coaster out here, and it's just been, I've loved every second of it.
And Togepi is here. Fun fact, Togepi can actually store positive emotions in their shell and redistribute it. And right now, she's giving me plenty of love and support right now because, oh man, I mean, Orange Juicers has come out swinging. They have something to prove, and Standing on Business might have the recipe to success, but right now they have the recipe to have the position of first pick, and they're going to ban out OG Zacian. They said, we have had enough of this Pokemon. We do not want it to be a part of this, along with taking away a Hoopa. 2 big pieces to the Orange Juicers plan.
Yeah, I think Orange Juicers have just been allowed to do what they want a little too much at the time. We got to see a draft that barely changed from game 1 and game 2 in that first best of 3 here in the grand finals. So directly taking away a couple of the pain point Pokemon makes a lot of sense. And something that we've seen Roland move to when Roland doesn't get the Sableye or the Hoopa has been the Psyduck, and that's not going to be allowed either. Instead, Standing on Business are going to first pick that up.
You have to imagine that Standing on Business has been watching every single game that OJ has had available to them. And Roland is going to be picking up the Blissey, and Flareon's could be early locking in the Inteleon. So I might be getting my wish twice, because now I'm seeing it 2 times. And that makes Zero a very happy caster.
You don't even need the positivity from the Togepi over there. You have everything you need right here. You get a bracket reset. You get to see Flareons on the Inteleon. Some great stuff. And with the drafts going quite different, Absol back in the hands for Standing on Business. Something we got to see a little bit in game 1. And this is also going to deny it Kratos. So I'm really liking how they're building so far.
Yeah, I mean, overall, this is really looking good. Standing on Business is finally going with a completely different plan. I think this was maybe in the back of their head this whole time of knowing, hey, we're going to be on second pick. We'll just go the same. And maybe, I mean, this is thinking 5,000 years ahead. Maybe they always wanted to be in first pick because OG is going to be picking up a really good Pokemon in Garchomp, and Zugrug picking up the Umbreon is going to be a good counter if they decide to go very heavy into the Speedster. As Cruelty is going to be picking up another bulky Mon that we have seen the Juicers use before in Metagross, and a Glaceon also coming out into the fray.
I like some of these bulkier options that Standing on Business have, because I feel like Orange Juicers has done such a great job in just isolating, bursting down damage, and eliminating the individual Pokemon from Standing on Business. So having a couple of more tanky options that can deal out damage, so nice. But last pick, Cinderace. We got to see it a smidge earlier on in the day, but okay, let's go.
I might need to check my calendar because it might be my birthday, because I'm getting Flareons on the Inteleon and I'm getting a Cinderace game. This is a Pokemon that we talked about very early on in the broadcast. The fact that Kratos, or just in general, Cinderace has had a now scaling defense penetration in terms of percentage as it's leveling up. So Cinderace has become a little bit better, and Kratos, though, has been a speedster. So this time, Flareons and Kratos are going to be more in the back line, while you have Zugrug, OG, and Roland going to be more in your front line. The question is, can the force that is Standing on Business break through the walls that is the Juicers and try to get a victory? It is bracket reset time, Sierra, and it is time to lay it all down on Theosky Ruins.
Hopefully in this match, the Force can be with them. A Force driving energy to take us into a game 3. They have done such a good job in winning out in this upper bracket to make it to the grand finals. That's the first loss that they've suffered. So I'm looking at the bounce back, especially to Orange Juicers. You've talked about that bounce back that they've had to go back into one of the top tier, these top caliber teams after maybe getting a couple of results that seemed a little bit more unorthodox considering how good they are. Standing on Business, a good opportunity to show us what they have, make more of a name as themselves. It is time to head into the first game of the final best of 3 that we're going to have.
I could not be more excited to see how this is going to roll, because the first 2 games were pretty similar in team composition. This is a full different composition, similar Pokemon in the sense of what they're going to be able to bring to the table. Sugrug wanted to be a little bit aggressive. Flareon's just kind of staying invisible, does not want to get caught out a little early. And I talked about this in the pre-show all the way back then. Gibble can be a force to deal with that can be a little difficult if you are not careful.
It might be a small little cute Pokemon, but not one to mess around with. That is for certain. Cute little Pokemon along the bot path as well, but they definitely have some nerve to them. But nobody's been caught too far out as of quite yet.
Oh, we see though that the little duck might have found Roland. Roland's gonna try to escape, being a little bit more of like a distraction, because again, Kratos being a Raboot right now means they're not gonna actually have a lot of prowess. Their level 5 isn't as good as the level 5 of like a Zoroark or an Absol, and Flareon's just swinging out here with the Fell Stinger, unable to get the confirmation KO, but OG is the one who's able to use it. And look at Flareon's just whipping around with the Fell Stinger.
He's so good around these parts. I'm so sorry, but all right, no, do not make jokes, because both of us cannot contain ourselves. All right,
No.
noted. Great stuff coming up for the teams. A little bit of a trade ski, that's going to be fine. But 2 minutes into the match, still relatively low scoring across the board. Just going to be good for a couple of pickouts. But I'm curious, once we get into the first big team fight, how about this is going to go? Because we haven't had this opportunity quite yet. Kratos, that's Cinderace now, though, level 7. So this is going to be a little bit more dangerous for the side of Standing on Business.
Standing on Business in a little bit of trouble, as OG does pull the little duck to more of their side, but the Surfs are what allows them to push away. Kratos is in a little bit of trouble. He waits for the Blaze Kick, though, to prevent the pursuit. I have never seen that before. That is the type of reaction you need to have, because Pursuit, if it hits you from behind, does more damage and it gets a cooldown reduction, and that is not something you want to face as a Cinderace. So using the Blaze Kick like that, fantastic use of Cinderace.
And showing that there's a little bit of tricks for these Pokemon, but now going into this 7 minutes, objectives are going to be up. So we haven't seen a full fight as of yet, but I'm expecting this is where we'll get to see one. The Regieleki along the top path has been mostly the one that's been contested, as the bottom objectives just been going along freely. But just going to be a little bit of poke, see who's in the area, and well, it's just a Snorlax. So again, Regirock goes over freely.
And it's free for the taking. Yeah, Standing on Business has not prioritized this at all. Meanwhile, OG and Roland have been on top, but now Flareon's is going to be given a shot to try to get a good amount of damage, as the Blazing Bicycle Kick does come out of Kratos. And now this is OG's first time being able to get the scores on the board. It does look like Standing on Business is going to try to get the Regieleki. Regieleki resets for a little bit, but this Psyduck has been really good at keeping Roland in at bay.
Yeah, you can see why this has been a pick. You already know why it's a pick that's going to be a little bit more Bander pickup if it does make it through the phase, and just constantly been applying this pressure. Getting the Regieleki is great and all for this, but Standing on Business, not having the opportunity to really just kind of push forward. Orange Juicers instantly respond, take the Regieleki down. So at this point in the match, still Orange Juicers having the lead with this. Now all of these cute little Pokemon are all grown up, so proud, going off to college. So this is going to be something, too, that they'll be able to start putting off a lot more pressure.
Flareon's trying to dodge out of the way. He's going to be taking a lot of damage, but the Bliss Assist keeps them surviving. They're still standing. Kratos up here to kind of help defend a little bit. Something to note is that wristband, #1 wristband, they actually have the Icy Wind build of Glaceon. So they're going to be working more on cooldowns, resets. They're not going to be the Icicle Spear. And look at that shot from miles away. Flareon, the way they have been able to position themselves to get these Fell Stinger shots along with the snipe shots have been really good. They're able to move around, position themselves, and get massive amounts of damage with those snipe shots.
And being able to get that damage at range and making sure Standing on Business kind of have to back up and respect that. They can't go into all-out brawls in those situations, because Well, half their health's gone. They have to go back, have to regain it. Has been really nice. Ooh, a little hiding in the bush, asleep, and a little bit of a collapse now. You're caught off for half a second in Psyduck. Ooh, that's going to be a little bit of revenge, but again, Orange Juicers pulling out that coupon book. That is the redeem for yet another free bottom Reggie.
That is actually really good for standing on business. This is the first time we've actually seen them be ahead of the Juicers, but the Blazing Bicycle Kick, along with the damage that's coming out of Kratos, is going to be massive, but we see the Midnight Slash land onto them as well. Zugrug in a little bit of danger, though, and that has been a yawn Snorlax, not a block like we have seen a majority of the day from players all around. And like I said, Juicers are actually behind in 108-117 as we're getting to 2 minutes before the most important objective lands on Teoskaya Ruin.
Which means once we get into a big team fight at the end, that they actually might have a little bit more pressure on them as well. So I'll be looking curiously in this next minute and a half if they can start to get a couple more points for their own. Looking at a Regieleki along the top can definitely be a way about that, but Cruelty, this Metagross, and gonna be putting all the pressure onto this Inteleon. No shot for Bubbles Evan over there. And now Regieleki can more so just be theirs for the taking if they want to go for it. Another way to starve Orange Juicers out of these valuable points that they want to play for.
It doesn't even look like Orange Juicers is even interested in trying to pick up this Regieleki, as we see Absol making their way up here too. It just seems like Regieleki has not been a priority for the Juicers. They also haven't been able to be as sneaky as they've been wanting to, and that's been a big crutch. And that is a great snipe shot coming out from Flareon's, just trying to poke out some damage, give out a little bit more vision to the squad, kind of see where they're going. Luckily, OG, when you look at this, when you have OG on the Garchomp, when you have Cinderace, those two Pokemon can rip apart an objective in seconds. And then you have the confirmation tool in Flareon's, and that might be one of those win conditions that we've talked about, as the Reggie is going to spawn, and it's a Reggie Route.
I mean, standing on business around the bot. The Psyduck has been so annoying. It's finally time to take care of that duck, and you get the objective as well. And now 20 seconds away from this great plaza in the middle. 9 points to separate these two teams. So this is going to be something that Orange Juicers either have to go for or keep standing on business away from as they try and find a way to get a couple of points in. Last minute fights before the Rayquaza could go up could definitely hinder a team with the team fight incoming. And already Orange Juicers, they know they're behind in that. They're going to get the first crack of the fight, take out the Snorlax. The huge tank option for standing on business, absolutely gone. But are they looking to capitalize on that momentum? They're just going to pick apart the members of standing on business one by one. But Absol joins in, call an ambulance, not for me, getting a KO, but it's still going to be Orange Juicers coming out on top.
Orange Juicers, we saw the Midnight Slash come out from Absol very prematurely, but here comes Metagross. They're going to try to make a little bit of a play. Kratos having the helping hand is going to allow them to rip this objective. Love You, the Absol cannot leave, because if it leaves a little prematurely, and look at Flareon, the way they ejected through the wall to be able to stay alive. Members are all standing on business, are coming on back. Ray is looking really low. Flareon's though trying to position themselves. They want to be able to get the confirmation tool. They want to take down Glaceon. Everybody's going down. It's a little duck in a dream right now, and it is the best confirm in the game. Blissey securing the Rayquaza for the Juicer.
Being able to take down these members is standing on business, get a safe Rayquaza, and go from there. They don't always play for the Rayquaza, but when they do, they're so coordinated in these fights. They play so patiently. They get the KOs, and now they get to bring in the prize, all of these points. They came from this lower bracket. They made it to get that bracket reset, and now 30 seconds away from officially securing themselves one match away from being our grand champs.
That was amazing. And Flareon's, just the positioning of these snipe shots, they've just been flipping around like Spider-Man. You might have started calling them Flareons. Flareons does whatever Inteleon does. Can they whip with their stinger? Yes, they can. They're Flareons. Look out. He is the Flareons. Bam! Olang. They take game number 1 in the bracket reset.
that was all great and all, but you really missed the opportunity. Like Flary wants, does whatever Flary wants. I just say, you know, but like other than that, like 9.5, no notes, except for that one. But great stuff. I mean, we get different compositions. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's passing grade. It's a passing grade. But really, really well done. I mean, standing on business, they switched things up. They're able to catch out members of Orange Juicers early and put on a lot of pressure there. But Orange Juicers, they get these KOs back. You look later on once we get these big fights. Flareons and Kratos, so good. Flareons, you get that patented Inteleon, what you've dreamed for. Cinderace, this Kratos, once we got later into the game, was just so strong. And maybe when the members of Orange Juicers were picked apart and we took a 2v2, standing on business can come out on top. But the team fight is what's going to be really, really important. And yet again, Orange Juicers showing and proving that they are the best at those.
Not only are they the best at that, more importantly, Orange Juicers could quite literally go for a sweep with victory. They have made it to grand finals and they have not dropped a single game, even when things were not looking close. I will say though, and hopefully we can see in the replays, Love You, the Absol, used the Midnight Slash like 3 seconds before, trying to catch Kratos early. Kratos avoided it all, and that just, when you lose out on an Absol Unite move like that, it is going to be absolutely devastating. That was actually not trying to be a pun there, but absolutely, that was not even me attempting to it.
It's like the third time you've made this joke with the Absol. You got to find it. You got to show a new joke to the class here, Alex. What's going on?
Well, you know, it becomes a lot more difficult. And I wasn't even trying that time, though, even with the same joke.
You're just too funny. You're just too funny. The jokes just come on out. But, I mean, jokes aside, for the Absol, you talk about that move in the very end, and yeah, you get the 1 KO, and, well, then that's it. It's still an Orange Juicers that then collapse on you. You didn't get the most mileage, and it's kind of done. And then that's where Orange Juicers can absolutely, just take you down and go after you. Why are you laughing? You made that joke so many times. I just want to know what I say.
I didn't think you'd actually go for it again.
A little taste of your own medicine. This is what I've had to deal with all day.
You know what? That's valid. And you know what? Orange Juicers has had to deal with a lot of games today. And even here we see at the Rayquaza, you gotta imagine Roland's back must be hurting because that Blissey has been carrying the team because they have been the best secure in the game.
They really have been. So it's been so dangerous. Now, Orange Juicer, 3 games over standing on business in a row. We've gotten to see switch ups. It wasn't enough. But standing on business is going to stay on this purple side. But again, will we see the changes in the draft screen or in the Sky Ruins themselves?
That's true. A lot of changes are happening. And again, standing on business does not want to deal with OG on the Zacian, and they're going to be taking away the Blissey. It really feels like standing on business has been trying to go with the strategy of like, let's take away everything that makes Orange Juicers good. And Orange Juicers is like, okay, fine, that's fine. We will just pick up something else. What's the big deal? We don't care. We'll find another route. As Zugrug is going to be locking in the Snorlax, and Roland, they're going to go with a double defender comp, allowing Roland to be not only bulky, but if they go the Wish set, they're going to also be able to provide heals and or stuns, depending on what moveset they decide to go to.
I think one thing that we've really gotten to see from Orange Juicers is once they can play these comfortable drafts, etc., they can switch things up, and it just looks just as terrifying. So I see the Snorlax and the Umbreon, and ooh, I'm quaking in my boots. And I still get this other end. We get 2 very powerful Pokemon back to back. This Meowscarada, Husky's kicking her feet right now. Let's go, Meowscarada in the grand finals. But also Gengar. This is something that we saw earlier on from somebody else, from I believe Flareons, and it did so well. So I'm really excited to see what Love You can do in this pick.
I love you being on the Gengar can be absolutely devastating, especially because, like you said, we saw it before. Flareon's not only was able to combo off, and, you know, no big deal, 19 KOs as they're thumbing up in a suit at prom, but more importantly, they can secure and they can do damage. But I said this before, if you miss the Dream Eater or a combo with Gengar, they end up just sitting there and they become, so it's very just this high risk, high reward Pokemon that can be very good, as Cruelty is going to be taking another piece away in the Garchomp. And Flareon's going to be trusting with the Alolan Ninetales. No Mamoswine to pair it up with this time. And Kratos might be bringing out that secret weapon, as no, they switched at the last second to the Zeraora.
A true secret weapon here instead of all of these other, speedster picks that we've gotten to see. We've seen the Talonflame. We've seen everything else. Being able to bring out the Zeraora. Then the fact that Kratos just gets this last pick and there's so many great options available to him is just absolutely fantastic. But I love to see the Blastoise from Dyro here. I like to see all these picks coming out from Orange Juicers. Like, this is going to be a great match ahead. But standing on business, they got some capabilities for these team fights. Can they follow through? Because that's where Orange Juicers have really been allowed to shine in this series.
I think that thing that has been the most surprising to me is that Leafeon has not been part of the equation for any of Grand Finals. Kratos has decided to go with Zeraora. They've decided to go with other speedsters. I mean, we even saw the Talonflame in Game 1. It really goes to show you how Kratos has been like kind of the captain of Orange Juicers and how they're able to pivot to different speedsters in this speedster meta for different compositions.
No matter what speedster hand he's dealt, he's absolutely going to thrive. And I think that Orange Juicers have shown that no matter what the circumstances, that this is a team that are worthy of that name, that prestige, everything else that they've had to them. Now, again, just one game away from being champions in this thing. And for standing on business, there has been a lot of growth in these past couple games, and I think that there has been lessons learned throughout ones. We've gotten to see more pressure applied early. We've gotten to see better fights, everything else. Now, how can this all come together heading into the Sky Ruins for potentially the last time today?
This could be, in fact, the last time we see a match today on Thea Sky Ruins. Flareon's being very aggressive early on. And we see that, yeah, Alolan Ninetales absolutely has a spot, especially in this early game, to be able to stun.
I'm just soaking it all in. It's been a great day of Unite today. Get to see the little Gibble run around. Get to see, maybe a Umbreon that's a little too far gone, but no punish available. So, yeah, Orange Juicers just get away with dunking some points, and apparently a lot more. This Ninetales has just looked so strong, and that's going to be the first KO claimed of the match.
Good KO, and already some scores are going in. Kratos being very aggressive early on, and we're showing off why the Zeraora is very powerful. Birds are about to spawn. You have 4 members up here for standing on business. Meanwhile, OG is kind of alone here, and they decide to go for the mean look, as the cat does get caught in the mean look, but because of its passive, it's able to turn invisible for just a little while and escape any from harm's way.
Barely, but you'll be able to get out there. So that's definitely super, super nice for the cat. You don't have to waste one of your 9 lives quite yet. But early on, Orange Juicers, again, you talk about the win cons. I feel like a broken record. We've seen them so many times today. Early points, early aggression, easy win. And already they're kind of ticking the boxes of, all right, well, we're getting early points. We're getting that early aggression. So standing on business, how can they fire back now? They do have quite a lot of Pokemon that need to evolve first, but after that, will they have the power necessary to clap back?
Shout out to our main man behind the scenes, Relic. I love saying this phrase. We are late game giants, and Orange Juicers are trying to be those late game giants with the Metagross, because as we've seen before, when Metagross gets going, it is hard to take down, especially when a team like Standing on Business likes to jump on it. The Gyro Ball shields that you get is bigger based on how many opponents are around you. Gengar gonna need to try to escape. They go for the Dream Eater, but they don't really pop off too hard with it. And just like that, Lovey's going to be taken down.
Ooh, that play you could say was Metagross, as first KO claimed in that, and Orange Juicers could take the momentum from there. The KOs come on in, and the points quickly to follow. So you get the points, you get the KOs, you freely get these birds, and we're a few seconds up from this Regieleki top bath. And, well, I dare say they can get this for free as well. But it does mean, standing on business, there hasn't been as much pressure along the bot path, so they can go and try and secure the Regieleki there.
127-0. Quick maths tells you that is a difference of, well, 127. And right now, Orange Juicers is playing to something that's very familiar to them. And look at that block. That way, Flareon's was able to escape without much danger. And because the way Blizzard works, it leaves a little bit of a residue still doing damage. And you know what? They left it there. Reggie Alecki found its home, which means scores are going in. Right now, Orange Juicers is riding the wave, and they are trying to carve that way and make a building pave the road to victory. 206-0 with 6 minutes remaining left in the match.
There is a storm hitting my house fast, and Orange Juicers trying to do me the favor of closing this out fast so my power doesn't go up before this series ends. 240 ahead, not even 4 minutes, well now 4 minutes into this match, and this has just been so clean so far. So if we are looking at the late game giant potential from standing on business, we now have the Blastoise, we have the Meowscarada, Gengar's here. Garchomp will be here shortly, don't worry folks, but how can they put this pressure back? Because a 240 lead at this point against a team that is almost impossible to take down at the Rayquaza pit, that's a tall task ahead of you.
It's a tall ass, but right now, Flareon's doing a little dance. See, I told you, they're always dancing. And this is their magician. They're a dancer. They go to prom. They've got a suit on. 240-0, though. This is Orange Juicer's recipe for success because now every Reggie Alecki becomes that much more of a threat. Bottom or basement Reggie just kind of becomes irrelevant here. We do see the Hydro Typhoon does come out of Gyro, though. Doesn't affect many, and they've kind of locked it in place. Gyro's going to be in a lot of trouble, taking a lot of damage. Power Nap going to be coming out. Good stuns, and here comes the Meowscarada trying to make something happen, but they're unable to compete. They do get the Umbreon, but in the bigger fashion, you have Kratos able to take down the Meowscarada.
1-for-1 trade so far, but the Blastoise trying to run away with its life, and yeah, heavy slamming at 6 feet under. KO there, but Gengar will be able to join in. But we're just going to be trading KOs apiece, but in the ending of that, Standing on Business are going to be in the worst end of that flip. And now, this Registeel, this bottom Reggie, was Standing on Business, having to try and bounce back after getting KO'd. That's going to be another Reggie that is completely lost in the wind. And you go for the Reggie Alecki up top, but a 250-point lead feels pretty good for Orange Juicers.
Not only do they have the lead in points, they also have the level advantage. Right now, Metagross at level 12 and Zeraora also at level 12. Along with OG being able to get those stacks, it is going to be hard to take down this Pokemon. Roland sticking by their partner's side, doesn't want to leave him alone for too long. But OG just kind of waiting, biding his time. Right now, Orange Juicers has everything going right for them, and they are about 1.5 minutes away from what potentially could be the last ray of today, Sierra.
Yeah, with how Orange Juicers have been playing it, Standing on Business, they're definitely the underdogs in this situation. They might be the ones that came from this upper bracket, but this series has only gone Orange Juicers' way at every turn of the battle. Even when in the engagement, it looks a little bit tough for them. Orange Juicers have done such a good job at pushing back and this pressure. Is this going to be the moment where Standing on Business shows that there's more than one side of them? 2 KOs to start it off. Orange Juicers, this Metagross, equalizing it. That will be the late game giant in that 2 chaos. Orange Juicers keep pressing on forward.
Right now, OG is looking unstoppable. This is not just a Metagross. It is a Titan made of steel. Nothing can get through this. And so far, that Gengar, while level 13, still has not been able to show up for their team like they've needed to. Right now, Standing on Business is standing on only one goal left, which is their tier 2 in the bottom path. All of Orange Juicers is setting themselves up to be able to get this Reggie, which could be a big deal, and Standing on Business gonna try to even out the score, even if it means just a little bit.
But still down, Standing on Business more so looks like they're standing on a hope and a prayer in this moment. Down with the Rayquaza coming up, and Orange Juicers are exactly where they like to be.
My goodness.
Now it's Standing on Business when it's the most important. 2 minutes left. Can they try and take advantage? And that is definitely not how you want to start it out. Rayquaza appears in the same moment. Meowscarada is taken off, and Orange Juicers forget about the Rayquaza. Let's get those points over there. Standing on business, they do burst it down, but 330 points. Can they get enough here to get it done in the face of an Orange Juicers that are just dunking points over and over?
This is a bold move from Orange Juicers. The confidence in their veins is absolutely bonkers, because to completely avoid the Rayquaza, to have that strong of an advantage, and your captain is telling you, let's not score, let's not get raid, let's just go score, is just an IQ of a million. No Hoopa, mind you. Standing on business, they did get the Ray, but they're running out of shield. Zugrug is waiting, OG is waiting. They're saying, go ahead, come to the party. The water isn't that cold, and right now they were just given the signal that Orange Juicers is still ahead. They do have 4 shields. This is where things can get a little tricky, Sierra.
That's a nice 400 points that you managed to get from that Rayquaza standing on business. Still over 200 ahead, 40 seconds left in this match. Standing on business have one last stand to try and push through. But again, Orange Juicers aren't so concerned with it. All they are caring about is the point lead that they have. And again, they're in the enemy base to try and get points over and over.
Goodness.
And standing on business, I don't think they have enough to even get close to this. 500, they're making it close. But oh my goodness, 20 seconds left.
20 seconds remaining, and Zero Hora getting a 3-piece. And everybody, it is not enough time to get to the other map. So with that, Orange Juicers are your March North America champions as they get it in a clean 4-0 fashion.
What a run. That's 4 in a row versus standing on business. That is a bracket reset. That is a lower bracket run. And the gutsiest play to be pulling out in this final match. To not care about this Rayquaza, to be so confident that we have enough points that we can just dunk as many as we can. Standing on business, they can't get back into this, and they were right. And the audacity of Orange Juicers to go for that. That is a potentially game-losing call right there. But the confidence that this team has shown throughout this tournament and following through on it once again, a huge round of applause. That was amazing to watch.
That was a bold move, Cotton, and they made it work. Like, how do you, like you said, the audacity to not even to ignore the biggest objective in any Unite match on Thea Sky Ruins, to be able to just go and say, we're gonna score. And we saw Meowscarada had found them, but they just jumped on risk and just took them out. What a stellar play. That is the type of a gameplay plan that you have as a champion. You got to be able to stay ahead of the game, and they stayed so ahead to know that this was their last game of the day to crown themselves champions on top again in that fashion is really what Orange Juicers is all about.
And we've talked about this play style, the really just get ahead in these points, starve the opposing team out of any comeback potential until they get desperate, push into you, and you take them down one by one. And they do so well on that. But even the other plays, hey, forget the Ray, we get the points, it's all going to be good. Or a couple of those crucial games where the opposing team can really stand up to them and they have to go for those full fights around the Rayquaza and still manage to secure the level of depth to this team, even when the drafts are changing. I mean, Kratos on literally any pick that we get to see, how many times we get to see this draft change just a little bit, and that it just seems genuinely unbreakable. I mean, Orange Juicers, there's a reason that this team, that these players had such a great reputation that they did, and to be the March Cup champions has just been really good, and I think just a real testament to that work and the skill that this team has.
This team has skill. They have potential. They are showing why they belong here. One of North America's best. And let's not forget where they came from. They fought their way from losers bracket. They made day 2 in losers bracket. Flareon's was on the way to prom and said, hey, I have a little bit of extra more time. Let's see if we can make the cup. And we see right here, Zugrug did everything that they could to stall it out, but at that point, go ahead, take it. The rest of the squad was already scoring. They had a great defense. This goes to show you, Orange Juicers, they can adapt, like you said, to the draft. They can adapt to strategies, and they have a plethora of win conditions in their pocket. It is not always straight and forward. Sometimes they might have a different plan, but we have the man with one of the plans, Zugrug. Congratulations. How does it feel to be back on top? Orange Juicers winning the March Cup finals. You guys are champs again. How does it feel to be on top?
I mean, it feels good. Of course, we want to win every tourney, but we've been struggling a little bit with the speedster meta. But I think, after yesterday when we qualified through the lower bracket, we talked a bit and we're like, we got to focus up. We got to play smarter at Ray and just, close out these games that we're meant to be winning. And I think we were able to do that today.
I want to talk about those struggles in a second, but my heart is still pounding from the closing moments of that match, that you get to game 4, you're one away from being the March Cup champions, and there's a Rayquaza up, and you guys just kind of ignore it for the most part. You focus on the scoring, you get such a big lead, and there's no comeback potential. What's that decision making in the call, and were you fully confident work out, or maybe a little scared that could have been a losing call and we could be talking about another game right now?
Mm-hmm. I mean, we have a lot of practice with the scoring end games because for a while one of our main go-to strats was just play Sableye, get a big score lead, and just fully give up the Rayquaza, get the score. So teams don't expect as much when you're not playing the Sableye, but we had the big enough point lead. We had broken their top tier 2 pad. We knew we were up 250 or something, like a big amount. They scored before Ray, so okay, if we all just score, they have no money, we're going to be up 200, and then that's what happened, right? We scored and we're like, okay, just now no one's allowed to die, and give them more money and we should be fine. And we finally executed our calls, because usually we were like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea, and then someone decides not to do it and then we lose. So it was good that we actually followed through with the plan.
I'm actually really glad about that. I kind of want to take it back just a little bit, because earlier in the bracket, you guys went up against Team YT, and there was that moment in the end. What were the comms like there? I just want to be able to be like a fly on the wall, because there was a moment where OG is just trying to get the points in. What was that like?
Yeah, I mean, it's a close battle. They scored a 40, so we're running across with small money, and we're like, all right, if we get some scores, we'll be good. I think OG was playing Zacian, so he was able to, drop some of his money to make it easier for him to score. And we just, that game was closer than it should have been, I think, but we did come out with the win, so it was good. And everyone, though, it was we stayed composed, though, after. We're like, okay, they only got 2 scores, close battle, we can just get across, two people rezzing, we have time. So we definitely, even though we lost Ray, we didn't just give up or anything. We stayed, we knew our win con and we executed it.
It's executed so well, and I mean, for the squad, we've gotten to see a lot from the team before. We get to see this full lower bracket run. We get to see the clean sweep in the grand finals. What does it mean to be able to just win this? And hey, we're so back right now.
Yeah, it feels good. I mean, last time we won a monthly was many months ago, so we've been doing well. We're coming second, we're coming third, but we've just been not closing out some of the games that we should. And winning a monthly feels good, and hopefully we can keep it going.
This is so well done, Zagreb. This was truly cinema to watch. Thank you so much. Huge congratulations on the win. Go rest up. It's been a lot of Unite today. You deserve it.
Yeah, too many game 3s today. It was way too long of a tourney, but feels good to win, though.
Well-deserved rest. I'm so glad. Get that rest, King. You deserve it. Thank you again so much.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
As for us, back over to the rest of the kings and queens to be wrapping up the show. I mean, Kyle, that was just, oh my god, I am actually sweating. That was crazy.
I mean, I was backstage. You see, there's literally sweat on my forehead. What an incredible tournament we've had today. Orange Juicers climbing all the way back through the lower side today. Hitting some of those speed bumps along the way, but really locking in those 4 straight in the grand finals. I'm sure you guys are probably pretty happy that did it in the minimal amount possible. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket to show everybody how we got here. Husky, what are some of the things that you take away from this bracket run?
I feel like this was such an exciting tournament. A lot of teams that we didn't expect coming out of the winner's side, but in the end, Orange Juicers, though some may expect them to show up from the winner's side, they're able to make the lower side bracket run. I feel like this meta is very dive heavy, but in those last couple grand finals games, both of those teams were showcasing some different picks that we don't see a lot, which just makes me even more excited to continue through with the rest of the championship series this season.
Like you said, OJ, all the way, the huge lower bracket run to be your March Cup champions. Well, let's not waste any more time. I know there's some storms brewing in the area. Let's go ahead and try to wrap up this show. So, Sierra, first broadcast back in the UCS. How are you feeling? What emotions are you feeling? And what are your big takeaways for today?
I was so torn right now because it's like, oh my goodness, so happy that it happened. So sad that it's over. It seems crazy. This was such a fun day. Being able to catch this Unite action, be able to see all these adaptations with these recent changes, and it just always kept us on our toes. And being able to listen to you two crush it, by the way, and being able to cast with the jokester himself with Alex, it's just been a great day all around, and I hope everyone got to enjoy just as much as we did. And the players just put up such a good fight. It was awesome.
Always a good show here in North America. Husky, my friend, we had a full couple of days of Unite, both at home and perhaps around the globe if you're watching the ACL. So we've kind of seen the meta shake up a little bit. What are your big takeaways for the March Cup meta?
I think that this was a really fun tournament, and I imagine we will continue to see Suicune until it potentially gets nerfed. Supporter meta is very interesting. Not too much focus on healing, way more focus on harassing and roaming. That's a big meta shift that I've noticed, and it's something that I think could be really, really fun. The speedsters, obviously, still very much prioritized, as well as a lot of the picks that we tend to see in general, but it's a lot of dive and a lot of CC, so I'm interested to see how that continues into the rest of the season.
Alrighty, and zero in on Alex. March Cup done and dusted. Orange Juicers North America champions once again. How do you think this tournament really shapes our region, North America, moving forward as we go to April and then into regionals?
I mean, we're seeing this meta shift. I mean, these players are able to adapt. Adaptation has been the key for North America. A team like Orange Juicers, like we said, they came out of losers bracket, had many game threes, even in clutch moments, even in that IQ of using the Intrepid Sword to lower the amount of AOs you have, just so you can get, like, that's what North America has been able to do. As you look around, though, especially when it came to the ACL, there are certain Pokemon that are more popular in different regions. Probably the first one that came to mind was Gyarados. Gyarados was played a lot in the ACL. I don't think we ever saw it on broadcast here in North America. So I think moving forward, North America is not only going to take a look at themselves, but they should be looking at other regions to see what they're playing and how they can adapt some of those things into their strategies.
Alrighty, well, we are going to be signing off very shortly. Just big shout out to everyone that made today's show happen. Obviously, my lovely, lovely co-casters, Husky, Sierra, and Zero, and everybody behind the scenes producing, doing instant replays, all the observing. I mean, there's so much that goes into these shows, so big shout outs to the crew that makes this as seamless as possible. So for all of us here at Pokemon Unite, we hope you have a lovely rest of your March. We will see you in a few short weeks in April for the April finals. Logging off, we'll see y'all next time.